The Rise of America 1620. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 76, Chief, you are just an ordinary man, not a god. Everyone, get ready. A British camp has been spotted ahead. Everyone ducked down in the half-man-high weeds. The sentry, bent over, quickly ran back to report his findings. It matches Chelsea's report perfectly. There are nearly 300 British here. Less than 100 men, over 100 women, and the rest are children. After listening to the sentry's report, Wang Shan relayed this information to Zhao Hongyu. In other words, we're primarily facing those 100 men, Zhao Hongyu muttered. Wang Shan warned, Captain, don't forget that we can't use our 21st century mindset to judge people from 1620. European women at that time were also very capable. We must be careful. Zhao Hongyu nodded at Wang Shan's reminder. One person's perspective is always limited. With Wang Shan, Song Hu, and Zhang Tai around, they'll always consider some of the least anticipated aspects. No wonder the old saying, 3 cobblers are better than 1, is true. Yes, you're right. Women must be taken into consideration, too. Meanwhile, children of this era can fight just as well as adults when they take up arms. It's not uncommon for 12 or 13-year-olds to become sailors, and it's not impossible for them to join the military. Even in our time, the Boy Scouts wouldn't have been extinct. Song Hu and his men were wearing armor salvaged from corpses. Their defense had been greatly improved, and they should have no problem handling the battle. The 30 Anunnaki warriors were equally excited to continue slaughtering the white people. The remaining 9 guards remained expressionless, their faces icy. Although they had sustained varying degrees of sword wounds, they seemed oblivious and showed no reaction. However, Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan knew that these 9 guards had already depleted their fighting power. Although they appeared dull, they were also flesh and blood. Unlike robots, they could bleed, feel fatigue, and experience pain. The 9 guards' genetically modified bodies, bleeding from their wounds, had lost their rosy complexion, and their lips had turned purple, a sign of weakness. Yet, they silently followed Zhao Hongyu to face the next battle. This alone made them far superior to the intelligent and independent genetically modified bodies. Wang Shan glanced at the guards behind him and sighed deeply. Chief, Song Hu, Zhang Tai, and I are all responsible. We weren't thorough enough to anticipate the genetically modified bodies would develop such flaws. As Zhao Hongyu's most trusted subordinate and lackey, Wang Shan had to express his perspective on the matter. His own lack of consideration was also true, considering he was Zhao Hongyu's most trusted person. Zhao Hongyu gave a wry smile. You're not to blame for this. It's mainly because I didn't think things through. I was once a senior executive, but now I feel like a complete waste. Zhao Hongyu felt bitter, feeling completely idiotic. Why did he have to cultivate these intelligent genetically modified bodies? In reality, Zhao Hongyu himself didn't know it. He acted out of fear, loneliness, and solitude. Humans are social animals, and although he claimed to be a Northern Indian, Zhao Hongyu didn't actually consider himself one. Besides, he wasn't actually Indian. Chief, you're an ordinary person. Even if you were once an executive, you're still an ordinary person. You're not a god, Wang Shan said, looking at Zhao Hongyu seriously. Everyone makes mistakes. No one can avoid that. You're not some YIY novel hero, adorned with all the glory and success. Even great men make mistakes, let alone you. No matter who you are, life isn't always smooth sailing. Everyone makes mistakes. Who can truly say, I've never made a mistake in my life? Wang Shan's reassurance comforted Zhao Hongyu. He reflected on the situation, realizing that it was indeed the case. Wang Shan was absolutely right. Who doesn't make mistakes? I'm not the enemy's main character. Even if I had cheats, they'd still have so many limitations. It's okay to make mistakes, as long as you learn from them. Besides, even if you're a high-ranking official before, it doesn't mean you know how to create humans and fight. It's easy to talk about it, just talk about it. But when it comes to actually doing it, there are so many people who are completely clueless. It must be said that Wang Shan was quite good at comforting people. Zhao Hongyu felt much better after hearing his words. The two of them talked for a short time, only a few minutes. During this time, the Anuch warriors, Song Hu, and his genetic warriors formed a line, hiding behind the half-man-high grass, staring intently at the British camp ahead. Now they awaited Zhao Hongyu's orders. "Chief, Song Hu and the Anuch are ready." A messenger came up behind Wang Shan and whispered a few words to his side. Then Wang Shan turned and informed Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu, clutching the brass monocular he'd acquired from the dead Leslie, carefully observed the British camp across the way. "Wait a moment, I'll see what's going on." Zhao Hongyu instructed Wang Shan to tell the messenger to calm the Anouchi and Song Hu and wait. The messenger nodded, bent over, and departed. After relaying Zhao Hongyu's order, he returned to Wang Shan's side, bent over, awaiting further orders. Through the telescope, he could see the British across the way busily setting up tents, digging earthen stoves, and moving wooden crates. It looked like these British were planning to stay permanently. Women, wearing white European-style turbans and greasy, puffy skirts, wandered about, clutching their belongings. Children played and chased each other, while others sat quietly among their belongings, watching over their belongings. Half the men were setting up tents, while others patrolled the perimeter with weapons in hand. These men were armed with rapiers and scimitars, 4 spears, and no matchlocks. It seemed Leslie's arquebus was all he had. 3 men wore English half-coats, and 1 wore a Spanish helmet. Zhao Hongyu grumbled internally, even Spanish helmets were present. This armed force was truly disorganized. The men were scattered, and if Zhao Hongyu and his men suddenly charged, they wouldn't be able to react quickly. However, precisely because of their scattered formation, Zhao Hongyu couldn't quickly eliminate their main force. If they had time to react, they would be in a very vulnerable position. Zhao Hongyu lowered his telescope and looked up at the sky. It was already around 4 in the afternoon, and the sun was still glaring, though considerably dimmer than at noon. In the distance, the sound of waves crashing against the beach echoed continuously. Whoa! Whoa! Being so close to the sea, the wind was strong. The breeze swayed the half-man-high weeds. However, Zhao Hongyu and his men crouched behind the thick, dense grass, obscuring them from view. They weren't worried about being spotted by the nearby British. "It's about 30 meters away. It'll take over 10 seconds to get there from here. We can't sprint at full speed yet. We need to save some energy for the fight," Zhao Hongyu whispered to Wang Shan, who was standing beside him, after putting down his binoculars. 30 meters isn't far, but it's not tight either. A normal charge would definitely take more than 10 seconds. Furthermore, they couldn't sprint at full speed. They needed to conserve some energy for the ensuing battle. The problem was, a few seconds was plenty of time for the enemy to react and defend themselves. Distance is indeed a problem. Wang Shan nodded. "Chief, it's getting late. We must finish them off quickly and return to camp. Unless you want to fight at night, the injured genets also need to be bandaged as soon as possible, otherwise they'll get tetanus, which would be very troublesome." After listening to Wang Shan's words, Zhao Hongyu pondered for 3 minutes. "Tell Song Hu to circle to the side and attack when the opportunity presents itself. When we see them attack, we'll charge out from here. Also, tell him that the most important thing is to deal with the men patrolling the perimeter first. Don't worry about the women." Wang Shan nodded and asked, "Where are the Anichi?" Zhao Hongyu said, "We're facing due north, and Song Hu's attack is to the west. So have them wait to the east. Once we all charge, they'll charge out." Wang Shan felt that Zhao Hongyu's plan had some flaws. Since they were outnumbered, they should have attacked with all their might, rather than dispersing their forces like this, which would make their attacks less effective. So, Wang Shan couldn't help but remind Zhao Hongyu of this. "Chief, isn't our strength too dispersed in this way?" Zhao Hongyu shook his head. "The other side doesn't have many people, and the main force is those men. As long as they are dealt with, the remaining women and children will not pose a threat. What's more, the fighting power of the Anunnaki people is much stronger than those useless genetic people." Wang Shan turned his head and looked at the British camp through the grass. On the periphery, the British patrolling and guarding were also very scattered, and they also could not form a strong defensive force. As long as they broke through these people, the rest of the matter would be very simple. Therefore, Wang Shan was persuaded by Zhao Hongyu and turned around to personally convey Zhao Hongyu's arrangements to the Anunnaki people. The messenger conveyed this order to Song Hu. The happy British, with a happy look on their faces, did not know that in the grass not far away, a deadly team had appeared, and their target was himself. Chapter 77 Embarking on the Road of No Return to Happiness. Hurry up and move. Don't look around. A blonde woman was shoved by a man in a green vest and shorts. Behind her were many others with similarly dejected expressions. Zhao Hongyu and his men's surprise attack was a sure thing. The British, caught completely off guard, were defeated by Zhao Hongyu and his men. Those who had arrived in America on the Mayflower, seeking a new hope for life and happiness, became Zhao Hongyu's captives. Everyone was terrified, trembling uncontrollably. They didn't know how these strangely dressed natives would treat them. Would they eat them? Or kill them as sacrifices? In short, the British captives used their imaginations to their heart's content. Spanish travelogues recorded that the natives of the Americas enjoyed capturing captives and sacrificing them to the sun god. These stories circulated widely across Europe, revealing the barbarity of the Native Americans. Perhaps due to their limited knowledge, they were completely unaware that the Spanish travelogues described the Incas in Central and South America, not the Indians of North America. Zhao Hongyu and his men lost no men in this raid. Although some were injured, compared to the previous battle, Zhao Hongyu was quite satisfied. Over an hour later, the group escorting the captives returned to camp. Zhao Hongyu sent for wooden sheen shackles from the Mohican tribe. These shackles consisted of a long log, approximately 10 meters long. A hole was bored in the center of the log, through which a rope woven from vines was passed to secure the necks. Each shackle could hold 15 captives. They were all tied to the log, their necks and hands immobilized, making escape impossible. Unable to exert any force, they could only submit to the manipulation. After the Mohican shackles arrived, Song Hu and his men harnessed the British captives. Black Bear, who personally escorted the pillory to Manhattan Island, grinned at the dejected-looking British and said to Zhao Hongyu, "Haha, I knew you were something special, brother. I never thought you'd capture so many white men this time." Standing beside Black Bear, Zhao Hongyu, his eyes twinkling as he gazed at the captives, gave a wry smile and said, "I've lost many warriors, but these white men are still very capable. After this encounter, I realize we're still a bit weak, so I must build up my strength." Black Bear and his men had occasionally engaged in minor skirmishes with the whites over the past few years, and he was well aware of their fighting prowess, so he knew what Zhao Hongyu said was true. Nodding, Black Bear said, "They wear iron armor and have those matchlock muskets. Their iron weapons are even more sophisticated than ours. We're at a significant disadvantage in this regard, having suffered losses fighting against the whites before." How could Black Bear not understand this? "Brother, will these white men cause any serious trouble?" Black Bear's thoughts shifted, and he thought of another question. Black Bear thought Zhao Hongyu had captured so many white men. If the white people in Virginia learned of this, they would surely cause trouble. Zhao Hongyu wasn't from the Mohawk tribe, and the elders wouldn't stand up for him. Furthermore, Zhao Hongyu's current strength was limited, making it difficult for him to fight against the white men. Therefore, Black Bear couldn't help but worry. "Don't worry about it. These white men aren't from Virginia. They just arrived here on ships from the other side of the ocean. No one will stand up for them." Zhao Hongyu was reassured, not worried about any trouble. Despite Zhao Hongyu's words, Black Bear remained concerned. "Brother, be careful. These white men are useless, so it's better to kill them all." Black Bear's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Kill them? Among them were carpenters, farmers, and a few sailors. It would be a shame to kill them all. After hearing Black Bear's words, Zhao Hongyu shook his head. "They're still useful for now. I promise they won't cause any trouble." Zhao Hongyu's words were not without reason. Most of the British men had been killed. The majority of the captives were women and children, who had little fighting power. The few men who were lucky enough to survive numbered only a dozen or less. Therefore, they couldn't cause much trouble. While these men were largely useless, Zhao Hongyu felt they could be kept, considering their ability to work. At the very least, the women could be put to dangerous work like logging. Zhao Hongyu wouldn't be so kind as to waste food and keep them. Since they were his captives, they had to work. He had now fully understood that his rise to power in this land would inevitably involve a very dark process. After all, white people throughout history had made their fortunes by trafficking black slaves, and their wealth had also been built on countless bones. So, why couldn't he, Zhao Hongyu, enslave white people, using their blood and tears to achieve his own rise. Well, since you've said so, brother, I won't nag you any further. Zhao Hongyu said he needed these captives, so Black Bear stopped trying to persuade him to kill them. Retracting his gaze, Zhao Hongyu and Black Bear headed towards the tent. Those poor British captives will definitely have to spend the night outdoors. The temperature on a May night in America was still a bit chilly, but Zhao Hongyu wasn't worried they wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, in Europe at that time, many European sycophants still lived in those drafty stone houses with straw roofs. Living in those houses was practically no different from living outdoors. Besides, they hadn't bathed since childhood, so their greasy skin helped them resist the cold. How's trade with the surrounding tribes going lately? Zhao Hongyu and Black Bear discussed their cooperative trade. Although Zhao Hongyu needed to calculate his losses, he couldn't show much while Black Bear was there. Trade is going fairly smoothly. Iron pots and wooden tableware are already in demand. You know, one iron pot and one set of tableware are enough for a family. Buying more is useless, Black Bear replied. Zhao Hongyu knew that iron pots and wooden tableware would inevitably reach market share due to their limitations. The products he was looking to profit from were consumables. An iron pot could easily last a family a year or even two, and the same was true for wooden tableware. These products wouldn't bring in much profit. Only fast-moving, affordable staples like pickled mustard tubers, matches, rice, and erguo tao, Chinese erguo tao, were the ones Zhao Hongyu could profit from. Iron weapons and work gear weren't as profitable. Just as Zhao Hongyu had anticipated, with the exception of pickled mustard tubers, matches, rice, and erguo tao, all other trade items were starting to falter. After all, every household already had clothes, iron pots, and weapons. These items were durable, so naturally, no one would continue to buy them. So, your main commodities for trade with neighboring tribes now are pickled mustard tubers, matches, erguo tao, Chinese erguo tao, and rice. Zhao Hongyu felt that his purchases should focus on these four items, as he couldn't squeeze out too many unsold goods. Black Bear nodded. Yes, these four items are the fastest selling. Almost every day, a caravan from the Mohican tribe goes out to deliver goods to the neighboring tribes. As you said, supply is outstripping demand. Black Bear's face beamed with happiness. Thanks to his support, the Mohican tribe had begun trading with neighboring tribes. While it was Chief Samurai who agreed, everyone in the Mohican tribe knew that Black Bear's persuasion was the key to success. Trade with neighboring tribes also brought significant benefits to the Mohican people. Once impoverished, the Mohicans now lived in spacious yurts. They had more food than they could eat, and no longer had to worry about going hungry. Consequently, Black Bear's popularity within the tribe soared. Now, men and women in the Mohican tribe, as long as they're willing to work, will have enough to eat and drink every month. The women have gone to the forest to pan for gold, while the men who can wield weapons have joined the trade caravans as guards. The children are being taught by the female geneticists sent by Zhao Hongyu. It's safe to say that the Mohican people are embarking on a path of no return towards happiness. Okay, I understand. I'll adjust the goods and try to get the tribe to deliver rice and other goods. I'd like to have fewer iron pots, weapons, and wooden tableware. Throughout the Mohican tribe, everyone has something to do. There's no idle person, everyone is working hard for their own happiness. Of course, the elders don't work. It's almost as if their days of idleness, sunbathing their eggs, are their only hope. Brother, if possible, could you contact your tribe and try to get some new goods? The people of our Mohawk tribe have a lot of goods from foreign trade, but we can't use them ourselves. So, we'd like to exchange them for some good goods, but your stock is quite limited. After summarizing the recent trade volume, Black Bear made a small request. Indeed, Zhao Hongyu's current merchandise was quite limited, and the Mohawk, with their ample purchasing power, were eager to make some more purchases now that they had enough supplies. The reason was simple, they found a sense of satisfaction growing inside them when exchanging goods with Zhao Hongyu. It was like why women in modern society love shopping. Chapter 78, Prepare for a Rainy Day. Name, Zhao Hongyu. Age, 15, Gender, Male, Civil Affairs Rank, Village Head, Gene Loyalty is always 4, 136, 84 Deaths, please replenish within 1 month, 250, Farmer, next rank is District Head, please meet the promotion requirements. Military Rank, 012, Soldier, next rank is Squad Leader, please meet the promotion requirements. Copycat Technology Research Center, matches, wooden bowls and plates, cast iron axe, cast iron kitchen knife, cast iron pot, cast iron dagger, cast iron machete, penicillin, salt water, fueling pickled mustard tuber, red star erguo tau, bulk rice, cotton military coat and pants, leather boots, green canvas messenger bag, early 17th century matchlock rifle. To add new products, please invest at least 3 million yuan. After sending the black bear away, Zhao Hongyu sat down quietly alone. After pondering for a moment, he rubbed the ruby ring on his left middle finger and opened the time-space trader. Having lost so many men, he needed to check his stats to see if there were any changes. As soon as he opened his space-time trader, Zhao Hongyu saw the changes. He originally had 220 men, and his civil affairs rank had increased by 4 levels. While his civil affairs rank hadn't changed, the number of his men had. Zhao Hongyu had indeed suffered heavy losses during his first encounter with the British. Dozens had died in the battle, and a significant number of genetics had deserted. The problem was, he clearly remembered fewer genetics dying in battle. Even if he had eliminated those who feigned death, there wouldn't have been that many. Finally, Zhao Hongyu considered using the space-time trader to count the deserters as losses. This thought relieved him. Indeed, deserters could be counted as losses. There was nothing wrong with it. 84 losses, the result of a single battle. It seemed that losing people would cause one's civil affairs rank to drop. Fortunately, there was still some time to replenish the population, which was a relatively good thing. It seems the time trader isn't such a bummer after all. Zhao Hongyu was satisfied with the time trader's condition of giving him time to replenish this population. Aside from the loss of 84 people, Zhao Hongyu's attributes remained unchanged. How are you? Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He'd been most afraid of the time trader malfunctioning. After relaxing, Zhao Hongyu opened his virtual account on the time trader. After checking it, he discovered he still had over 1 million yuan remaining. Over 1 million yuan, at most, could only buy 2 genetic humans. To replenish 84, this amount was far from enough. And Black Bear's suggestion to get more goods was something Zhao Hongyu took to heart. Black Bear's advice wasn't without reason. Now that the Mohicans had regained their purchasing power through trade, there were bound to be some goods they could trade for. Every Mohican household now had rice, erguo tau, and pickled mustard greens. It can be said that these products can only be sold in a steady stream in the short term. Expecting that kind of explosive purchasing power enthusiasm is obviously unrealistic. Unless Zhao Hongyu can come up with new products. But the problem is that if he wants to come up with new products, he must invest. But if he invests, he doesn't have enough money now. At the same time, he still has a big gap here, and he needs to fill 84 quotas of people. Zhao Hongyu sighed. He didn't know whether this battle was worth it. Just as he was daydreaming, the curtain of the tent was lifted, and Wang Shan and Song Hu walked in. "Chief, the prisoners have been arranged," Song Hu said to Zhao Hongyu as soon as he walked in. "You know what? The Mohican shackle is really effective. Those British have settled down, and we don't have to worry about them causing any big trouble." Song Hu was very satisfied with the shackle provided by the Mohicans. Nonsense. With their necks and arms restrained, 15 men were tied to a wooden pole. With no power to exert, what else could they do besides behaving obediently? While this neck shackle is ancient, you have to admit it's quite useful. Song Hu, you can't rest tonight. We need to get that ship back from the sea overnight. With it, we can study it and see if we can replicate it. Aren't there carpenters among our captives? Putting aside the daunting issues of recruiting and investing in new products, Zhao Hongyu brought up the Mayflower, the captive's ship. The mention of it stirred in Zhao Hongyu's heart. With this ship, he could do so many things. He could go to Europe, or even return to China. At the very least, he could use it for ocean trade. Many possibilities flashed through Zhao Hongyu's mind. Song Hu nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take my men south tonight and make the Mayflower ours." "But, Chief, we don't know how to operate that ship," Song Hu said to Zhao Hongyu with a bitter look on his face. Song Hu was right. Operating a ship in 1620 was not so easy. You see those ships sailing on the ocean and cutting through the waves in the movies, and it seems easy, but it would be troublesome if you really had to do it yourself. The complicated cables and the sails were so complicated that it could drive people crazy. Compared to the ships of the 21st century, operating a ship of this era was really troublesome. But when you think about it, even operating a ship of the 21st century was not so easy. You have to memorize all the buttons, and you have to be able to read the radar images and the various icons. It's not something that can be done by just fiddling with the steering wheel. Take that fellow named Chelsea with you. He's a handy man, but he's done all the ship work. Aside from being a captain, he knows quite a bit. Zhao Hongao immediately thought of Chelsea. A few more sailors? Should I take them with me? Song Hu asked, remembering the few sailors among the captives. Zhao Hongao shook his head. These sailors are too fierce. Bringing them along will inevitably lead to some mistakes. Chelsea's timid, so we can just take him. Okay, Chief. I'll go make the arrangements right away. I wonder how many men you want me to take. Song Hu nodded in response. Zhao Hongao thought for a moment and said, leave the injured Janet behind. Select 30 men and 30 women from the camp to accompany you. Leave over 40 men in the camp, and 50 anarchists will be more than enough. Remember, bring the ship to the beach outside our camp. The British anchored their ship just south of the coast, while Zhao Hongao and his men established their camp in the southwest bay. Therefore, Zhao Hongao had to have Song Hu bring the boat to the camp. A few hundred meters west of the site lay Manhattan's inner bay, a natural harbor. Zhao Hongao had established his camp there precisely for this reason. Song Hu took his orders and left, while Wang Shan asked, Captain, can we begin the capture of those deserters? We must capture them quickly and bring them to justice. 7 or 8 hours had passed since the day's battle, and it was already night. Those who had fled during the day's fighting hadn't returned to the camp. Apparently, they knew their fate as deserters would be catastrophic. So, they dispersed and hid on Manhattan Island. Unfortunately, Manhattan Island is small, only a little over 50 square kilometers. Without boats, the deserters had no way of escaping. While they might be able to hide for a while, they certainly couldn't hide forever. Begin the capture immediately. I want everyone to know there's no good outcome for deserters. Having made his decision that day, Zhao Hongao wouldn't relent. While this would cost him the money he spent on cultivating the geneticists, it would also undoubtedly deter the surviving geneticists. It would show them that there were laws in place. Take 15 Anachi warriors with you, they're skilled at tracking. The guards geneticists should stay, after all, they're all wounded. Wang Shan nodded and turned to leave. Zhao Hongao once again activated his space-time trader. He pondered for a moment, then glanced at his product list. It seemed time to develop new products while accompanying the geneticists. Only by maintaining the Indians' enthusiasm for my products could I maintain my income. With income, I could have the strength to protect myself. Although the Mohicans had begun trading with neighboring tribes, this wasn't a long-term solution. All their wealth would be exploited by Zhao Hongao and the Mohicans, and the purchasing power of the surrounding tribes would decline. What would happen then? Zhao Hongao could easily imagine it. War. Yes, war was inevitable at that point. But Zhao Hongao had already prepared a plan for dealing with it. In Zhao Hongao's view, war was either directed against a Mohegan tribe or against the outside world. Therefore, Zhao Hongao would, at an opportune moment, have Black Bear instill this sentiment in the surrounding tribes, encouraging them to attack the others. This strategy was inspired by the British. Humph, if they could use such tactics, why couldn't I? Conscience is important, but it depends on the time. Zhao Hongao allocated a full $1 million of the remaining over $1 million to purchase matchlock rifles. The remaining money was reserved for emergencies. According to his instructions, the rifles were all transported by the trading machine to a large tent nearby, which had previously served as a warehouse. While Zhao Hongao didn't have the capacity to develop new products for the time being, he expected the matchlock rifles to be highly attractive to the surrounding tribes. The Mohegan tribe, combined with the surrounding tribes, numbered over 300,000 people. If 1/3 of the men there each had a matchlock rifle, that would fetch 100,000 rifles. This represented a huge market. Besides, Zhao Hongao's matchlock gun was very cheap, only costing 1,000 RMB. The main reason for its low price was that the counterfeit organization used some inferior materials. Chapter 79 Delusion. 1,000 yuan is indeed incredibly cheap. A matchlock gun's primary components are a wooden barrel and an iron barrel. While its technological sophistication wouldn't be considered a dime a dozen in the 21st century, in 1620, it would have been considered a truly high-tech product. Zhao Hongao's copycat Umbrella Research Institute hadn't invested in it yet. The matchlock gun Zhao Hongyu purchased was a product of their own, so the shabby Umbrella Institute had forged a barrel from inferior iron pipe. Furthermore, the wooden barrel wasn't made from a single piece of lumber. Instead, it was made from compacted and glued sawdust, then coated with lacquer. Strictly speaking, the wooden barrels Zhao Hongyu sold were made from various sawdust fragments. If this were true in the 21st century, people would definitely criticize him. The problem was that Zhao Hongyu was in America in 1620, and the buyers of his matchlock guns were Native Americans. They couldn't discern any flaws with the matchlocks, they looked the same. Even with the naked eye, Zhao Hongyu's matchlocks were far superior to those sold by the white people. In other words, they looked better, more attractive, and more appealing than the white people's. This wasn't surprising, even knockoffs were products of the 21st century. Add to that the bizarre existence of the Umbrella Company, and it would be a disaster if these matchlocks didn't look good. Born in the 1980s, Zhao Hongyu knew full well that knockoffs looked just as good as the originals, and in some cases, even outperformed them. However, the matchlocks Zhao Hongyu was selling had some drawbacks. The barrels would wear out with frequent use, and the wooden frames would fall apart. After all, knockoffs were knockoffs. But looking at the other side of the coin, there was a tangible benefit for Zhao Hongyu. If the guns broke, the Indians would buy new ones. This effectively boosted Zhao Hongyu's business. The only thing Zhao Hongyu needed to worry about was how to provide a convincing explanation for any gun failures. Clearly, however, Zhao Hongyu had no need to worry about this. Compared to the 1,620 matchlock rifles, while the sawdust-made barrels were unreliable, the barrels were far superior to those of other European arquebuses of the era. Furthermore, arquebuses manufactured in Europe at the time were prone to bursting and other accidents, resulting in a high breakage rate. Therefore, any minor mishaps or damage to Zhao Hongyu's arquebuses made sense. After all, wasn't that the case with other arquebuses? 1 million RMB for 1,000 arquebuses. In a firearms market populated by 100,000 people, a mere 1,000 arquebuses was a drop in the bucket. Furthermore, gunpowder and lead, the most profitable commodities in the firearms trade, were the most profitable items. Zhao Hongyu walked out of his tent and approached a massive warehouse built nearby. Standing outside, he lifted the curtain and peeked inside. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see a thing. He called a genetiler for a torch, and finally, by its light, he could see a little better. 1,000 muskets were neatly laid out inside the tent, along with dozens of large wooden barrels, neatly stacked on one side. Next to the barrels lay dozens of sacks. Zhao Hongyu gestured for the genetiler to wait outside. He was worried the barrels might contain black powder, so he didn't dare let the torch-bearing genetiler follow him inside. If anything went wrong, he'd be in for a plane crash. The genetiler stood outside the tent, and Zhao Hongyu walked over. He stopped beside the barrels, and the pungent smell of gunpowder assaulted his nostrils. Ahem. It's black powder. Zhao Hongyu took in the pungent smell and thought to himself. He roughly counted and found no fewer than 20 large wooden barrels, similar to those used to store wine. Each barrel held 200 kilograms of black powder, so there must be at least 2 tons of black powder here. 2 tons of black powder, we have to be careful. If it explodes, Zhao Hongyu, who lives nearby, will have no chance of survival. I'll have someone keep a close eye on this place later. I have to explain everything, Zhao Hongyu thought to himself. He slowly walked to the side where the sacks were piled and kicked them. Clatter, the sacks seemed to be filled with a lot of small objects, and the kick made a loud noise. Zhao Hongyu bent down and found the opening of the sacks. He opened it and took a look in the dim light. Wow, a lot of lead. Round, fingernail-sized pieces of lead were piled inside. Zhao Hongyu reached in, grabbed a handful, examined it, and then threw the lead back. He tied a sack, turned, and walked outside the tent. He said to the waiting Janet, inform everyone, assign 6 people to guard this warehouse. 2 people in each group, each taking 8-hour shifts. Pay special attention to fire prevention. There are 2 tons of black powder in there. The Janet's face darkened when Zhao Hongyu mentioned black powder. Okay, Chief. I'll get someone right away. This Janet was one of the ones who stayed behind at the camp, possessing an independent personality and intelligent thinking. Therefore, he fully understood the significance of 2 tons of black powder and understood why the chief was so serious and nervous. 2 tons of black powder, no one could afford to be careless. If something went wrong, It would be a disaster. Soon, the Genet returned with 5 other Genets. I'll leave this place to you. Be sure to guard the warehouse carefully. The matchlocks, gunpowder, and lead in here are all destined for the Mohicans and surrounding Indian tribes. Be extremely careful, Zhao Hongai repeated his earnest instructions. The 6 Genets nodded solemnly. The Gene Man who had followed Zhao Hongaiyu earlier, holding a torch, now had nothing in his hands. He didn't dare approach with a torch. As Zhao Hongaiyu finished speaking, he spoke. Chief, your residence is too close to the warehouse. This is extremely dangerous. We hope you'll move to a different tent and not live near the warehouse anymore. Zhao Hongaiyu knew the dangers of living so close to the warehouse. He simply couldn't move because the space-time trader required distance for both receiving and delivering goods, forcing him to live closer to the warehouse at times. However, Zhao Hongaiyu had to carefully consider the Gene Man's advice. After a moment's thought, he nodded and replied, Yes, I will move, but not until tomorrow. It's late now, where else can I move? He shrugged helplessly, a look of deep frustration on his face. Then, Zhao Hongaiyu ignored the Gene Man, walked to his tent, lifted the curtain, and walked inside. To receive and sell goods to the space-time trader, one must ensure that the goods belong to them and are within a 20-meter radius of their body. Purchasing goods from the space-time trader and then specifying a delivery location requires a radius of 200 meters. These are issues that must be considered. Zhao Hongaiyu entered his tent, sighed deeply, and muttered softly. He lay on the thick bearskin, his hands tucked behind his head, gazing at the starry night sky through the tent's roof vents, pondering what he would do with the Mayflower once Song Hu returned. Going to Europe? It was an option, but implementing it was daunting. First, they had no experience sailing long distances, and Zhao Hongai was a bit afraid, so that option was off the table for now. At least, Zhao Hongaiyu felt it was not an option until he had purchased a suitable ship from the space-time trader. As for taking this ship to the Ming Dynasty, that was a much longer voyage and would involve greater dangers. So it was out of the question. Zhao Hongaiyu dismissed all his previous fantasies. People, you better be realistic. Maybe I can send the Mayflower by sea to the largest settlement along the Virginia coast. Then, I could fabricate an identity for myself and buy slaves from the British. After much thought, Zhao Hongaiyu decided that using the Mayflower to contact the largest British encampment in Virginia and establish connections to do some business would be a viable option. Besides the British, he could also send the Mayflower to Central and South America. The Spanish, Dutch, French, and Portuguese all had cities and colonies along the Caribbean coast, operating for over 100 years. There must be some wealth there. With luck, he might even receive some Inca gold antiques. Selling them at gold prices would be a huge loss, but if Zhao Hongaiyu sold them to the trader as antiques, he'd be making a lot of money. Besides, if he wanted to buy those gold utensils and masks, he'd definitely pay the gold price. The profit involved. Thinking about it, Zhao Hongaiyu couldn't help but curl his lips. I'm such a genius. I even dreamed up a deal like this. What a genius. Zhao Hongaiyu gloated narcissistically. Besides being able to do business with those Europeans, I could also gain intelligence on them. And while dealing with them, I could get a glimpse into the unsophisticated nature of the Europeans of this era. That would be much more enjoyable than watching a movie. Unconsciously, Zhao Hongaiyu fell into his own delusion. While daydreaming, he forgot one thing, that there were many pirates in the Caribbean, dividing line the salty sea breeze blew in. Song Hu, along with the geneticists, escorted Chelsea to the beach where the British had landed. Wow! Wow! The water lapped against the sand, and the stars in the sky cast a silver glow, shimmering on the sea. Even without torches, visibility was still high. Led by Chelsea, Song Hu and his men found the landing boat. Sir, our landing ship is behind that reef. Chelsea bowed with a flattering look on her face and looked up at Song Hu slightly. At the same time, she raised her right hand and pointed to a reef on the beach and said to him, Chapter 80. The setting is a bit tricky. Under Chelsea's guidance, Song Hu and his men towed the ship free from behind the reef. Then, he and his men boarded the small boat and paddled out to sea towards the Mayflower. Captain Leslie had been careless during the day, leaving no crew aboard. Therefore, Song Hu and his men didn't have to worry about encountering resistance or fighting, making the boarding process easy. The boat approached the Mayflower and slowly approached the hull. Several ropes were draped over the hull for climbing. Song Hu and his men climbed aboard the Mayflower, experiencing firsthand the feel of the 1620s ocean-going vessel. The Mayflower's sails had been furled before Leslie and his men landed in Manhattan. Even with the sails furled, the ship still rocked slightly with the water, producing a creaking sound. This is the characteristic sound of a wooden ship, and a reflection of the craftsmanship of the era. Now, you will stay on the ship with us. I will be the captain of this ship, and you will be my second in command. Song-Hu walked around the deck and then stopped, grinning at Chelsea with his white teeth. Song-Hu's English was a little halting, but Chelsea could understand what he was saying through Song-Hu's expression and some guesses, so there was no need to worry about communication problems. Second in command? That would be your lieutenant, which is an important position. Chelsea could not believe that this barbarian would let him be an official. He seemed a little excited at the moment, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Don't be so excited, as long as you teach us how to operate this ship. In the future, our emperor will dispatch a large army from afar to organize a fleet. By then, as my second in command, it will not be difficult for you to become the captain of a warship. Song-Hu has been with Zhao Hongyu for quite some time, and he also knows a little about deceiving and lying. I am willing to serve the empire. Chelsea, originally a beggar, had lived a life of hardship and wandering, experiencing the warmth and coldness of human nature. Although taken aboard by Leslie, he saw her as little more than a free laborer. In this era, the concept of nation-states was still very vague on the European continent, and the aristocracy still held strong power. The consolidation of imperial power and the popularization of the nation-state only began in the late 17th century. Therefore, although Chelsea was British, he held no loyalty to the Queen. The European people of this era were quintessentially loyal to whoever fed them. With sufficient wealth, benefits, and status, betrayal was not out of the question. But Chelsea was no fool. He understood that to obtain the information the native had to offer, he had to perform well. He had also made inquiries along the way. According to the native, they came from the distant East hundreds of years ago, descendants of a powerful empire, forced to flee to this land by the Mongols. Furthermore, unlike the locals, they possessed their own unique culture and intellectual heritage. Song. That was the name of their empire. Although Chelsea was young, he seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. Oh, yes, it seems the captain had bought a book in Marseilles called The Travels of Marco Polo that contained this description. If you ask why he knew this, it's because Captain Leslie would often tell them stories from the book on deck. That's how he got this impression. A land paved with gold. A land of wealth overflowing with spices and precious metals, a kingdom to be longed for. Chelsea's face showed envy and longing, with a hint of respect. It was like a refugee from war in the 21st century meeting an American citizen. And the American citizen promised them that they could escape the suffering of slavery and become an American citizen. Chelsea was now like that miserable slave, while Song-Hu was, needless to say, a handsome, wealthy American citizen. Don't underestimate us. Although we are stranded here, we are still very powerful. Our empire is located in the heart of this continent, with a population of 30 million. There are dozens of large cities and millions of soldiers. The boastful ones always need to be boasted, and Song-Hu boasts even more than Zhao Hongyu. God has mercy on him. Zhao Hongyu only has 220 men with him now, and he lost 84 men during the day. If you count the slaves and the Anachi warriors, does Zhao Hongyu have 500 men? Song-Hu, on the other hand, talks about 30 million people in a blink of an eye. 30 million people. The combined population of the British Isles at that time was probably not that large. Moreover, Ireland had not yet been conquered, so whether it was considered British territory was still a matter of debate. It had not yet merged with Scotland, and Britain was not as powerful as it would be in later generations. Raising his hand and gently patting Chelsea's shoulder, Song-Hu smiled and said, "This was the domain of our Majesty when he was a prince. You were unlucky enough to stumble into it, and that's why you've ended up like this. But it seems to be a good thing for you. You know, as a citizen, you'll enjoy many benefits." Song-Hu painted a long, promising picture, filling Chelsea with hope for the future. "As my second in command, you'll receive 3 ounces of gold a month as salary." With these words, Song-Hu headed for the captain's cabin. 3 ounces of gold. Chelsea pinched his face hard, feeling as if he were in a dream. These Song people not only didn't take him as a prisoner, but also wanted him to be the ship's second in command, with a salary of 3 ounces of gold. Remember, when Leslie was still alive, he only earned 15 shillings a month. Of course, Leslie provided him with food and lodging, so 15 shillings was still a generous salary. But compared to 3 ounces of gold, 15 shillings was far too little. Britain at this time was not on the gold standard, but rather on a silver standard. The coins circulating in the market were actual silver coins. Gold coins were not invented until later. Although Britain had defeated Spain, it was not yet as powerful as it had been in the 18th and 19th centuries. Most of the gold was in the hands of Spain, Portugal, and the Netherlands. Britain's rise was only nominal. In reality, it was still a weakling. Chelsea's monthly salary of 15 shillings was actually less than £1. Remember, £1 in this era was equivalent to 20 shillings. So, how much purchasing power did this pound have? 8 shillings could buy a bushel of oats. Note, a bushel is a unit of measurement, equivalent to approximately 25 kilograms, varying between countries. A British bushel is 27 kilograms. 15 shillings could only buy 2 bushels of oats. 100 kilograms of oats would only keep you from starving. At this time, prices in Britain were incredibly high, making the people miserable. The root cause was the discovery of the New World and the continuous flow of gold into Europe, which led to skyrocketing prices across the continent and the British Isles. Britain's own overseas colonial expansion and the Industrial Revolution further exacerbated the price hike. By 1620, British prices had soared 6-fold compared to a decade earlier, a truly horrific phenomenon. Enclosures and the practice of sheep-eating people were taking place during this era. Unfortunately, Song Hu wasn't very familiar with this, his historical knowledge being limited. Even if he knew about this period, he likely wouldn't have had much interest in it. Overall, 3 ounces of gold was enough for Chelsea to live a life of luxury. This translates to a salary of approximately £30, 600 shillings. Such a salary was almost equivalent to that of a small landowner in England, so what could Chelsea be dissatisfied with? Thank you, Captain. I will do my best. Chelsea quickly changed his identity. Furthermore, as a captive of Song Hu and his men, he was bound to cooperate with them no matter what, not to mention the salary. Next, at Song Hu's request, Chelsea began teaching the genets how to operate the vessel. Song Hu then entered the captain's cabin at the stern. Pull this rope, it controls the sail at the top of this mast. Chelsea's voice echoed behind Song Hu as he entered the cabin. Time passed quickly, like fleeting clouds. Within 2 weeks, Wang Shan had captured and executed all the deserters hiding across Manhattan Island. This capture process was invaluable thanks to the assistance of the Anunnaki, who were truly exceptional at tracking. Thanks to their help, every deserter was apprehended. Initially, many female genets protested Zhao Hongayu's decision to execute the deserters. They accused him of disregarding human rights and life. Zhao Hongayu, infuriated by these, wanted to slap them in the face. That day, the last batch of deserters were brought to the execution site, and the genets gathered around them. Chief, can't we really give them a chance? They're human beings too, after all. Even if they make mistakes, we should give them a chance, a female genet spoke up, followed by a flurry of chatter from the others. She had been nagging Zhao Hongyu about human rights, to the point where Zhao Hongyu even wondered if this female genet was actually part of a human rights organization. The problem was, using the genet cultivation function within the spacetime trader, it was impossible to cultivate even members of a human rights organization, right? That was clearly a bit too far-fetched. Zhao Hongyu felt the spacetime trader was a bit of a scam. Chapter 81 European and American Brainless Fans. Human rights. You're talking to me about human rights. Why aren't you talking to the British, the French, the Spanish, and the Portuguese about human rights? Are you crazy? Don't you understand what this is, you idiots? Zhao Hongyu, who had been holding back, finally erupted at this moment. Do you know how many comrades died because of their escape? A genie soldier who had participated in the battle and stood firm with Song Hu to the end, looked at the female genies with disdain and shouted in agreement. Zhao Hongyu's shout, and the soldier's echo, silenced the chattering genie girls. Wang Shan walked over, grabbed the girl who had been causing trouble, and dragged her away. After the girl was dragged away, the remaining genie girls, without their leader, exchanged glances and fell silent again. What are you doing? Why are you arresting me? You're being unreasonable. The girl, held by Wang Shan, twisted her body and screamed. Unfortunately, Wang Shan ignored her. You'll talk about it later. Save some energy for now. I'm from the Internal Investigations Department, and I need your assistance." Wang Shan spoke to the girl with a cold face, then dragged her into her tent. The execution begins. Zhao Hongyu took a deep breath, then turned away, ignoring the women. It's not that human rights can't be discussed, but it depends on the issue and the people involved. When we establish our country, I'll certainly talk about human rights, and I'll preach to those Europeans. I'll tell them not to offend our citizens, but talking about human rights to these deserters now is just idiotic. I don't know why that girl keeps talking about human rights to me. I hope Wang Shan can get a rough idea. Zhao Hongyu closed his eyes. Several deserters knelt on the ground. The executioners raised their machetes high and swung them down with all their might. Woo! Puff! A gurgling sound, blood sprayed from the necks, and the deserters' heads tumbled to the ground. See clearly, no one will desert from now on. This is the fate of deserters. You may die in battle, but you must not be executed for desertion. The surviving genetic human warriors who had experienced a previous battle marched up to the execution platform and shouted loudly. After the execution, Zhao Hongyu stepped down. Educating those naive young genetic human men and women would be the responsibility of the soldiers who had experienced a previous battle. He now wanted to go to Wang Shan to see what the genetic human woman was thinking. Since the girl always talked to him about human rights, she must have her reasons. This wasn't the first time. Deeply puzzled, Zhao Hongyu approached the tent where Wang Shan was interrogating the girl. He lifted the curtain and walked in. "Well, did she tell me?" Zhao Hongyu asked after entering. Wang Shan nodded. "I did, but I don't think you'd want to hear her reasons, Chief." Wang Shan's expression was not good. Glancing at the pale-faced Jin girl, Wang Shan stood up and said to her, "Think carefully. No matter how much you admire white people, you're still in 1620, not the 21st century. White people of this era aren't that tall, compared to you, they're just plain rustic. Of course, if you truly prefer this, I won't force it. There are quite a few men among the British captives. Perhaps you could choose one to date, but I must warn you, they're far from the elegant and romantic you imagine." As he spoke, Wang Shan approached Zhao Hongyu, tilting his head in a gesture. The two men then left the tent. Zhao Hongyu, upon hearing Wang Shan's words as he approached, was deeply puzzled. "What did you mean by that?" Zhao Hongyu asked, perplexed, as they stood outside the tent. "Alice." Wang Shan sighed, a strange expression on his face. Two male Jin people, carrying the Jin girl, emerged from the tent. "Think about it carefully. If all else fails, spend some time with the captives and you'll see if I'm right." Wang Shan waved his hand, ignoring the girl. "Chief, you know what? This is a girl who's completely obsessed with foreign things. In her eyes, anything white is good, and everything is a treasure, including human rights." Hearing Wang Shan's words, Zhao Hongyu completely understood. So, she was a die-hard fan of Europe and America. No way. How could genetically engineered humans produce such a person? Isn't this ridiculous? And is their loyalty to me fake? Zhao Hongyu found it unbelievable. Wang Shan picked up his Indian pipe, stuffed it with a little tobacco, lit it, and took a deep drag. After exhaling a cloud of green smoke, Wang Shan said helplessly, "Chief, there are many things beyond our control. Our loyalty is real, but it only proves that we can't betray you. It doesn't mean we can't do anything else." Then, Wang Shan brought up the recent battle with the British. During that battle, some of the genetics, with a loyalty of 124, deserted. However, Zhao Hongyu hadn't noticed that, despite some desertions, none of them ultimately surrendered. After all, isn't surrender more convenient and advantageous than desertion? There must be some reason behind the genetics' decision to flee rather than surrender. Zhao Hongyu simply hadn't considered this, but that didn't mean others wouldn't. As Zhao Hongyu's most loyal lackey, a devoted follower, and someone who aspired to be Zhao Hongyu's future ally in bullying men and women, Wang Shan had to consider this. Meanwhile, Wang Shan finally found the answer in the girl who constantly demanded human rights. "What's going on here?" Zhao Hongyu's interest piqued. He took the pipe from Wang Shan and took a puff. The Indian tobacco was good, laced with a little marijuana. While this would be illegal in modern times, it wasn't forbidden back then. The Indian tribesmen all smoke this kind of marijuana-laced tobacco. It's precisely because of their loyalty that they can't betray you, but they're afraid, so they choose to desert rather than surrender. Also, because of this girl's loyalty, she can only protest instead of joining forces with others to overthrow you. Wang Shan revealed the truth. Zhao Hongai was mortified. According to you, if I didn't have those 124 points of loyalty, I might have been overthrown, Wang Shan shrugged. That's how it should be. You know, when a leader fails to satisfy everyone, the people will inevitably overthrow him. And your leader doesn't have an overwhelming force to suppress the rebellion. Any suggestions? Zhao Hongai had never encountered such a situation before, and he had no experience dealing with it. So he could only ask Wang Shan for advice, hoping to see if he had any suggestions. Wang Shan thought for a moment and replied, going forward, genetic people like the guards must be cultivated at a 1:1 ratio. They are your most powerful armed force, chief, and will never betray you. Those with independent personalities must also be cultivated, as they will be the foundation of your rise, and they will become talented individuals in all walks of life. Wang Shan expressed his thoughts. Zhao Hongai pondered and felt that Wang Shan's words made sense. While genetic people with independent personalities have their shortcomings, they are ultimately no different from ordinary people. It is precisely because of these behavioral patterns that they are destined to be creative. Perhaps in the future, among them will emerge self-sustaining creators and scientists. This is something the dull guards cannot compare to. Everything has its pros and cons. We must not only see the negative side, but also the positive side. The reason why humans ultimately became the most powerful creatures on Earth is because of their creative behavioral patterns. This is crucial. You're right. These genetic people, endowed with independent personalities and intelligence, have weaknesses, but they also possess strengths. Zhao Hongai nodded. It's just that my method was a little flawed. I didn't position them correctly. That's my fault, Chief. Don't blame yourself, Wang Shan quickly consoled him. I hadn't considered this before, and I only recently thought of it. Through his conversation with Wang Shan, Zhao Hongai suddenly grasped a lot of truths. It's not without reason that these genetic people, bred by the system, have various flaws. They're just like normal people, with their own flaws. Think about it, who in real life dares to claim to be perfect? The same is true for genetic people, for they are exact replicas of real people. Personality, behavior, mental processes, even their knowledge and experiences, they're all identical. He tapped his pipe and dumped the ash onto the ground. Wang Shan cast his gaze toward the busy figures not far away. They were the British captives and the Indian slaves Black Bear had given Zhao Hongai, hauling timber drifting from the sea onto Manhattan Beach. After they felled the trees, they dragged them to shore and into the sea. The Mohicans then paddled their canoes to haul the timber to Manhattan. Zhao Hongai had also seized several saws from the British, which significantly sped up the logging process. The increased manpower also increased the daily volume of timber shipped to Manhattan Island. It seems we won't be long before we can say goodbye to our yurt life. Wang Shan changed the subject and said to Zhao Hongai with a smile. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82, Sailing, Ocean, My Dream. Despite possessing the space-time trader, Zhao Hongai couldn't purchase many goods from it. If he needed more, he would need to continuously invest in his own research facility. Zhao Hongai was now far stronger than when he first arrived on this continent in this era. Back then, he was alone, and even survival was a severe challenge. Now, Zhao Hongai was different. He commanded over 100 genetically modified individuals, over 300 Indian slaves, and over 300 British prisoners. Also, 50 Anachi Indian warriors pledged their allegiance, making them significantly stronger than before. After the last war, these 50 Anachi were completely loyal to Zhao Hongai. Their loyalty was simple: Zhao Hongai could lead them in the fight against the white people. It was for this single reason that 50 Anachi warriors, along with their families, over 200 people in total, pledged their allegiance to Zhao Hongai. This reason seemed somewhat bizarre and even a bit ridiculous to others. But for the Anachi, it came from the depths of their souls. The Indians finally swore not to betray easily. So, after the Anachi swore on the souls and names of their ancestors, Zhao Hongai accepted them. The current population of the Song state was less than 500, excluding slaves, a far cry from the 100,000 people Zhao Hongai had boasted about. This number was even further short of the tens of millions Song who had boasted to Chelsea. However, Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan believed that with gradual development, these numbers would eventually be achievable. After all, the Americas were rich in resources, the Europeans had exploited them for 100 years and still couldn't fully exploit them. Could Zhao Hongyu, after 100 years of exploiting these resources, not build an empire of tens of millions? That was too much of a disregard for Zhao Hongyu. Harder. Don't even think of slacking off. Snap. An Anachi warrior swung his cowhide whip, lashing it hard at a British captive struggling to pull a log. The strong whip left a long, bloody mark on his body. After a while, the blood that had seeped from the bloodstain slowly began to flow. The Anachi warrior's face was thick with amusement. His eyes were cold, devoid of any emotion. Their hatred for the white people was truly immense. They had to thank His Majesty, the Great Lord, for allowing them the Anachi to abuse the white people. It felt so good to whip these white people. All the British prisoners, male or female, and even children, had to work. Zhao Hongyu hadn't wanted to be so ruthless at first. After all, men and women could work, and children didn't have to suffer so much. However, Wang Shan's words dispelled his reluctance. Chief, don't forget. In this era, even children in Europe could go to war. It was Wang Shan's words that dispelled Zhao Hongyu's reluctance. Indeed, these children could pick up swords and go to the battlefield to fight the enemy. The 30 Years' War raged across Europe, and children filled the battlefields. Indian slaves and British captives totaled over 600, almost 700. With so many slaves in hand, Zhao Hongyu began his construction plan. He had originally planned to sell lumber, but the daily logs felled were too few, so he preferred to use them for camp construction. Furthermore, transporting the lumber from the Mohican camp to Manhattan Island was a significant hassle. This was why Zhao Hongyu temporarily abandoned the idea of selling lumber. After all, the forests were there, they wouldn't disappear on their own. Once he could develop a saw, a chainsaw, and transportation, he could profit from the lumber indefinitely. But right now, that wasn't possible. Fortunately, while lumber wasn't an option, gold mining was a promising source of income. Currently, through trade with surrounding Indian tribes, along with the sale of matchlock muskets, black powder, lead, rice, and daily necessities like erguo tao, Chinese erguo tao, Zhao Hongyu was able to generate a steady income. The Mohawk gold mining women also contributed a significant amount of gold daily. Adding all this together, Zhao Hongyu could earn a little over $1,000,000 a day. Compared to the modern multinational corporations, $1,000,000 a day wouldn't be much of a sight, especially in RMB. But for Zhao Hongyu, it was a very respectable income. What could one do with $1,000,000? 2 genetics. Saving up for 3 days, it could be used for an investment. The 50 Anunnaki warriors became managers of the slaves. They had no objection to this arrangement and were even delighted. It allowed them to abuse the white people. Of course, they wouldn't abuse them for no reason. After all, they had a job to do, a job for their leader. The Anunnaki warriors understood this. For a full fortnight, the wooden huts on Manhattan Island rose neatly from the ground. While only a skeleton remained standing and not yet fully constructed, it was enough to make Zhao Hongyu happy. Why haven't Song Hu and the others returned yet? They've been gone for half a month. Zhao Hongyu's voice caused Wang Shan to withdraw his gaze. Putting his pipe into his pocket, Wang Shan said, "They need to learn the maneuvering style and all the operational knowledge. They have to learn it all over again, so it's impossible to learn it all quickly. I wonder how many guns the Mayflower has, and what its combat effectiveness is." Zhao Hongyu raised his hand and touched his chin. Hearing this, Wang Shan smiled and said, "The Mayflower's combat effectiveness shouldn't be overestimated. After all, it's not a combat ship. It's probably used for commercial purposes or to transport goods and slaves. So, you might be disappointed, Chief." Zhao Hongyu curled his lips and said, "As the saying goes, having a ship is always better than having no ship at all. Once Song Hu and the others have learned how to operate the sails and can sail the Mayflower, I plan to have them visit the European settlements along the Caribbean coast." "Oh, why is that, Chief?" Wang Shan asked curiously. Zhao Hongyu then spoke his mind. "Wang Shan, I'm thinking there's still a very lucrative business to be had in Central America. Although the Incas were conquered, their exquisite gold masks could be sold as antiques. Rather than having them melted down by the Spanish and turned into gold ingots, which would be a waste, I'd rather have them." The thought of the Spanish melting down those gold masks and turning them into gold ingots pained Zhao Hongyu deeply. To Zhao Hongyu, a small gold mask was worth more than 30 or 40 times its weight in gold. Chief, that's a great idea. This deal is certainly viable. I just don't know what the people in the Caribbean need, and whether our wares can be sold. Wang Shan's eyes lit up when Zhao Hongyu said this. Yes, this is indeed a lucrative business. Antiques are everywhere these days, so it's no exaggeration to say they're picking up a fortune. But the problem is, they don't have much of their wares. What if people don't need them? Hearing this, Zhao Hongyu smiled and said, that's a concern. Food is always scarce, no matter the era. I plan to trade it for the wealth of the Caribbean, and it's very feasible. Seeing Zhao Hongyu's confident expression, Wang Shan couldn't help but become curious. Chief, why are you so confident? Zhao Hongyu smiled. You know, the European settlements near the Caribbean are also short of food. And they also need to supply food to mainland Europe, so there's no shortage of markets for our food. During the 30 Years' War on the European continent, how many people were still farming? They had very little land. Zhao Hongyu knew a little about this period of history, and while there were significant discrepancies, the facts were not significantly wrong. Ships. Ships. There are ships. Suddenly, the sentry on duty came running from a distance, shouting loudly that a ship was slowly sailing from the south. Huh. Zhao Hongyu clapped his hands excitedly. I was just talking about this guy. I can't believe he's back. It's been half a month, and I've been thinking he'd be back for a while now. Seeing his leader's excitement, Wang Shan felt a surge of excitement. Chief, should we go greet him? Zhao Hongyu started walking, saying, I want to go aboard and see what it's like to sail on a wooden ship. This is an ocean-going ship from 1620. I've only seen it in movies before. Zhao Hongyu's excitement caught Wang Shan off guard. Little did he know that his leader harbored a long-held dream of sailing. Technically, Zhao Hongyu was a bit of an angry young man, though he didn't usually show it. For Zhao Hongyu, it was a great pity that China missed out on the great maritime adventures of history. Whenever he thought about it, he felt a pity for China. Sometimes he wished he could be part of the age of exploration, sailing a ship and competing against the Europeans on the oceans. Of course, this was just his youthful thought, hidden deep within his heart after entering society, never to be revealed again. Zhao Hongyu could never have imagined that he would have the misfortune to arrive in the turbulent era of 1620. If he had worked hard, he might have been able to fulfill his dream. Now, the Mayflower had brought to light a long-buried thought within Zhao Hongyu, and how could he not be excited? Just as he turned east of the tent, Zhao Hongyu spotted a sailboat with 3 masts, each with 3 sails, approaching on the sea, following the north wind. This isn't a movie, this isn't a movie. Sailboat. Ocean. Here I come. Zhao Hongyu's face flushed with excitement, and he muttered excitedly as he gazed at the Mayflower. Standing behind Zhao Hongyu, Wang Shan smiled at his leader. Well, it's nice to make the leader happy, otherwise, his life would be too depressing. Chapter 83, Not for now, then continue training. Yo-ho-ho, Song-hu, standing at the bow, waved his arms and shouted loudly to the shore. Song-hu was actually very excited at this moment. This was his first time operating such an ancient sailboat and sailing on the open sea. For Song-hu, it was a truly unique experience. Under Chelsea's command, dozens of geneticists tugged at the ropes, slowly turning the sails to harness the wind's power to turn the ship. With Chelsea, Song-hu had a lot of free time. All the operational knowledge and techniques were handed over to Chelsea to teach everyone, and all Song-hu had to do was quietly observe everyone's work. Of course, as Song-hu, he also had to learn these things. Captain, we've measured the bay and found it's deep water. We can get closer to the beach, Chelsea approached, respectfully standing behind Song-hu and reporting on the waters. For the past 2 weeks, Chelsea had been with Song-hu and the others, teaching the geneticists sailing techniques and maneuvering. Through this shared life at sea, Chelsea had gradually integrated into the group. Despite their appearances, Chelsea could sense their sincerity. Yes, genuine sincerity. Originally, he was just a captive, with no hope for the future. Just surviving was a very good outcome for Chelsea. But now, he had not only survived, but also secured a good job, with a promise of a high salary. Furthermore, upon interacting with these seemingly barbaric natives, he discovered they were actually more knowledgeable than Europeans. Even when they were not enemies, they were polite and courteous, acting like true knights and nobles. This made Chelsea feel a little surreal. as if they were the remnants of the Eastern Golden Kingdom. After so many years, they still maintained such aristocratic manners. Chelsea was completely impressed. On the ship, he ate the same food as everyone else. He received no special treatment. Everything a genetic person could have, Chelsea received. This was completely different from when he was with Leslie. Chelsea had been brought aboard since childhood, and his life at sea had begun there. Leslie had brought him aboard simply to have free labor and an extra hand. From then on, Leslie became the Mayflower's handyman, tasked with everything he needed to do and master. He knew how to raise and lower the sails, handle all kinds of ropes, keep out the lookout, and even learn hydrometry and surveying. The reason was simple: sometimes he'd bring someone else on duty so the original shift could slack off. It was precisely because of this that Chelsea became the most knowledgeable person on board. Although his position was still just a handyman, he knew the most and was the most comprehensive. Ultimately, Captain Leslie, recognizing his vast knowledge, gave him a raise. 15 shillings, a lifeline, paid off for Chelsea's years of hard work. And it was precisely because of his vast knowledge that he survived Wang Shan's massacre, while his companions perished. It seems that the principle that knowledge changes destiny holds true in every era. Unfortunately, Chelsea didn't yet understand this truth. He simply believed he was lucky. Chelsea was pleased with Song Hu's equal treatment, and he even saw nothing wrong with following these natives. In those days, the British would even fight for the French if paid, even if the enemy they faced was the Queen's army. So Chelsea's thoughts were not surprising. "Chelsea, you've performed well recently. I will propose to His Majesty that you be formally appointed. You will then be an official of the Song dynasty. If you continue to perform well, His Majesty may even choose a wife for you from among the British women," Song Hu said to Chelsea with a smile. "Thank you for your praise, Your Excellency. I will dedicate my loyalty and my life to you," Chelsea said, placing one hand on her chest in salute. Seizing the moment Chelsea's gaze dropped, Song Hu secretly curled his lips. Nice words, the promise of loyalty and life. It might fool a naive person, but Song Hu wouldn't believe it. Song Hu untied a small pouch made of woodchuck skin from his waist and handed it to Chelsea. "Given your excellent performance, I've decided to give you a month's salary in advance. I hope you'll keep up the good work and train more sailors for us. I think we'll have plenty of ships soon." Song Hu knew Zhao Honggai well. He knew that after the appearance of the Mayflower, his leader would undoubtedly begin investing in shipbuilding. The Mayflower's appearance had undoubtedly made the leader feel a sense of crisis. Chelsea took the bag Song Hu handed her and secretly weighed it. She knew that if it contained gold, it would definitely be more than 3 ounces. "Thank you for your generosity." Chelsea lowered her head even further. These Europeans, if they had the money, they'd sell out their parents, let alone just for some instruction, Song Hu thought to himself with disdain. Disdain aside, Song Hu understood that someone like Chelsea was exactly what they needed. Therefore, Song Hu had to win him over. Who knew all about the operations of a modern ship? Who knew Song Hu and the others didn't? Therefore, strictly speaking, Chelsea could be considered a talent. And talent, regardless of era, was highly valued. "Sir, the ship cannot sail any further. Although the sea is deep, it's still very easy to run aground close to the shore." Chelsea had to whisper a warning as Mayflower slowly approached the beach, lest the ship run aground. Song Hu nodded. "Go and give the orders. Lower the anchor. We're landing now, and His Majesty must be anxiously awaiting us. Lower the anchor. Lower the landing craft. Everywhere, clear the ropes and lower the sails." Chelsea nodded, turned around, and loudly issued a series of orders, executing his duties effectively. This operation satisfied Song Hu. In just 2 weeks, they had learned to operate a maneuverable sailing vessel, which, in Song Hu's eyes, was nothing short of a miracle. Of course, they weren't very skilled yet, compared to sailors from other nations of the era. Song Hu and his men were like kindergartners. But with continued training, they would surely become elite sailors. Song Hu had no doubt about this. If there was anything that displeased Song Hu this time, it was the incident where 2 of the genetics were seriously injured when someone lost control of the rope, causing the ship's yoke to swing and hit their companions. Such incidents were common on ocean-going ships in 1620 and were nothing unusual. Chelsea had explained this to Song Hu, asking him not to take it personally. But how could Song Hu accept this? He believed his people were far more cultured and knowledgeable than the European idiots, and to make such a mistake was a major failure. Did that mean they were no different from the European idiots? This was what annoyed Song Hu the most, but he couldn't say it out loud. It was precisely because of this incident that Song Hu could only consider the operation relatively satisfactory, not completely satisfactory. As he was lost in thought, two small landing boats were lowered onto the surface of the sea, and a ladder made of ropes was lowered down the side of the ship. "Sir, we can land now," Chelsea said, like Song Hu's personal assistant. Chelsea wasn't stupid. He could see that Song Hu held some weight with the Emperor, a trusted confidant. So, Chelsea was determined to cling to this powerful figurehead. 16 people were the first to board the ship, and it was impossible for dozens of them to reach Manhattan Island all at once. Furthermore, half of them had to remain on the Mayflower to guard the vessel. About 20 minutes later, two small landing craft arrived at the beach. Song Hu, Chelsea, and a group of his men stepped onto the silvery white sand and headed towards Zhao Hongyu and his men, who had been waiting there. "Your Majesty, we have fulfilled our mission. We have brought the Mayflower back." Because Chelsea was there, Song Hu addressed Zhao Hongyu as Your Majesty. Zhao Hongyu didn't mind the title. After all, Your Majesty was Your Majesty, and his men would continue to address him as such. "Nice ship. From now on, it's ours." Zhao Hongyu's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the Mayflower, its sails lowered, not far away. "Can you operate this ship on a long voyage?" Zhao Hongyu asked, turning his head after retracting his gaze. With a wave of his hand, dispersing the group of men behind him, Song Hu shook his head and replied, "Not yet. We've only roughly learned how to operate the ship's cables and sails, but we don't know the basics of navigation, such as measuring water volume, so we're not quite up to the task of long-distance sailing." Zhao Hongyu knew his question was a bit abrupt. How could he expect the genetics to master long-distance sailing in just 2 weeks? It was simply unrealistic. The weather had warmed by mid-May, and the sea breeze no longer felt bitingly cold on the face, but rather quite pleasant. Waves pounded the silvery white beach, and tiny crabs, taking advantage of the receding water, emerged from beneath the sand and crawled sideways into the distance. "Continue training, right here in the water. Once you're proficient, I plan to take you on a trip to the Caribbean coast." Chapter 84. Emma, an Indian female warrior? The Mayflower lay quietly at anchor on the sea, its only recourse being Manhattan Island, which had no harbor. On the beach, Black Bear's daughter, Emma, was wielding a small twig, playfully teasing a small crab, repeatedly knocking it over and giggling at its clumsy behavior. Not only Emma, but Black Bear's wife was also sent to Manhattan Island. This was Black Bear's gesture of sincerity, a way to show Zhao Hongyu that he and they were on the same boat. Emma was delighted with the arrangement, as she could continue her martial arts training with Song Hu at the Silk Mansion. Ever since she began learning martial arts from Song Hu, no child in the Mohawk tribe had ever challenged her. This had bolstered Emma's confidence, and her desire to become stronger had intensified. However, Black Bear's wife had some complaints about this, as Manhattan Island was far from the gold mines. This would significantly reduce her income, and she resisted the move. Unfortunately, under Black Bear's domestic violence, his wife had no choice but to succumb. Of course, if she wanted to continue her gold mining career, it wasn't impossible. She could just take the canoe that transported goods to the other side of the strait every day and then go to work. It was just a waste of time compared to before, but as long as she could work, Black Bear's wife's wish was easily satisfied. Silk Mansion. "I've been waiting for you for ages." After releasing the bullied little crab, Emma stood up and shouted at Song Hu. "Haha, this little guy has been waiting for you for a long time. It's a pity you went south." Hearing Emma's voice, Zhao Hongyu lowered his voice to Song Hu. Song Hu rolled his eyes. "I'm not her babysitter. I can't always take care of her. Besides, I don't have anything to teach her anymore. So, Chief, you should get rid of her." Song Hu was fed up with Emma's little tale. "I'll think of a way. After all, you have Chelsea to train the sailors, and having such a little follower around is a bit troublesome." Zhao Hongyu nodded and agreed. "Your Majesty, this little one has some talent for combat, but what she lacks is actual combat experience. If possible, you could train her. I'm sure you, Chief, wouldn't refuse an Indian warrior girl following behind." Song Hu, surprisingly, winked at him playfully, a look of "you know what I mean." Zhao Hongyu raised his hand and tapped Song Hu on the shoulder. "Who do you take me for? Emma is still a child." Song Hu chuckled. "Chief, it's okay if she's a little smaller. You can train her as a little girl. Actually, I think Indians have their own unique charm and are quite exotic. An Indian warrior girl? Zhao Hongyu, who hadn't had any thoughts at all after hearing Song Hu's words, suddenly fixed his gaze on Emma, who was approaching. A red ribbon was tied around her forehead, and her long black hair was braided into 2 braids, swaying behind her. She was barefoot, not wearing green canvas rubber-soled shoes, as sand would get stuck in them and be very uncomfortable. Her upper body was completely naked, her bust already showing a bit of fullness, signaling her budding beauty. A thong-like linen lining covered her privates, giving her an exotic feel. I wonder what it would feel like to dress the little one in 3-point armor, a large round shield, and a rapier? After all, Emma was still young, and Zhao Hongyu couldn't possibly be so naive as to think of such frivolous things. But that didn't stop Zhao Hongyu, a secret anime fan, from dressing her up. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it became, and a sly grin curled his lips. Poor little Emma had no idea that she would become someone's toy, spending her days and nights in role-playing. Emma, your master has important things to attend to. So I can't teach you any more, and I've already taught you everything I could, Song Hu said to little Emma with a friendly expression. Master, I feel you have so much to teach me. I really want to continue learning from you. Little Emma was on the verge of tears after hearing Song Hu's words. If Sifu said it wouldn't teach her anymore, how could she possibly become stronger? Children are simple-minded. She wondered if she had done something wrong, prompting Song Hu to make such a decision. Sifu, is there something Emma is doing wrong? Or is Emma just too clueless and not compliant with Master's teachings? Emma asked frantically. Sifu, I can work hard. Looking at the anxious, tearful little girl with a look of confusion, Song Hu could only offer comfort. Emma, you're a smart child, and you're very talented in fighting. But Master truly has nothing left to teach you. What you lack now is practical combat experience. You must gain that on your own. Master can't help you. Practical combat? Emma looked up at Song Hu with her big, adorable eyes, a questioning look. Song Hu tilted his head, thinking for a moment. He knew many of the terms were difficult for Emma to understand. It means you must fight others face to face. That's how you can continuously hone your fighting skills and become stronger. Song Hu finished speaking, then looked at Zhao Hongyu. Song Hu's Indian wasn't very good, so he had to rely on Zhao Hongyu to accurately translate. Finally, through Zhao Hongyu's translation, Emma finally understood the meaning of Song Hu's words. Sifu, are you saying I must fight others to increase my strength? This time, without waiting for Song Hu to respond, Zhao Hongyu explained, yes, it's like hunting. Through years of continuous hunting, you learn their weaknesses and how to hunt them with the least effort and the highest chance of success. It's the same in combat. The more people you fight, the more you'll know how much force you should punch with, or from what direction and angle your dagger should penetrate the enemy's vital points the fastest. After Zhao Hongyu's explanation, Emma finally understood. But the problem was, where could she find so many opponents? The children in the tribe were no match for her. When she fought the adult warriors, they ignored her, seeing she was just a child. As if sensing Emma's hesitation and embarrassment, Song Hu said, you should follow our leader from now on. He has captured many white slaves. You can fight them every day to improve your strength. Besides, Master has always been the leader's bodyguard. Now that I have other things to do, you, the apprentice, will take over. Back when Emma became his apprentice, Song Hu had told her that since she had accepted him as her master to learn martial arts, she must serve him. This was a rule in their tribe for masters to teach their apprentices. Since it was a rule, little Emma must abide by it. Even Emma's father, Black Bear, agreed to this. Otherwise, who would teach you such powerful martial arts? Black Bear even secretly asked Emma to pass on some of the martial arts she had learned. Fortunately, Emma didn't do so, otherwise it would have been a betrayal of her master and ancestors. Now that Song Hu had made this request, how could Emma disobey? Okay, since it's master's order, I must obey. After studying martial arts with Song Hu for a while, little Emma had a good understanding of the rules of the Song tribe. From now on, our leader's safety will be in your hands. Song Hu seemed to be speaking to Emma, but he kept winking at Zhao Hongyu with a rather lewd expression. Zhao Hongyu rolled his eyes, thinking, why are you winking at me? I'm not a Lolita complex. While Emma is quite nice, I'm not that savage. But role-playing her as a doll or something, I think, should be fine. After entrusting Emma to Zhao Hongyu, Song Hu finally felt relieved. This way, He could focus on training the sailors. Your Majesty, Chelsea has performed well. I think he can be my deputy. I'll also pay him a monthly salary of ounces of gold and make him an official of our Song Empire. Then, Song Hu began to seek benefits for Chelsea. Song Hu spoke all of his words to Zhao Hongyu in English, so Chelsea listened to every word and was deeply moved. On the boat, he'd assumed Song Hu's words were just talk. Unexpectedly, once ashore, he actually spoke for himself. How could Chelsea not be moved? People are made of flesh and blood. Chelsea had never been treated so kindly in his entire life. Okay, then, you can handle his affairs yourself. I can grant him citizenship. Now, let him do his best to train our sailors. Who knows, I might even grant him a knighthood later. Zhao Hongyu made a promise in front of Song Hu, one he wasn't sure he could keep. A nobleman. Because Zhao Hongyu spoke in English, Chelsea could hear it clearly. He had never imagined that if he worked hard, he could become a nobleman. The fact that this nobility was a title from another continent, not Europe, didn't particularly concern him. Holding a title in another country was commonplace on the European continent. After Song Hu dragged the excited Chelsea away, Zhao Hongyu looked at Emma, who was trying hard to straighten her joystick and act like a little adult, and said, "Alright, no matter how you pretend, you're still a child. Since you want to be my bodyguard, you have to show some skills, otherwise you will embarrass your master. You know, Wang Shan, pick a white-skinned person and let her be Emma's opponent every day to improve her combat skills." Since Song Hu handed Emma over to him, he had to be responsible for her. Don't you want to get stronger? It's simple. Go fight the white-skinned people. Of course, Zhao Hongyu would take care of Emma's safety. Chapter 85 Genetic Girl and British Prisoners. Hey, little guy, kill him. Let him taste my power. I've already lost a lot of alcohol on him. A group of British male prisoners formed a circle, shouting excitedly. In the middle of the circle, a tall British prisoner was facing off against young Emma. Following Zhao Hongyu's request and arrangement, Wang Shan selected one of the British prisoners to serve as Emma's sparring partner. Every day, Emma's fight with a sparring partner drew a crowd of onlookers and constant shouting from the surrounding British prisoners. Emma and her opponent each had their own supporters. Zhao Hongyu, standing nearby on the grass, watched with a smile as Emma and her opponent exchanged blows. Despite her young age, Emma was incredibly skilled, often using minimal force and swiftness to defeat her opponents. She even resorted to some rather dirty tactics, such as eye-poking and crotch kicks. Zhao Hongyu had nothing to say about Emma's tactics. After all, as long as she could hit the enemy, that was all that mattered, wasn't it? Emma was making good use of her own strengths, rather than competing with her opponent in strength. As Emma's opponent, the tall, surviving sailor from the Mayflower was completely baffled as to why he couldn't defeat a small indigenous girl. He seemed to be stronger than the girl, but every time she delivered a swift, sharp blow to his neck or ribs, he would lose his fighting power, become dizzy, or even pass out completely. He could sense that Emma's strength wasn't great, and even her punches didn't hurt much. Yet, her attacks were incredibly effective, effectively rendering him powerless. Could these indigenous people be using witchcraft? Although the Dark Ages were long gone, and the Renaissance had already begun in Europe, some people still held a strong belief in witchcraft, much like how even in the 21st century, people around the world still believe in it. Out in the distance, the Mayflower had unfurled its sails. Song Hu and the genetically modified sailors were training daily on board. They sailed out during the day and returned at night. As their training progressed, they became increasingly proficient in operating this type of ship. Zhao Hongyu observed all these changes. The geneticists who had originally belonged to the Manhattan Guard, because their performance wasn't particularly good, were converted into civilians, no longer being incorporated into the regular army. The female geneticists weren't happy about this either, but Zhao Hongyu didn't give them any hard time. Hey! Ha! Little Emma seized an opportunity and lunged forward, taking full advantage of her smaller stature. She scurried to her opponent's side and slashed fiercely in the ribs with her wooden sword. Ugh! Emma's movements were so swift that he was once again knocked down before he could react. With a look of frustration and resignation on his face, the British prisoner fell to the ground, twitching. The fighting techniques Song Hu had taught Emma were all about striking vital points on the human body. He also taught her the limits of pain and how to strike to disable the opponent. Little Emma quickly absorbed Song Hu's teachings. It was as if she was born with a talent for combat, simply lacking a door. Now, As Song Hu led her through the doorway, little Emma's progress was remarkable. "You lose, Whitey." With a stern expression, little Emma circled her opponent, who knelt on the ground, his face twisted in pain. A hint of excitement and disdain flashed in her eyes. "Little brat, I don't know what tricks or sorcery you used to finally defeat me, but I refuse to accept. I'll fight you again tomorrow." Emma's opponent gritted his teeth in response. "You're so weak." Emma dropped her wooden sword, leaving a lasting impression before turning and walking away. The captive had been battling her for many days. Initially, Emma, lacking practical combat experience, suffered occasional losses. But as Emma gained more experience, her foe's fortunes began to decline. Now, Emma could defeat the unfortunate man almost every time. Emma's progress was so rapid that even Zhao Hongai couldn't believe it. Perhaps Emma was born a formidable warrior, she simply hadn't previously displayed this talent. "Barcero, you woman. You were defeated by a little girl. We truly despise you." The British captive, defeated by Emma, hearing the jeers of his companions watching the battle nearby, felt a surge of bitterness and resentment. "Don't talk about him like that. You're the weaklings. If you say Barcero can't do it, then why don't you go fight that little native girl yourselves next time?" As the British captives mocked Barcero, a girl with black hair and dark eyes burst out, angrily shouting at the surrounding British. This girl was the one Wang Shan had dragged away, interrogated, and then released earlier. She always opposed Zhao Hongyu and constantly talked about human rights. In her heart, she loved any European or American who talked about their era. She even said that even their farts were fragrant. For this reason, Zhao Hongyu, Wang Shan, and Zhang Tai nicknamed him a brainless fan of Europe and America. Considering her merely a Westernized admirer, Zhao Hongai refrained from punishing her. After all, they had the right to pursue the lives they desired, provided, of course, that they posed no threat to Zhao Hongai or his group. In the days that followed, the woman whom Zhao Hongai and his group dubbed Feng Ji somehow hooked up with an Englishman named Barcero. Miraculously, a romantic relationship ensued. Technically speaking, Barcero was quite good-looking. His Anglo-Saxon blonde hair and captivating blue eyes could easily charm a dreamy woman. Sensing Feng Ji's affection for him, the Englishman, determined to escape his servitude, resorted to every trick in the book to win her favor. Thus, the two engaged in an affair. This intrigued Zhao Hongyu. Though European, Barcero wasn't the romantic type of 21st century Europeans. He had a mistress among his captives and engaged in illicit relationships with numerous other women. He also had a mouthful of yellow teeth, and a foul odor erupted from his mouth. It was obvious that years of not brushing would cause this. So Zhao Hongai wondered, could Sister Feng tolerate such a man? Ultimately, Zhao Hongai received no answer to his doubts. Sister Feng actually accepted Barcelo. This truly baffled Zhao Hongai. Furthermore, Sister Feng's actions had actually inspired quite a few of the female genetics. Some of the other female genetics also became restless, searching among the male captives for suitable candidates. This behavior of the female genetics displeased the male genetics. The wicked Wang Shan, sensing the male genetics' turmoil, immediately began chatting with them, indoctrinating them with all the righteous ideals of the highest order of Chinese bloodlines. Unwittingly, these male genetics were completely brainwashed by Wang Shan. Furthermore, Song Hu's subordinates, veterans of battle and already honed in their skills, would occasionally offer their own perspectives, expounding on the white man's unsophisticated theories, gradually changing the genetics. Wang Shan encouraged these men, telling them that since women liked white, unsophisticated men, then let them be. You can choose unsophisticated women, but you must make us Chinese men proud. This immediately relieved the concerns of many male geneticists. It was still unclear whether this change was good or bad. So, Zhao Hongyu simply told Wang Shan not to make things too chaotic, which persuaded him to stop. However, the seeds had already been planted in the hearts of these geneticists, and as for what would blossom, only God knows. Of course, not all the girls who were crazy about genetics were crazy fans. At least a large number of them really couldn't stand the smell, body odor, and bad breath of white men. So, perhaps these crazy fans had stronger tastes. Barcero's lucky. He's actually been noticed by a woman from the Song Empire. If he weren't getting beaten up every day by that native girl, he'd be out of his misery. Hey, having a pretty face is really good. Barcero's life is much better than ours now. He gets enough to eat every day and even works as an overseer. He's no longer on our side. Look at the way he looks at that Song Empire woman, it's so gentle it makes me sick. He relies on that look to successfully seduce women every time the ship docks. I have to say, that's quite a skill. The British captives dispersed, whispering to each other. Emma and Barcero's fight took place at noon, and everyone, including the slaves, had an hour's break, so watching Emma and Barcero's fight became their only way to pass the time. They're really too much? How could they let my dear get so badly injured? Sister Feng muttered, heartbroken, looking down at Barcero lying in her arms. Lying in Fengji's arms, Basalo closed his eyes and pretended to faint, but inside he was laughing out loud. He felt incredibly lucky. After being captured and forced to do hard labor every day, he had thought his life was hopeless. But to his surprise, things took a sudden turn and he was favored by a woman from the Song Empire. Although this woman from the Song Empire was just a commoner, she helped him escape from his life of hard labor and become a minor overseer. And the women of the Song Empire also smelled good. They were clean and had no body odor, which was very pleasant. They also had no coarse body hair and felt very smooth to the touch. Was Basaluo's ancestors really happy? Basaluo felt that he was doing well. Now he had food and drink and didn't have to work. Even if he got beaten up occasionally, it was no big deal. Most importantly, he had an exotic woman by his side, didn't he? Just looking at that Basaluo makes me mad. Not only does he have bad breath, but he also has body odor. I really don't know what Li Keifeng is thinking. Is her brain full of shit? Wang Shan muttered to Feng Ji, standing behind Zhao Hongyu, as she looked at Basaluo tenderly. This is the path she chose. Perhaps you won't understand her happiness. As for what the future holds, that's not something you and I can worry about. I hope she can always be happy. Zhao Hongyu, knowing Basaluo's background, was truly pessimistic about Li Keifeng's future. But what could he say? Young master, Zhang Tai is back. With the gold he brought back this time, you have more than enough funds on hand. Seeing that Zhao Hongyu was clearly unwilling to discuss Li Keifeng and Basaluo, Wang Shan changed the subject. Chapter 86, Selected, Somalia. After nearly a month, Zhao Hongyu's camp had undergone significant changes. With the arrival of the British captives, Zhao Hongyu and his men had completely abandoned their yurt-like existence and settled into wooden houses. Living in a house was more comfortable than living in a tent. They also built a wooden fence around the perimeter, resembling a Viking camp. Within this vast enclosure, they erected nearly 300 wooden houses. These weren't large, occupying only about 80 square meters, but each was a two-story structure, easily enough to accommodate a family of 5. Zhao Hongyu also planned out wide, neatly laid out streets, a plan designed with future development in mind. Even lampposts were pre-installed on both sides of the roughly 20-meter wide road, though they lacked lights. Zhao Hongyu's philosophy was to prepare everything in advance to avoid unnecessary hassles later. The captives, separated by gender, lived in large wooden houses, which Zhao Hongyu referred to as dormitories. Regardless of the name, the Indian and white slaves had no choice but to accept it without complaint. Barcero, who had married a Song dynasty woman and ultimately became an overseer, had become a complete lackey. He monitored the British captives daily, reporting any signs of trouble to the senior Anouchi overseers. 3 British slaves had already lost their lives as a result. After receiving the gold sent by Zhang Tai and his men collected more goods and departed. Trade between the Mohicans and the surrounding tribes was flourishing, with a stable daily profit of 1 million. A full month had passed since the Mayflower encounter and the battle, and summer had arrived in America. During this month, Zhao Hongyu had saved his daily earnings, not spending any of them recklessly. Now, after selling the gold sent by Zhang Tai, he had a balance of 32 million in his virtual account. 32 million was a considerable sum for Zhao Hongyu these days. Captain, what are your plans? Wang Shan asked quietly after Zhang Tai left. The camp had undergone significant changes. The over 300 cabins weren't fully occupied, and many were empty. Furthermore, they lost a significant number of men a month ago, and they still hadn't replenished them. With a shortfall of 84 men, time was running out. If Zhao Hongyu didn't fill this gap, his civil administration rank would be downgraded. Wang Shan, I'm confused. What's the point of this civil administration rank? Just increasing loyalty a bit seems useless to me. Zhao Hongyu's face turned a bit frustrated when he thought about the potential use of this civil administration rank. Captain, I don't know either. This thing is yours, so you have to study its functions carefully yourself, Wang Shan replied with a wry smile. Zhao Hongyu sighed, knowing Wang Shan was absolutely right. It would be pointless to ask Wang Shan about this. After all, Wang Shan couldn't use the space-time trader, so how could he possibly know so much? Furthermore, some of the functions within the space-time trader truly require careful study. This awful thing, if you don't use it and study it, you have no idea what it will reveal. Alright, send some of the uninvited personnel outsider camp. After verifying there are no outsiders, I'll begin replenishing the population. Shaking off these unpleasant thoughts, Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan issued an order. Wang Shan nodded and departed. About an hour later, Wang Shan returned to report that everything was ready. Zhao Hongyu's possession of the space-time trader was no secret to the geneticists. However, it was a relentless secret for the Anachi warriors, the Indian slaves, and the British captives. So, Zhao Hongyu couldn't be blamed for being careless. After confirming everything, Zhao Hongyu rubbed his ruby ring and activated the space-time trader. This time, Zhao Hongyu went straight to the geneticist cultivation options, briefly glancing at the Chinese geneticists before looking elsewhere. 30 million might seem like a lot, but it wasn't enough for Zhao Hongyu. He wondered if he could find cheaper genetically modified humans to breed. If he could, he wouldn't have to worry about population growth in the short term. For now, he couldn't consider European or American genetically modified humans. Raising a single child there would cost a fortune, far more than Chinese genetically modified humans. Japanese genetically modified humans could be used as slaves, and even beating and scolding them was fine, but raising them there was also expensive, so he passed on the list. In fact, Zhao Hongyu had always wanted to breed Japanese genetically modified humans, just to satisfy his own whims. However, he didn't have enough funds, and he didn't dare waste them. Chief, do you think we could consider the black people in Africa? I hear they seem to be constantly in war, so raising a child isn't expensive. Seeing Zhao Hongyu's gloomy face, Wang Shan casually reminded him. Oh, really? Why wouldn't I consider African genetically modified humans? Wang Shan's words made Zhao Hongyu pause, then a sudden realization dawned on him. As a modern person, how could Zhao Hongyu not know the situation in Africa? He even remembered that in many African countries, some families still relied on scavenging to support themselves. Coupled with the frequent wars and devastating economic conditions in Africa, raising a child there was practically free. Wang Shan, thanks for reminding me. I'll make my choice now. Zhao Hongyu's brows relaxed, and he smiled and nodded at Wang Shan, then returned his attention to the selection box for genetic human breeding. Yes, he was such a fool, even thinking of dealing with those slave traders and buying black slaves from them. He had such a powerful tool at his disposal, so why bother? He selected the African lineage option, and a holographic 3D map of Africa appeared before his eyes. Please select your country or region. Since the space-time trader hadn't enabled audio, it could only display a text message dialog box to communicate with Zhao Hongyu. Looking at the holographic 3D map of Africa, Zhao Hongyu didn't rush into his choice, but slowly considered it. He wanted to choose a relatively valuable black nation to cultivate his own genetically modified individuals. First, the individuals he wanted to cultivate would no longer possess independent thinking and intelligence. Being somewhat dull wasn't important, as long as they were obedient and fought for him, that was all that mattered. Black individuals were, of course, the best choice. Their physical strength made them the perfect fighters. Furthermore, their dull minds meant there was no need to worry about them rebelling, all he had to do was avoid mistreating them. With his African army, even if he couldn't walk all over them, he could at least give his enemies a hard time. South Africa was definitely out of the question. It was the continent's most economically developed region, and the people there were quite expensive, so it wasn't an option. Neither were regions near the Mediterranean, where the majority were religious, which was a problem. After carefully selecting each one, Zhao Hongyu finally chose the people of Somalia, a small East African nation, as the template for his genetically modified individuals. The reason Zhao Hongyu chose Somalia was simple: Somalis were warlike, and living expenses were low, so cultivating a single genetically modified individual would likely be inexpensive. Raising slaves himself was a safer option than purchasing them from slave traders of this era. Besides, Somalia was plagued by war, and its economy and education were in shambles. Those genetic people wouldn't have learned much, nor would they have developed the same human rights awareness as modern genetic people. Ultimately, Zhao Hongyu chose Somalia because of its most famous profession, piracy. Yes, Somalia was world-renowned for its piracy. He would definitely build a fleet in the future, and these Somalis, with their inherent pirate genes, would be perfect candidates for training as sailors. While the ships used by 21st-century Somali pirates differed from those of 1620, Zhao Hongyu believed that after a series of training, these courageous, fearless, and belligerent black warriors would be far superior to today's genetic people. Somalia selected, confirmed? After Zhao Hongyu confirmed, the three-dimensional image rapidly spun, and an animation in the style of Picasso, combined with Chinese ink painting, reappeared before Zhao Hongyu. Since Zhao Hongyu didn't have a template for breeding a black person, he had to select each item individually for his first breeding, only confirming the template at the end. Patiently watching the animations and the endless dialogue boxes, Zhao Hongyu made his choices carefully, fearing even the slightest mistake. Abdi Shocker, an ordinary citizen born in Mogadishu. A black figure appeared, shirtless, wearing only large shorts, and barefoot. This was the image of a Somali, and the one the time-space trader had created. In the animation, he fished by the sea to make a living. He met his wife near a fishing village. The system didn't prompt Zhao Hongyu to pay any so-called betrothal gifts. The two married and had children, and Zhao Hongyu simply provided a small amount of childbirth expenses at the time of birth. As their children grew up, Zhao Hongyu saved on tuition fees because they didn't need to go to school. As the situation in Somalia worsened, war broke out again. So Abdi could no longer fish, so he, his wife, and their children moved to a garbage dump, making a living by scavenging trash and discarded food. This saved Zhao Hongyu a lot of money. Then came UN relief, and Zhao Hongyu was practically free of charge for food and clothing, which was a real relief. By the time his child was 18, Zhao Hongyu realized he had only spent 30,000 RMB. That was a steal. Chapter 87, Lao He has a favorable impression of Huoxia. Looking at the tall, muscular figure before him, with a simple, honest appearance and thick lips, Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but sigh at how cheap it was. Yes, the black man before him had only cost 30,000 RMB. Including the cost of the accelerated doubling, it was only a mere 60,000 RMB. Compared to breeding Chinese people, it was incredibly cheap. It was unbelievable that African-derived genetics could be so cheap. Although genetics were very cheap, Zhao Hongyu still had to take a closer look. After all, no matter what commodity, cheap is generally good. Zhao Hongyu was a little worried that this genetics for only 60,000 RMB might have some flaws. The young black man stood quietly before him, bare-bottom. Since Zhao Hongyu didn't ask any questions, he didn't speak rashly, which also showed that he was quite disciplined. Abdiramal, 18 years old, Somali descent. Proficient in Somali, French, and Dutch. Strong physical fitness, high demand for food, can operate a small sailboat to fish, and is proficient in using K-47 automatic rifles, machetes, and other weapons. He is a Pakali tribe, and is naturally hostile to other African ethnic groups. He has religious beliefs. He has been eating food relief provided by China since he was a child, and has received medical treatment from the Chinese medical team when he was sick, so he has a good impression of China. Loyalty is 80, and there is a bonus, 30, to favorability, so his loyalty is 110. Favorability towards white people. 110 points of loyalty is not low in Zhao Hongyu's opinion. After all, this old black man is not of Chinese descent, and having a loyalty of 110 is something that Zhao Hongyu was surprised to find. I am really grateful to the Chinese government for assisting African old blacks. If it were not for this, there would not be this 30-point bonus to favorability today. Zhao Hongyu was very grateful in his heart. At the same time, Zhao Hongyu also felt fortunate. Fortunately, the blackie he bred this time wasn't the type to harbor hostility toward the Chinese. It's true that the Chinese government's aid to Africa has earned the favor of many, but unscrupulous Chinese merchants have already tarnished the Chinese people's reputation with a variety of inferior goods. Zhao Hongyu had visited the African continent before 1620, so he was well aware of this. He didn't mind Blackie's proficiency with weapons. He didn't have automatic rifles like K-47s, but he did have matchlocks. Still, his proficiency with cold weapons was a relief. He was also pleased with his lack of religious beliefs. There were many believers in Allah in East Africa, and breeding a religious individual would be a real problem. After carefully examining Blackie's attributes, Zhao Hongai was generally satisfied. However, one thing that intrigued him was the hostility toward other Blackie tribes. He wasn't quite sure what was going on. Suddenly, Zhao Hongai suddenly understood something. He thought back to his old world, where he'd often seen reports on television or in newspapers about the causes of war on the African continent. Tribal feuds were a key factor. Indeed, on the African continent, relations between tribes had always been strained, hostile to each other. This was all due to the white colonizers. Understanding this, Zhao Hongai felt a sudden realization. It seemed he couldn't breed humans with African genetics from different tribes. Otherwise, it would likely cause serious trouble. He didn't want to see civil unrest. After figuring this out, Zhao Hongai couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he'd thought of this, otherwise, breeding humans with African genetics on a large scale would undoubtedly lead to serious trouble. "What's your name?" Zhao Hongai asked, collecting his thoughts as he bought a pair of green shorts from the space-time trader and threw them over. "Opti Lammer," Lammer replied, accepting a pair of green shorts, the kind only available in China in the 1960s and 1970s. These covered his large, dark buttocks. Young, muscular, a fine geneticist. After sizing Lammer up and down, Zhao Hongai offered his assessment. "Lamu, from now on, you'll be a member of our Song Empire. I hope you'll quickly familiarize yourself with everything here. I'll quickly assign you a group of subordinates to manage." Zhao Hongai didn't waste any time, directly addressing the geneticist. Lammer bowed respectfully before Zhao Hongai, then replied, "Chief, leave everything to me. I won't betray your trust. However, I'd like to remind you that when breeding our African geneticists, please try to breed those from the same tribe. That way, they'll be easier to manage." Zhao Hongai fully accepted the reminder. "Okay, I'll keep that in mind." With a nod, Zhao Hongai set Lammer's breeding template and began mass-producing the geneticists. He selected the Somali region, chose the tribe, and then entered the number 200. The mass cultivation of geneticists finally began. With trepidation, Zhao Hongai awaited the final results. Since Zhao Hongai's civil affairs rank was level 4, the system's estimated probability of natural disasters had been reduced by 4 points, now standing at 86%. This probability of natural disasters isn't displayed when cultivating geneticists one by one. It's only triggered when cultivating large numbers. This was precisely what Zhao Hongai was worried about. 86%, though reduced by 4 points, was still very high for Zhao Hongai. And cultivating 200 geneticists would cost 12 million, a considerable sum. Perhaps it was Zhao Hongai's good luck, or perhaps the system hadn't let him down this time. All 200 geneticists were successfully cultivated. After setting the transport to the outdoors, Zhao Hongai instructed Lammer to call Wang Shan. He led these naked African men to the warehouse to collect their shorts. Zhao Hongai's attributes had improved, and his civil affairs rank had been raised to dining chief. Name, Zhao Hongai. Age, 15. Gender, male. Civil affairs rank, Dian Cheng. Genetic personnel loyalty is always 5, 3,371,000. Farmer, next rank is Tun Cheng. Village leader, please meet the promotion requirements. Military rank, 012. Soldier, next rank is squad leader. Platform leader, please meet the promotion requirements. Copycat Technology Research Center, matches, wooden bowls and plates, cast iron axe, cast iron kitchen knife, cast iron pot, cast iron dagger, cast iron machete, penicillin, salt water, fueling pickled mustard, red star ergo tau, bulk rice, cotton military coat and pants, leather boots, green canvas messenger bag, early 17th century matchlock rifle. To add new products, please invest at least 3 million yuan. Due to the recent battle, Zhao Hongai lost 84 men. This has reduced his staff to 136, and he must replenish these losses to avoid being demoted. This time, Zhao Hongai has trained 201 genetic personnel. Not only did it fill the 84-man gap, but it also instantly broke through to the first level of civil administration, becoming a head of a village. For the time being, the civil administration level increases the loyalty of subordinates and reduces the chance of natural disasters. Beyond that, Zhao Hongai sees no other benefits. Lammer and 200 taciturn old blacks. Following Wang Shan to collect the shorts, Zhao Hongai pondered quietly for a moment. Because the template must be set, a genetic talent must be cultivated first. Therefore, Lammer was the only one in this batch of genetics with an independent personality and intelligent thinking. The other old blacks, like the Chinese genetics Zhao Hongyu had mass-produced, were quite taciturn. However, having experienced genetic defections, Zhao Hongyu no longer had much of a problem with taciturn genetics. After all, compared to those who defect, a taciturn genetics seemed to have no disadvantages for the time being. Originally, there was over 32 million yuan in the account. After spending 12 million yuan to cultivate 201 geneticists, Zhao Hongyu still had a little over 20 million yuan left. He pondered how to use this 20 million yuan. Continue cultivating geneticists? With a Somali lineage costing 60,000 yuan per person, the 20 million yuan would allow him to cultivate 300 more. However, considering the possibility that too many black geneticists would arouse Lammer's ambitions, Zhao Hongyu shook his head and rejected the idea of continuing to cultivate geneticists. At the very least, he had to ensure that the Chinese lineage comprised a significant portion of the group. Furthermore, 300 geneticists wouldn't be much help to Zhao Hongyu at the moment. He was currently earning over 1 million yuan a day, and with another month of hard work, he could continue cultivating geneticists. However, Black Bear had reminded him that it was time to consider commodities. Therefore, after much deliberation, Zhao Hongyu decided to invest the 20 million yuan in a research institute. He had been using the space-time trader for quite some time, and he had primarily used it to purchase existing products and cultivate geneticists. Zhao Hongyu, however, had never used the research institute investment function. Unsure if the investment function would be a scam, Zhao Hongyu was somewhat apprehensive about the space-time trader. But what could he do? If the space-time trader truly wanted to cheat him, he would be completely helpless. Fortunately, the 86% chance of natural disasters hadn't been triggered during the genetically engineered human training today. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu felt lucky and expected nothing bad to happen. Given his good fortune, why not invest in the research institute? After selecting the research institute option, the 3D holographic image displayed a list of available products. The research institute is short on funds. Please invest. A minimum one-time investment of 3 million yuan is required, with no upper limit. Food product development investment. Daily product development investment. Electronic product development investment. Construction product development investment. Heavy industry product development investment. Light industry product development investment. Military product development investment. Chemical industry product development investment. Agricultural and sideline product development investment. This was Zhao Hongyu's first time using a research institute investment. Looking at the 10 categories before him, he felt dizzy. Oh my god, there are so many categories. I only have 20 million to invest, which one should I invest in? Chapter 88, Righteous Words You Dare to Bribe Me. Apostrophe. Food product development and investment. Lifestyle product development and investment. Electronics product development and investment. Construction product development and investment. Heavy industry product development and investment. Light industry product development and investment. Military product development and investment. Chemical industry product development and investment. Agricultural product development and investment. 10 different options appeared before Zhao Hongyu, dazzling him. However, Zhao Hongyu quickly calmed his restless heart and regained his composure. The 10 categories seemed a bit incredible, but Zhao Hongyu saw a clue. Because these 9 categories covered almost all commodities, he could easily build an empire. Of course, with his current abilities, investing in all 9 categories was impossible. He didn't have that skill yet, so he could only carefully weigh the options and choose the one he needed. First, while investing in food could produce new food products, this was somewhat useless for Zhao Hongyu. He currently had old rice and pickled mustard greens. While not particularly valuable, he didn't have much demand for videos yet. After all, what he needed now was to strengthen the group, not satisfy his own cravings. At least, until he became stronger, he should forget about cravings. Thus, Zhao Hongyu rejected food investments first. As for daily necessities, it went without saying that they were pots, pans, quilts, and bedding. These items weren't of much use to Zhao Hongyu at the moment, so Zhao Hong rejected them. While daily necessities, like ceramics, could be used to scam people in this era, Zhao Hongyu would need to be able to protect himself. Zhao Hongyu didn't believe that relying on just over 300 men, 50 Anachi warriors and their families, 300 Indian slaves, and 300 British captives would be enough to defeat future enemies. Electronics were even more of an issue. Even if he invested, it would be useless. How would Zhao Hongyu generate electricity? So, no. Investments in construction products were a good idea. They could develop products like cement, bricks, and even gravel and marble. But the problem was that they weren't of much use to Zhao Hongyu right now, so he rejected them again. Investing in heavy industrial products, well, could buy various machinery, steel, vehicles, and even tractors. But would they be useful to Zhao Hongyu right now? Without electricity, the machinery can't run. Even if there's no oil, the car is useless, it's just sitting there looking at you. So, no, light industrial products, meaning chemical fibers, fabrics, and clothing. This one had to be rejected as well. Zhao Hongyu was a bit undecided about the remaining three investment categories. One was chemical products, which produced pharmaceuticals. Zhao Hongyu only had penicillin and saline in his time, so the demand for pharmaceuticals was quite high. Another was military products. It was obvious how much these would help him right now. As long as the investment could produce a commodity, even a 5-shot knockoff musket would be more powerful than a matchlock rifle. The last one was agricultural product investment. This could be used to develop seeds for various crops and vegetables, allowing Zhao Hongyu to utilize Manhattan Island. The first 7 investments could be easily rejected, as they wouldn't be of much use to Zhao Hongyu. But facing these 3, Zhao Hongyu was torn. After careful consideration, Zhao Hongyu had no choice but to choose the best. He only had 20 million yuan available, making it impossible to diversify his investments. To prevent the space-time trader from cheating him, he had to keep his funds sufficient. After all, having been cheated so many times by the system, Zhao Hongyu had to be smarter. He had to consider it carefully again. There was really no other way. He took a deep breath and began to think. Agricultural products could indeed utilize the Manhattan Plains, but it didn't seem necessary yet. So, agricultural products were rejected. Chemical products were also good, but pharmaceuticals weren't essential for Zhao Hongyu right now. So, this investment product was also rejected by Zhao Hongyu. So, Zhao Hongyu was left with only military products to invest in. Weapons. As long as he could produce weapons, Zhao Hongyu, even with a small population, could dominate the Americas with powerful firepower. With the fertile land and resource-rich lands of America, money would flow in endlessly. With money and a strong military, he could invest in other commodities in the future. Also, now that Zhao Hongyu owned the Mayflower, he planned to explore the Caribbean coast and acquire some Inca gold and antiques. This would inevitably lead to some trouble. Therefore, a well-equipped military force could deter many with ill intentions. In the 1620s, those white people would do anything for wealth. Zhao Hongyu couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be people who coveted them. Beep, beep. He connected with a time-space trader through his mind and selected the military industry product investment option. The other 9 options disappeared, leaving only the military industry category. Furthermore, within the military industry category, detailed divisions appeared. Firearms, guns, rifles, automatic rifles, light machine guns, heavy machine guns, artillery, mountain guns, field guns, tanks, light, medium, heavy, amphibious, battleships, etc. Please select your investment amount, minimum 3 million, no upper limit. A dialog box appeared, explaining Zhao Hongyu's options. Invest 3 million. Firearms, rifles. Zhao Hongyu didn't have much money, so he couldn't be so foolish as to invest it all at once. Besides, he wasn't sure if this feature was a scam. So, he decided to test the waters with a 3 million investment. After confirming the payment, the system screen flashed, showing animations in Picasso and Chinese ink painting styles. Dialog boxes continued to appear, and a series of narrations played out. In a village with a population of less than 500, the head of the village, Zhao Hongyu, began to encourage villagers to start businesses and become wealthy in order to develop the village. However, due to the lack of natural resources nearby, they had to take unconventional measures. Zhang Nan's family, a resident of my jurisdiction, responded to the call and opened a gun manufacturing operation, but before they could even manufacture their products, they were busted by our powerful police. Beep beep beep. The user's civil affairs level is too low. The law deters the police and provides effective protection. Beep beep beep. Asking if they should bribe the police? A prompt popped up. Zhao Hongayu's eyes twitched. He couldn't believe the system could pull such a trick. 100,000, 300,000, 500,000. Three bribe amounts appeared before Zhao Hongayu, offering him a choice. Should he bribe or not? He had previously invested 3 million. Following the system's current prompt, he might lose all his money. Determined not to lose money, Zhao Hongyu chose the 500,000 bribe. After confirming his decision, another dialog box popped up on the system screen. A 3D animation flashed, revealing a middle-aged man in a police uniform. His facial features were undeniable. The Picasso style was still quite abstract. The man stood there, pointing his right hand at Zhao Hongyu, his face contorted with anger. Zhao Hongyu had no interest in observing his expression. He quickly glanced at the chat window, trying to see what was happening. It wasn't a big deal, but it truly startled Zhao Hongyu. Chen Zhanbang, the Township Public Security Bureau director, was furious, lashing out at him, righteously accusing him of corrupting the great police officers. The bribe failed, and the 500,000 yuan was seized. Zhang Nan was arrested. Zhao Hongyu was completely speechless. It turned out he really couldn't bribe the great police officers. However, just as Zhao Hongyu was complaining, another chat window popped up. I'll take the 500,000 yuan. I'll handle Zhang Nan and won't let him leak a single word. Just to make friends. I'll leave you an address. I have to handle this case, it's related to my promotion. Chat windows continued to appear, and more information continued to appear before Zhao Hongyu. Zhang Nan died suddenly while playing hide-and-seek in the detention center. Chen Zhanbang, meritorious for busting a gun manufacturing operation, was promoted and transferred to the County Public Security Bureau, adding 10 points to your friendship. Chen Zhanbang's abstract face, transformed into a small fragment, appeared in the upper right corner of the three-dimensional image. Damn it! Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but curse at this. Sure enough, there's this idiotic element. I knew it would be like this. After reading the final dialogue, Zhao Hongyu was completely bewildered. Cursing aside, Zhao Hongyu also saw a number of issues. First, his civil affairs rank wasn't useless, it was extremely useful. The prompt clearly stated that his civil affairs rank was too low to provide effective protection. The implication was clear. Zhao Hongyu wasn't yet qualified to be a sideline protector. Right now, he was only a district head. If he could become village head, township head, town head, or even county head, then, with his strong civil affairs rank, he would definitely become a qualified protector. This was no different from the real situation. Damn it! I named my research institute Umbrella, and now it's really come true. Zhao Hongyu slowly let out a wry smile. Meanwhile, the strange public security officers also made Zhao Hongyu's heart cramp. It wasn't that Zhao Hongyu couldn't bribe, it was mainly because his civil affairs rank was too low. If the other party hadn't been interested in the 500,000 yuan, who knows what would have happened. However, this also gave Zhao Hongyu an idea, allowing him to understand some of the functions of the space-time trader. The events that occurred were no different from reality. As long as he could recognize this, perhaps he could avoid failure again. The system then popped up another dialog box. Zhang Nan was executed, and there are 10 oxen left at home. Should I sell or take them? Quotation mark. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89 Everything is easy with money. My investment failed, so is giving me 10 oxen a consolation? Zhao Hongyu was in a state of confusion when he saw the final dialog box. Zhang Nan's 10 oxen were essentially a consolation reward for Zhao Hongyu. After all, he had invested 3.5 million yuan, and it had all gone to waste. If he had the money, he could have bought a lot of oxen with that. But no matter what, having 10 oxen was not bad. It was better than failing and getting nothing, and oxen have their uses. They're good for plowing land. While large-scale development of Manhattan Island isn't possible right now, with 10 oxen, they could at least cultivate 10 or 8 acres of farmland. 10 or 8 acres of land doesn't have to be very useful, at least they can grow some potatoes and corn. Zhao Hongai was almost vomiting from eating pickled mustard greens and rice with meat all the time. Received. Swipe. 10 newly grown oxen appeared outside. Wang Shan, standing outside, didn't react much to the sudden appearance of the 10 oxen, knowing they were the work of their leader. But Wang Shan was puzzled. Why would the leader have brought 10 oxen? Zhao Hongai was incredibly depressed after losing 3.5 million yuan and only gaining 10 oxen. He still had over 16.5 million yuan in cash and hundreds of thousands more in his account. He was saving that money for emergencies, otherwise, he'd be in trouble. Looking at Chen Zhanbang's headshot in the top right corner of his contacts, along with his 10-point favorability rating, Zhao Hongai felt a pang of frustration. Deputy Director of the County Public Security Bureau, that was Chen Zhanbang's new position. Thanks to his previous achievements, he'd been transferred from the township to the county seat. He'd actually skipped the town level. Damn it, if it weren't for me, you'd get the promotion. Zhao Hongai cursed inwardly. But the curses were still there. Zhao Hongai would continue investing. He couldn't just stop investing after one failed investment. He had to produce powerful weapons, only then could their collective land be protected. Besides, now that he had a connection with the deputy director of the county's public security bureau, he thought his next investment would be successful. Chen Zhanbang was Zhao Hongai's protective umbrella for the underworld. As long as he paid the right tribute, the investment should be a problem. Zhao Hongai opened the investment section and selected military equipment, firearms, and rifles. He then invested 3 million yuan and began his investment journey. The villagers, driven to make money, ignored the lesson of Zhangnan. Small workshops opened one after another, but were busted by our powerful police force one after another. Zhao Hongai spent money like water. Chen Zhanbang's position became increasingly solid. Although he didn't continue his promotion, he had already joined the county party committee. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongai escaped unscathed each time thanks to bribes, and his relationship with Chen Zhanbang continued to grow. Under the onslaught of money, Chen Zhanbang's favorability reached over 100 points, making him Zhao Hongai's true protector. However, he still couldn't tolerate the opening of illegal gun dens, and would absolutely destroy any that appeared. This infuriated Zhao Hongai deeply. Beep, beep. The chat bar popped up, and Zhao Hongai stared blankly. A series of failures had numbed Zhao Hongai. This message was from Chen Zhanbang. And the content was simple. It essentially told Zhao Hongai that, as a public security officer, he would not tolerate the proliferation of illegal guns. This was his bottom line. Furthermore, given Zhao Hongai's constant bribery, he could only guarantee Zhao Hongai's personal safety. However, as for illegal gun dens, he would destroy them one by one. As for him, he personally hoped Zhao Hongai would stop encouraging others to open illegal gun dens. After reading this message, Zhao Hongai internally complained. Damn it, if I don't open a black gun den, how can I have weapons? Without weapons, how can I rise in the Americas in 1620 and protect myself? Therefore, Zhao Hongai didn't take Chen Zhanbang's proposal seriously. However, facing Chen Zhanbang's warning, Zhao Hongai couldn't ignore it. After all that money couldn't be wasted. After so many failures, Zhao Hongai had lost a total of over 15 million yuan. This was also related to the increase in bribes he demanded after Chen Zhanbang's rise in value. Originally, it was only 100,000, 300,000, or 500,000 yuan, but after Chen Zhanbang was promoted and transferred to the county committee, the bribes increased to 500,000, 1 million, and 2 million yuan. Zhao Hongai sent Chen Zhanbang a message, asking him how much bribe he would need if he really wanted to continue running the black gun den. Unconsciously, Zhao Hongai had come to treat Chen Zhanbang like a real person. Instead of viewing it as a virtual character within the trading machine, Zhao Hongai himself was unaware of this change in mentality. After the message was sent, the system didn't immediately send back any information. It seemed the virtual character within the system was also trying to figure out how to communicate with Zhao Hongai. Zhao Hongai wasn't in the least anxious. Over 10 million yuan had gone down the drain, and there was no point in regretting it. All he could do now was try to clarify some issues and lay a foundation for the future. For the time being, Zhao Hongai only received a consolation reward of 10 oxen, 500 chickens, and 8 local dogs for the over 10 million yuan loss. It was truly unjust. Over 10 million yuan for such a small amount of poultry, cattle, and local dogs? If you'd given me a Tibetan Mastiff or something, I'd feel better. But what can a local dog do? At best, it'll just wag its tail at your beck and call. It's completely useless. Zhao Hongai grumbled internally as he waited for a reply. Beep. Just as he was musing and grumbling, the system popped up. My child has grown up, and I plan to send him abroad to study. Therefore, I hope you can continue to provide financial assistance, and I will also provide some convenience for you. Agree or not? The system presented a choice. As long as he wasn't having a brain cramp, Zhao Hongaiyu definitely knew what to choose. Was he having a brain cramp? The answer was definitely no. Does this count as corruption? Are we colluding with the underworld and officials? Damn, this is a blatant rehash of reality. Isn't it? After agreeing to Chen Xianbang's terms, another option quickly appeared. Illegal gun workshops absolutely cannot operate. This concerns public security and stability. I personally suggest opening a factory to produce replicas of vintage muskets under the guise of collectibles, providing props to American film and television companies, and for musket enthusiasts from all over the world to collect and appreciate. The Public Security Bureau is willing to issue a certificate for this purpose. In the meantime, please invest in Chen Aguo to allow him to open this factory. Realistic? Very realistic. Zhao Hongai was completely speechless. He couldn't understand why this time-space trader was so perverse. Zhao Hongaiu didn't know who Chen Aguo was, but he figured it was either Chen Xianbang's father or his younger brother. Otherwise, it had to be a relative. For Zhao Hongaiu, it didn't matter who owned the factory. All he needed was weapons. Muskets? He wasn't sure if flintlocks could be manufactured, but something more powerful than a matchlock would be enough. By maintaining his relationship and slowly corrupting the deputy director of public security, Zhao Hongai was confident he could provide better protection in the future. Manufacturing some knockoff modern weapons shouldn't be a problem then. The dialog box before him disappeared. Then another appeared. Since I agree to manufacture these muskets, you must guarantee sales. It was clear that the virtual deputy director, Chen Zhanbang, was concerned about profits. Zhao Hongai offered him reassurance. Guaranteed sales. A response with an order for 3,000 weapons per month. Zhao Hongaiyu made this promise because he felt confident. The potential purchasing power of the nearby tribe of 100,000 people alone was more than enough to supply 3,000 muskets. The virtual character, Chen Zhanbang, discussed the details with Zhao Hongaiyu. Zhao Hongaiyu invested 3 million yuan, demanding he start a business capable of manufacturing high-quality flintlock rifles, along with the necessary lead and paper powder. Chen Zhanbang made it clear that as long as it wasn't about making modern firearms and ammunition, he could handle the whole thing. Of course, Zhao Hongaiyu had to pay him a lump sum of 10 million yuan. Furthermore, 3 million yuan wouldn't be enough to purchase machinery, so Zhao Hongaiyu needed to invest more. The problem was that Zhao Hongaiyu didn't have that much cash on hand. He couldn't come up with the money. Fortunately, Zhao Hongaiyu and the fictional character Chen Zhanbang had dealt with each other before, and they had known each other for a long time. Therefore, Chen Zhanbang told Zhao Hongaiyu that they could start the project when the money was ready. With the money in hand, everything would be easy. Without it, nothing was possible. Zhao Hongaiyu calculated that Chen Zhanbang's requirements meant he would need to save for 2 weeks. 15 days wasn't too much time, and he could still afford it. Zhao Hongaiyu then told Chen Zhanbang to give him 2 weeks, and Chen Zhanbang agreed. Everything was now settled, and Zhao Hongaiyu felt relieved. Despite some setbacks and bizarre circumstances, the final result was satisfactory. All he had to do now was gather the funds within 2 weeks, then open the trading platform and contact the virtual character, Deputy Director Chen Zhanbang, so he could begin manufacturing his weapons. While not modern weapons, flintlock rifles and paper powder were superior to the matchlocks used today. Furthermore, Zhao Hongaiyu could have Chen Zhanbang instruct his people to pay attention to the line when crafting flintlock rifles to improve accuracy. This way, Zhao Hongaiyu could maintain his lead over the other tribes in terms of weaponry. As for more advanced weapons, Zhao Hongaiyu was confident that with time and a financial offer, Chen Zhanbang would be able to reveal his intentions. The prerequisite was to show him the benefits, so he could be drawn deeper into the trap. Zhao Hongaiyu felt that it was a bit unkind of him to drag a civil servant into this trap. However, for the sake of his own betterment, he could let it slide. Besides, Chen Zhanbang was just a virtual character, not a real person. So why would he feel guilty? Zhao Hongyu quickly shook off the burden. He still had over 4 million yuan in cash, which he had deposited back into his virtual account. Zhao Hongyu wasn't sure how much money he would need to open a factory like that. Therefore, he had to keep as much cash on hand as possible to ensure security. A factory that could produce 3,000 flintlock rifles a month couldn't be manufactured manually. Purchasing machinery, renting land, and building a factory would all require money. After shutting down the trading machine, Zhao Hongyu let out a long breath, stood up, stretched his aching back, and headed outside. "Chief, you're out," Wang Shan greeted him as he stepped outside. He had been waiting outside, expecting Zhao Hongyu to come out. Nodding at Wang Shan, Zhao Hongyu cast his gaze towards the other side of the street. The street was wide enough for 4 carriages to pass side by side. The road was poorly built, just a dirt track. There was nothing that could be done about it. Zhao Hongyu didn't have any concrete. But Zhao Hongyu wasn't looking at the road, but at the neatly arranged group of Somali blacks. Lammer, upon seeing Zhao Hongyu, walked over and spoke to him in fluent English. "Chief," he stopped in front of Zhao Hongyu and greeted him. "Starting tomorrow, you will begin learning navigational techniques, along with basic combat skills. There are many unknown dangers and enemies in our surroundings, so I hope you remember these words." Lammer nodded seriously. "I'll assign you a few political commissars who will assist you, to ensure a smooth transition between these blacks." Zhao Hongyu decided to introduce some new tactics. While the genetics were quite dull, it was always better to be on the safe side. A month ago, a dozen or so genetics had weathered the flames of war, fighting alongside Song Hu. They had become elite soldiers, their resolve unshakable. Assigning them to Lamur as political commissars was a perfectly sound decision. Furthermore, while Lamur had a favorable impression of the Chinese and a loyalty rating of 110, who knew what would happen if he were to manage so many blacks on his own? Africa, after all, is a land rich in warlords. Zhao Hongyu had to be on guard. Political commissars were Zhao Hongyu's way of guarding against Lamur. As the highest military commander of this black army, Lamur held considerable power. Therefore, the presence of the political commissar served as an effective check and balance. It would have been fine if Lamur had no other ideas. If he had, these political commissars would have been able to eliminate him. With his experiences with the deserters and their various bizarre behaviors, Zhao Hongyu had become extremely cautious, always preparing for the worst and taking precautions. As the saying goes, once bitten, one fears the ropes for 10 years. Chapter 90 at Karachi Canyon. Lammer had no objection to Zhao Hongyu's arrangement. The Somalis were no strangers to the ocean. Most of them made their living from it. If it weren't for the war, he might have become an excellent fisherman like his father. But now that he had arrived in this era and became the chief's subordinate, Lammer had to live like a good man. "Okay, Chief, I will bring those guys out as soon as possible. Although their brains are not very useful, they are very obedient. I promise to make them qualified warriors." After saying this, Lammer added, "Well, by our Somali standards, the 200 Somali black men, each of them was very tall and strong, and the mere sight of them was enough to intimidate people. Their dark skin shone with a unique luster in the sun, and their bulging muscles no longer showed their strength." Zhao Hongyu nodded. "For now, you'll use the matchlock muskets. I've already dealt with the flintlock muskets. It will take a while, though, to get them to you. I hope you'll be patient," he consoled Lamur. "The only weapons I can equip you with right now are cross-axes, daggers, and machetes." Technically, this was a fairly sophisticated weaponry. After all, this was North America, not the war-torn European continent or the powerful Chinese continent of this era. In those two places, these weapons wouldn't offer any advantage. Even in the Middle East, Zhao Hongyu would be in dire straits. But North America was different, as the region was inhabited entirely by Native Americans. They couldn't forge iron weapons, so Zhao Hongyu had a weapon advantage. It took the Native Americans over a century to learn how to forge iron tools from the Europeans. By the time the Native Americans mastered the technique, the Europeans would have already begun using muskets systematically. Lamur didn't react much. He told Zhao Hongyu, "Cold weapons aren't a problem. We Somalis are very experienced with machetes. Even in a cold weapon fight, we can easily defeat a small group of enemies." Lammer spoke confidently. Zhao Hongyu pondered his words for a moment before feeling relieved. Indeed, warlords and civil wars abounded across Africa. Often, Africans didn't even have guns, and would often go into battle armed only with machetes. So, Lammer's claim that they were adept with cold weapons wasn't wrong. Furthermore, tribal conflicts were common across Africa, and the machete was the most common weapon used in those clashes. Lammer must have participated in those conflicts, otherwise he wouldn't have said that. Although there were animations during his training, Zhao Hongyu wasn't completely aware of Lammer's development. Therefore, even if Lammer had participated in tribal battles, Zhao Hongyu might not have known about it. Since you say there's no problem, I won't say anything more, Zhao Hongyu nodded. I'll have someone arrange housing for you right away. You can rest up today. Training begins tomorrow. He then turned and said, Wang Shan, take the cattle and dogs downstairs, and then find housing for Lammer and the others. Let them rest up, Wang Shan responded and called out to several genitalers, instructing them to herd the cattle and dogs elsewhere. He then took Lammer and the other old blacks to find rooms for them. There are plenty of vacant houses in the village now. Housing for a mere 201 people is definitely sufficient. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu wasn't worried at all. Now that he had the manpower. And while the weapons development process had been somewhat unusual, it ultimately had a positive outcome. As long as he saved enough money, he could begin producing flintlock rifles. With these rifles, the combat effectiveness of his small group would undoubtedly increase significantly. Within a 100-mile radius, his group was the most powerful. A gradual, positive cycle continued. 6 months later, while Zhao Hongyu wouldn't be able to establish a nation, he could certainly become a lord. Even the humble European nobles didn't have many men under their territories. If Zhao Hongyu could command 10,000, surely he could become king? Thinking about this, Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but laugh. Within the steep and precipitous valley of the Akarach Mountains, a group of about 30 people slowly made their way. This was a Mohican trade caravan bounding for the Lick tribe. Several such caravans arrived every day. Ever since the Mohicans began trading with neighboring tribes, life for the Mohican Indians had undergone a profound transformation. For the first time, they knew life was possible. No longer needing to hunt and risk their lives fighting wild beasts every day, no longer needing to clash with other tribes over prey. They could now enjoy a life they had never dared to imagine before. Bald eagles circled in the sky, and gazelles leaped from the cliffs, searching for a safe resting place. The groundhog half peeked out of its burrow, curiously observing the Mohicans. Each of the Mohicans carried a sack on his back, with numerous smaller bags dangling from his shoulders. The smaller bags contained mustard greens and wooden bowls and plates, all popular items. Everyone, work hard. The Rick tribe's settlement isn't far away. If we hurry today, we can get home early. The leader of the Mohicans was a man with 3 eagle feathers on his head. According to Native American custom, 1 eagle feather represented the killing of an enemy. The 3 eagle feathers on his head signified the killing of 3 enemies. This was a testament to his warriorship and courage, signifying his status as a brave man. His words elicited a response from his companions. That's right, let's hurry up. If we can exchange these goods, we can get home earlier. I want to get home earlier too. I can have a drink when I get home. It would be so nice to just lie back home comfortably. Lazy guy, why don't you help your wife with something? The women in the tribe have changed a lot these days. They won't be happy if you don't work. It's all that woman from the Song tribe. She always teaches those women all the knowledge. Now the women in the tribe are going home and telling the men about it. Within a few words, the floor tilted. Everyone started talking about the women in the tribe. It was fun to talk on the road anyway, and chatting could help relieve some loneliness. The leader smiled at his companions but didn't join in. As the leader, Black Bear had taught him that his duty was to be extremely cautious. He must observe everything on the road and eliminate any possible dangers. Therefore, he couldn't join in when his companions were laughing and joking. He was responsible for observing the surrounding area to see if there was any danger. Although this requirement seemed unnecessary to many, most people strictly followed it. If they didn't, they would be kicked out of the guard and never be hired again. Therefore, a leader like him had to be vigilant and follow the rules. The compensation offered by the guards was generous. They were provided with a musket, weapons free of charge, and free rice and erguotao, Chinese erguotao, every day. Their only job was to protect traders and detect danger. The fact that the muskets were provided free of charge by the tribe was particularly attractive. The Indians were unaware of the muskets' shortcomings. They viewed them as powerful weapons with thunderous roars. Therefore, White people could use a musket to trade with Indians for furs or other supplies. The demand, and the high demand, ensured that white people could plunder Indian resources. Furthermore, muskets were only sold by white people in the Americas, so Indians had no one else to trade with. Therefore, even if they suffered a loss, there was nothing they could do. This was the mindset of many Indians. Owning a matchlock rifle was a source of pride. After Zhao Hongyu opened up trade in matchlock rifles, the Mohawk tribe immediately purchased 300 and distributed them. Black Bear was the primary purchaser, citing the need for weapons to protect the caravans and the security of the trade members. Coupled with the substantial profits from trade, Black Bear's proposal was easily approved. An order for 300 matchlock rifles was placed with Zhao Hongyu on behalf of the Mohawk tribe. Black Bear's guard team received 200 of these. After all, he was responsible for guarding the gold mine and ensuring the security of the trade teams. Therefore, he had priority in weapon distribution. Suddenly, countless Mohawk warriors were eager to join the guard team, motivated by the promise of receiving a free matchlock rifle. Of course, the arquebus can be given to you for free, but you'll have to go to Zhao Hongyu to buy the gunpowder and lead yourself. The team leader, raised his hand and gently stroked the arquebus held against his chest, his movements gentle and slow, as if caressing a lover. A gust of wind blew through the canyon, stirring up clouds of sand. Suddenly, a large amount of rubble rolled down from above, alerting everyone, stop. He raised his left hand, signaling his companions behind him to pay attention. At the same time, he held the arquebus level, his eyes carefully observing. Bang! After a loud noise, a bloody hole appeared on his forehead, and the powerful force of inertia carried his body backward. Chapter 91 Prelude to the Golden War. The battle in the Akarach Mountains Gorge ended with a Mohican trading caravan completely annihilated. Their bodies lay scattered across the ground. Indians, their temples bare except for a wisp of hair, turned over the bodies of the Mohicans, placing the goods they had intended to trade with other tribes into bags on their backs. Occasionally, a Mohican, still barely alive, was slain by the Indians with daggers. The Indians would also use their daggers to cut off a scalp from the Mohican corpse and hang it on their waists. Besides these Indians, Europeans wearing plate armor, armed with spears, rapiers, and muskets, stood there, pointing and arquebusing. It was these Europeans and the natives who had attacked the Mohicans. After their deaths, the natives began to search for their own spoils. Major, is this a good idea? You know, this will provoke a rebellion from the Mohegan tribe, a vast tribe with thousands of warriors. No matter how powerful the Mohegan tribe is, it won't matter. The discovery of gold on their territory is enough to drive people crazy. Just think about all that gold, and you won't find those natives so scary anymore. A man wearing a black round hat with a large brim, plate armor, a half-length cape inlaid with gold and red, a rapier and a pistol hanging from his waist, and a curly mustache said to his companions. Gold, yes, I'd even turn into a demon for it. A young man beside him, with shoulder-length blonde hair and a similarly curly mustache, replied with a lewd expression. The man called the major smiled and said, the governor has issued an order to recruit soldiers from every settlement. When our soldiers gather, we'll have around 3,000 men. That's enough to crush any tribe. And don't forget, we still have those natives as cannon fodder. He glanced at the Indians scalping and searching through corpses. HMPH, these savages. If they weren't still useful, I wouldn't mind treating them like the Spanish massacred the Incas. The major's eyes were filled with disdain. After a brief exchange, the major turned back and whispered something. The guard standing behind him hurried away, soon returning with a young Indian boy, no more than a teenager. The young man's eyes were filled with fear, and his body was shaking as if he had the hiccups, completely out of control. What a pitiful little quail! The young man curled his lips, looking at him with pity and muttering. I am Major David, serving under the governor of Virginia. Now, let me ask you some questions. You must promise to tell the truth. If you do, I won't embarrass you. I might even let you go. It's not impossible. David slowly removed his gloves, but the look in his eyes as he looked at the boy gradually shifted from pity to indifference and cruelty. If you don't tell me the truth, or if you're hiding something, then I can only tell you that you're out of luck. I will use the most brutal means in the world to deal with you. I hope you're mentally prepared, David. Indeed, ever since the governor received word of the gold in the Mohicans, he'd been ecstatic and issued a conscription order. However, the governor wasn't blinded by the gold. While issuing the conscription order, He also dispatched a team to investigate the authenticity of the news. David, dispatched by the Virginia governor, was tasked with finding out if there was indeed gold near the Mohicans. His approach was different, however. His so-called investigation wasn't a pretense of visiting the Mohicans, but rather an attack on a Mohican trading caravan. This time, he attacked a Mohican caravan, sparing a young boy and mercilessly executing all the other Mohicans, one alive. That's enough. David had his own way of doing things. Do you understand everything I've said? David handed his gloves to the guard beside him, while an Indian translated David's words into Mohican for the young man. Although the young man was terrified, he bit his lip tightly and stared into David's eyes, remaining silent. David asked a few more questions, but the young man simply remained silent. Well, since you're so uncooperative, I'll use my own methods to get you to talk. David wasn't angry at the young man's refusal. He simply said this casually, then turned and sat down on a nearby rock. Then, a sinister smile crossed the face of the Indian interpreter. He called out to his companions in his native language, and they carried the young man to the other side. Ultimately, the Mohican young man met a tragic end at the hands of the Indians. The Indians, however, also learned the information David sought from the young man, which satisfied David greatly. There was indeed gold near the Mohican region, just as the person who had told them had predicted. David also confirmed one thing: this gold vein held a vast reserve. Although no measurements had been taken, the young man's words hinted at something. Gold had already surfaced, and the women there simply had to pick up the gold that was exposed. And in that particular vein, gold was practically readily available. Therefore, this place must possess abundant gold reserves. The mere sight of such a rich mine made David's heart beat faster. Let's pack up and head back. Now that we've confirmed the gold, I don't think we need to go to the Mohican tribe anymore. David stood up and dusted off his pants. Now that he had confirmed the gold, there was no need to stay here any longer. He had to report this news to the governor. He was sure he would be delighted. If, as he suspected, this was a rich gold vein, then if they defeated the Mohicans and took control of this region, not only would they have a steady supply of gold to ship back to England, but those in the Americas would also reap significant benefits. After all, how could His Majesty, so far away on the other side of the ocean, possibly know just how much gold there was? If 10 tons of gold were mined and they reported 5, then everyone could take 5 tons. He knew the enormous profits involved. Furthermore, mining in America was cheap, and the people doing the work were Indian or African slaves anyway. After obtaining the information he sought, David, along with his soldiers and Indian vassals, left the Grand Canyon and embarked on his return journey. At this point, neither the British nor Zhao Hongai had foreseen the impending clash. The British hadn't anticipated encountering a formidable opponent. Zhao Hongai hadn't anticipated the minor obstacles the British would present to his development. But regardless of whether either side anticipated it or not, war was inevitable. The British's knowledge of the Mohawk tribe's gold reserves was a matter of chance. Zhao Hongai had initially killed a British merchant baker and his group to conceal this secret. Of course, Zhao Hongai also knew that this secret couldn't be kept forever. He wanted to kill Baker because he didn't want the British to learn about the gold mine so early, so he could exploit it and develop his fortune quickly. Some of the Mohawk women who mined for gold would accumulate their gold. They wouldn't trade it all at once, as their lives were much more fulfilling now. Therefore, some women would carry around some gold. During this period, the Mohawk tribe was experiencing a period of thriving trade, and some women, when not panning for gold, would accompany the men on their visits to other tribes. Inadvertently, the secret of the gold spread. The Indians had little interest in this Yellowstone, but that didn't mean others weren't interested. When this news reached the governor of Virginia, he immediately took note. After further investigation, he confirmed that the rumors of gold were likely half true. Since he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the governor remained unsure. But he couldn't let his uncertainty stop him from missing such an opportunity. If this news got out, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Dutch and Spanish. Although the Spanish had been defeated at sea decades earlier, their fleet nearly decimated, this didn't mean Spain was completely defeated. They still possessed hundreds of thousands of troops and numerous warships. It was simply that Spain was weaker today than it had been decades before. Furthermore, Spain's strength in the Caribbean remained undeniable. The Dutch were also rising, presenting a significant threat. Therefore, The governor of Virginia immediately issued a conscription order and dispatched David once again to investigate the situation. However, the governor of Virginia could not have anticipated that if he had known this news a few months earlier, the gold mines would have been his. Unfortunately, 3 months had passed. The individuals behind the efforts to conceal this information had now amassed enough strength to challenge the British. Therefore, it would no longer be easy for the British to seize the gold mines in the Mohican region. Chapter 92, Inside the Governor's Mansion. 3 days later, David and his soldiers returned to the British settlement of Yaxley on the Virginia coast. While the settlement was called a city, Zhao Hongai would likely dismiss it. It was, at best, a rural village. However, its population was quite large, with 18,000 permanent British men and women, as well as thousands of merchants from Spain, France, Portugal, and other countries. On the coast of Yaxley, the British built a harbor capable of berthing 5 large galleons. Around the city's administrative center, military headquarters, and the governor's palace, the British even constructed a fortress and stone walls. While the walls weren't very high, constructed entirely of stone, they were incredibly strong. Their primary purpose was to protect against Native Americans, who were, after all, the greatest enemy of the white people on the American continent. The land surrounding the city was cultivated, with crops like corn, soybeans, and potatoes. The Native American tribes that originally inhabited this coast had been wiped out decades earlier. The British became the new masters of this land. The streets of the city were filthy and squalid, with poor sanitation. However, the streets were bustling with people, and vendors were numerous. Among these vendors were even Indians, constantly hawking their game, captured birds, and various fruits to passers-by. Some Indian women, dressed in European-style clothing, were led by Indian men to engage in primitive, ancient occupations. They blew kisses to passers-by and flirted with the thirsty men. Indian children, dressed in European-style clothing, frolicked in the busy streets, occasionally plucking the purse of a careless person, leaving them penniless. Drunks without money were thrown out of taverns, both Indian and white. Merchants paid no attention to the customer's race. As long as you had money, you were their god. Without money, sorry, you were nothing but a pile of stinking shit. From the downtrodden to the well-heeled, America was a land of dreams and opportunity for the British. Every year, countless people boarded ships from the British mainland to the American continent, becoming residents of Virginia or perishing in the dense forests and bushes of the continent. Of course, not everyone could live in Virginia. They were screened by civil officials and assigned to other settlements. Various legends of wealth and fortune unfolded endlessly in the British Virginia town of Yaxley. Because the British had lived in Virginia for many years, they conquered surrounding tribes and formed alliances with many Indians. Influenced by British customs, many Indians changed, much like Zhao Hongai's transformation of the Mohawk tribe. The Indians living around Virginia also shifted from bartering to using gold and silver coins. Both good and bad, the Indians learned from the British. Yaxley even had 2 ancient mafia organizations, one of which was formed spontaneously by the Indians. The Cutlass Gang, specializing in collecting protection fees from merchants in the city. Another group, the Sack Gang, comprised of British vagrants, specializes in petty theft and honey traps. Wherever there are people, there are underworld forces. The existence of the mafia is no surprise. In the heart of the city, a commanding height serves as the administrative center. It's a small hill, but from there, one can overlook the entire city. The governor's palace is located there, far from the grime of the city. It feels like a paradise. At this moment, the quiet governor's palace welcomed its guest. A middle-aged man, wearing what looked like a 21st-century nightcap and a clown costume, sat behind a desk. Standing respectfully before him was Major David. If Zhao Hongai were here, he'd undoubtedly criticize the man's attire, cursing that white Europeans were truly unsophisticated. He's wearing a clown costume, and he thinks he's so impressive. Unfortunately, in this era, such attire was truly fashionable, and only worn by the wealthy and aristocrats. The outlandish look of wearing white socks over trouser legs, thick heels, and a wig wouldn't appear for another 100 years. Right now, clown costumes are the norm. Spanish nobles even wore a ring around their necks. "Are you sure what that Mohawk kid said was true?" the man behind the desk asked, his voice deep and rich. "You're so mean. You should have left someone alive." He raised his right hand and stroked his mustache. He didn't find the Mohawk kid's death surprising. He was only disappointed that Major David should have been left alive. The entire office was a thoroughly English style. The arched ceiling was painted with a scene of a nude woman playing in the water. The wind blew in, bringing with it the smell of earth and the fragrance of flowers. Major David straightened up a bit at this and replied, "Governor, that young man is actually very important. I've gathered information from various tribes along the way, and it basically matches the information you've received about gold. Based on this, I can confirm that there is a gold mine within the Mohawk territory." David combined the information he had gathered from other Indian tribes along the way, summarized it, and reported it to the governor. "I should point out one thing, Your Excellency, that the gold mine in the Mohawk territory is very likely a vast vein with extremely rich reserves. The gold reserves there could drive everyone crazy." Thinking of the information from the Mohawk boy, David's heartbeat quickened again. Gold veins exposed on the surface, gold readily available. Everywhere you look, it's a dazzling golden sheen. On rocks, in streams, just bend down and reach out, and the gold is yours. See, it's so simple, isn't it? This was something anyone could do. It also revealed a vast gold reserves in this area. David was already incredibly excited just imagining it. He couldn't imagine if he actually saw the gold vein with his own eyes. Would he suffer a cerebral hemorrhage? After calming himself, David told the governor the information he had received from the young man. The governor's expression grew increasingly exaggerated as David continued his description. By the time David finished, his mouth was wide open, his face almost open in astonishment. "God bless England!" The governor leaped from his seat and made the sign of the cross in front of his chest with his right hand. "Gold in Mohican territory has indeed been uncovered," David nodded. "That's what the young man I interrogated said. He had no reason to lie about that. Unlike the Indians near Virginia, the Indians to the north had been less influenced by European culture and lifestyle. Therefore, the northern Indian tribes had relatively retained their own customs. Unlike the Indians near Virginia, who had adopted the white man's bad habits and adopted gold and silver coins, David's judgment was accurate. The Mohican boy had no reason to lie to him. For a tribe still practicing barter, gold was nothing but useless stone. They were nothing like the Indians living in Virginia, who were ravenous for gold and silver. The governor slowly calmed himself, but the excitement on his face betrayed his current state of mind. "That's definitely a rich mine, there's no doubt about it." After much deliberation, the governor made his final judgment. "We must seize that place quickly and not wait for the Spanish or French to react." The governor knew that the French stronghold just north of the Mohican tribe was a stronghold. If they learned of the existence of such a gold mine to the south, it would inevitably provoke a French attack. For Europeans of that era, gold held an absolutely fatal allure. As for the Spanish, Portuguese, and Dutch, their attention was currently focused on the Caribbean Sea and South America. "Governor, you were so far-sighted that you issued the conscription order so early. Our soldiers will be assembled soon, and by then we'll have conquered that region. As for the French and Spanish, they won't even realize it until we defeat the Mohicans." Major David gently flattered the governor. The governor smiled, walked to a closet, opened the small wooden door, and took out a bottle of red wine and a glass. "You're right. By the time the French and Spanish realize it, we'll have already conquered that region." He handed the glass to David, who took it and said, "Thank you. How long do you estimate it will take to muster our troops?" The governor wasn't very knowledgeable about military matters. After all, he wasn't a regular soldier. His primary reason for becoming governor of Virginia was to collect taxes from the American continent for the British crown. Therefore, he had to consult Major David on military matters. "It will take 10 days to assemble the militia from the 78 nearby settlements. We only have 600 regular troops, so we have to rely on the militia." David answered the governor's question with a straightforward answer. "Our opponent is the largest tribe in the north, the Mohicans, with a population of over 10,000. David had gathered detailed intelligence on the Mohicans and was fully prepared. Excluding the elderly, the sick, and women, the Mohicans can mobilize over 2,000 warriors. If we include minors, that number would likely double." The governor was silent for a moment. The Mohicans, with a military strength of 4,000, presented a formidable opponent. Before the governor could digest this information, David continued, "We must also consider the Mohicans' allied tribes. Those smaller tribes could also contribute men to the Mohicans' battle. Therefore, I personally estimate the Mohicans can mobilize around 10,000 warriors." Hiss. Upon hearing this number, the governor lost his composure. A military force of 10,000 men would be considered a formidable force in Europe. While the natives still used cold weapons, so did the Mohicans. Though equipped with matchlock muskets, their primary weapons were swords and spears. In terms of weaponry, the British and the Mohicans were no different, nor did they possess any real advantages. If there was any advantage, it was the British's superior defense, thanks to their armor. Compared to the Mohicans, who fought shirtless, this advantage was immense. Seeing the governor frown and fall silent, David knew his comparison of military power might have frightened the civilian governor. After a moment of internal disdain, David's face betrayed no comfort. "Don't worry, governor. We can gather an army of 3,000 men and also recruit vassal tribes or those with whom we have good relations to join the attack on the Mohicans." The governor looked up at David, believing the proposal to be sound. According to David, relying solely on their 3,000-man army to fight the Mohicans was possible, but the losses would be significant. However, recruiting some native cannon fodder would create a different situation. It didn't matter how many Native Americans died, British soldiers were the most valuable. And the more Native Americans died, the greater the benefit to the British. It would be best if they weren't all dead, so that their land could be controlled by the British. But the problem was, the Native Americans wouldn't do anything without benefits, right? What kind of benefits could the British offer to convince those Indian vassals and those they had good relations with to join them in the fight against the Mohicans? Your proposal is a good one, but how can we convince those Indians? You know, we need to offer them enough benefits. The natives won't fight for us for nothing. David had lived in America longer than the Governor-General, having set foot on American soil 8 years earlier. He had also had extensive dealings with the Indians, so he knew how to impress them better than the Governor-General. Therefore, he seemed confident. "Your Excellency is right. No matter what you do, there must be benefits. So all we need to do is offer the natives enough benefits to make them happy. I already have an idea in mind." David then shared his plan with the Governor-General. Chapter 93 Why? "Oh, what good ideas do you have for offering those natives attractive benefits?" Governor Simmons asked, noticing David's confident look. David bowed slightly, then spoke. "The Mohawks have many novelties. I've seen them, and they're all quite good. Even we in England can't make them, so I'm sure there must be some skilled craftsmen within the Mohawks." David had a comprehensive plan in mind. He was a more competent military officer than a civilian governor. Simmons nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I've seen those goods. They're quite ingenious. The matches are especially convenient, and that clear liquor is quite strong. Many people love it." Due to the Mohawks' trade, some of their goods had already flowed into Virginia and were very popular. Therefore, Simmons and David had some knowledge and understanding of Mohawk goods. "We can promise the Indians will hand over these craftsmen as slaves. I don't think they'll refuse such an offer," David said with a sinister smile. "From what I've heard, many tribes have coveted the Mohawks' wares, but because the Mohawks are so powerful, they've suppressed their greed." David had a keen understanding of the indigenous people's mindsets. He would occasionally converse with some Indians, extracting intelligence from them. Although David's sincerity was pretentious, the Indians were unaware of his intentions. "We can also tell them that after we capture the gold mine, we'll contract out the mining work to them. They'll be responsible for finding people to dig for the gold. Whether they're from their own tribe or slaves is irrelevant. We can also share a portion of the profits from the gold with them, so they'll have no reason not to fight." Simmons heard this and understood David's sinister plan. That's a good plan. These natives are already accustomed to using gold and silver, so they'll be interested in the gold mines. Outsourcing the gold mining to them will also solve the labor problem. They'll wage war against other tribes to capture large numbers of slaves, which will weaken them themselves, Simmons said to David with a smile. "And it doesn't matter if we divide the profits from the gold among them. We can just treat it like raising pigs. When they're fat and weak, we can take back the money with interest. And the spoils don't have to be handed over to the country, they'll be completely ours. This is simply killing two birds with one stone." "So?" Simmons gave David a look of admiration. "David, you're very clever. I should report this to the king. Perhaps you deserve a higher position and title, so that you can better utilize your intelligence and talents." David quickly bowed and responded humbly. Simmons's words were not just impulsive, he had long-term vision. He could foresee what would happen once they truly defeated the Mohicans and occupied the gold mines. He was likely to be removed from his position as governor. Faced with such enormous profits from the gold mine, those greedy individuals in the country would undoubtedly be tempted. Therefore, the governor would undoubtedly be replaced. His only task now was to plan ahead, win David over to his side, and safeguard his own interests. The two men chatted for a moment, and David took his leave. David still had much to do. Within 10 days, he had to persuade several Indian tribes to send warriors to join the British army in the fight against the Mohicans. The city of Yaxley remained bustling. The people were unaware that a war plan had been formulated within the governor mansion halfway up the mountain in the city center. A great storm loomed over the Virginia region, but an even greater storm was brewing. The people knew nothing of this. Over the next few days, the residents of Yaxley noticed that Indian tents were gradually appearing on the outskirts of the city. More and more Indians were also appearing on the city streets. These Indians were strong and sturdy, and this alerted many British residents to a sense of amiss. In just 5 days, David had persuaded the surrounding Indian tribes, with whom he had a good relationship. As for the Indian tribes under British protection, upon learning of the significant benefits, they were eager to join. In addition to these Indians flocking to Yaxley, militiamen recruited from other settlements in Virginia also arrived and stationed outside the city. The arrival of so many people delighted the merchants of Yaxley. Even the women of the tribes enjoyed a good income. However, this large influx of people put a strain on food supplies. Simmons, however, dismissed this pressure as negligible compared to the expected profits. However, the city's security had been poor recently, with the Indians and the militia causing significant disruptions. It seemed necessary to dispatch these troops as soon as possible. Simmons looked at the documents presented by his subordinates, a hint of frustration spreading across his face. These are our people, no doubt about it. Just as the British gathered their forces at Yaxley, Black Bear gazed at the corpses scattered across the valley of the Acraach Mountains, his face twitching occasionally. "Captain, there's another child over there, but his death was tragic," a Mohawk warrior approached Black Bear and reported. Because Black Bear was now the leader of the trade group's escort, Zhao Hongyu had explained that the Mohawk warriors had begun addressing Black Bear as captain. Although Black Bear didn't understand what captain meant, he accepted the title with ease. Who did this? The Anu? Or the Packle? A ferocious glint shone in Black Bear's eyes. He wanted to kill. But he didn't know who the enemy was, so he had to control his anger and not let it cloud his thoughts. He needed to think carefully, to see if he could find any clues. His people couldn't just die like this. He had to find the true murderer and seek revenge. Everyone, look carefully and see if you can find any clues nearby. These companions are waiting for us to avenge them. We must find the murderer. Black Bear suppressed his rising anger and tried to give rational orders. Across the Acarachi Mountains lay the territory of the Anu and Packle peoples. The Mohicans had been trading with them since they began. Black Bear couldn't figure it out. If these two tribes were responsible, why would they do this? Could it be, as Zhao Hongyu said, that they were attacking and robbing for free? But the problem was, if these two tribes were responsible, he would have to provide evidence. Otherwise, his mere speculation would be unconvincing. After all, launching a war of revenge against another tribe required the approval of the elders. To convince the elders of revenge, Black Bear would need convincing evidence. But the problem was, it didn't make sense to claim that the Anu or Packle were responsible. Because it was the Anu and Packle who had informed the Mohicans about the trade group. The Mohicans traded through the Acraach Mountains Gorge, and the Anu and Packle also passed through the gorge on their way to the Mohicans. If these two tribes were responsible, they wouldn't have told the Mohicans about the trade caravan. Therefore, it's a bit too arbitrary to blame these two tribes for the murder. But if it wasn't these two tribes, who else could have done it? Black Bear couldn't figure out which tribe, with a grudge against the Mohicans, would have ambushed their trade caravan in the Acraach Mountains Gorge. Just as Black Bear was racking his brains, the men collecting the bodies finally made a discovery. A Mohican warrior felt the ground was soft beneath his feet and kicked a few times. The kick was enough to clear the surface, revealing an arm. "Captain, we've found something," the Mohican warrior shouted upon discovering the arm, drawing the other Mohican warriors to gather around. Black Bear quickly approached, asking, "What did you find, Captain?" "Look, there are several bodies here. They look like they were hastily buried. They're likely the bodies of the enemies who attacked our trade caravan." The Mohawk warrior squatted on the ground, his hands constantly scraping at the soil, slowly digging out the loose earth that had buried the bodies. Black Bear also squatted down, carefully examining the bodies he had unearthed. As the Mohawk warrior dug, 5 bodies were unearthed and neatly laid out on the ground. Each of the bodies had bald sideburns on either side of their foreheads, with only a wisp of black hair remaining in the middle. They were also covered in cyan tattoos. Black Bear's facial muscles twitched as he recognized the tattoos and the bald sideburns. These are warriors from the Pawn tribe. How did their bodies end up here? Black Bear was almost certain that these were the same people who attacked the Mohawk trade caravan. However, he felt a sense of wonder. How could a tribe from the white-controlled area of Virginia come all the way here to ambush the Mohawks? As Black Bear pondered this, a group of people rushed towards him from the eastern canyon entrance. He looked up and saw that it was Zhao Hongayu and his men. Chapter 94. I hope my worries are unnecessary. Why are you here? Black Bear asked, somewhat puzzled, as Zhao Hongayu approached him. The Mohawk trading party had been ambushed and all killed. This was a Mohawk tribal affair, and had nothing to do with Zhao Hongayu. Black Bear couldn't understand why Zhao Hongayu was here. I heard something was wrong, so I came to check it out. Zhao Hongayu was followed by Wang Shan and a powerful genetic guard. Do you know who did it? Zhao Hongayu asked. Black Bear nodded. It's probably clear. It was the warriors of the Pawn tribe, who are in the white-controlled Virginia region. He pointed to the 5 bodies lying on the ground. Virginia? Zhao Hongayu muttered softly. At the same time, a bad feeling crept into his heart. If Black Bear's prediction was correct, then this was a serious matter. Virginia was a long way from them, and he couldn't imagine why they would travel so far just to ambush the Mohawk trading party. Even if it was robbery, this excuse doesn't make sense. If they were going to rob, why did they do it here in the Akarach Mountains Valley instead of on the road to the southern tribes? Those trade groups are much closer than here. David's ambush of the Mohican trading party here was primarily intended to confuse the Mohicans. He wanted to create a false impression to mislead the Mohicans and make them hostile to the Anu or other tribes. If he could get the Mohicans to engage in a few battles with other tribes and wear down their strength, that would be ideal. You have to admit, David's plan was brilliant. Unfortunately, David underestimated the Indians. Furthermore, the dead warriors of the Pawn tribe, who had come with him as guides and vassals of the British, had revealed information on their bodies. Zhao Hongayu had originally assumed it was just a case of robbery and murder. He had nothing else to do on Manhattan Island, so when he heard the news, he rushed over with his men. But after hearing Black Bear's words, he realized there was definitely more to the story. Take their bodies back. We can't let our former companions lie exposed in the wilderness, Black Bear ordered the surrounding Mohawk warriors. Captain, what should we do with these bodies? Someone asked, pointing at the bodies of the Pawn warriors. Don't worry, let them go to the coyotes. Zhao Hongayu could tell that Black Bear simply didn't eat humans. If he did, he'd probably order the Pawn warriors' bodies to be cooked and eaten in a large iron pot. Do the Mohawks have a grudge against the Pawn tribe? Black Bear gave the order and turned to leave. Zhao Hongayu followed him and whispered. Black Bear shook his head, a puzzled look on his face. No, we Mohawks aren't familiar with the Pawn tribe. They live in the white-controlled area of Virginia, and I've heard from other tribes that they've become vassals of the British and have become their loyal lackeys. When Black Bear mentioned the Pawn tribe's vassalage to the British, a flash of inspiration struck Zhao Hongayu. Could it be that the British learned of our assassination of Baker? Was this British retaliation? Zhao Hongayu pondered for a moment, then shook his head. He found this unlikely, considering how carefully they had executed Baker. Even the burial site of Baker and his men was extremely difficult to detect. The Mohicans involved in the attack clearly wouldn't have told anyone about this, knowing the consequences if word got out. But if it wasn't Baker, then what else could it be? It's clearly not true that these Pans attacked the Mohican trade caravan without British approval. Zhao Hongayu could almost guess that the British were involved in this attack. It had to be said that his guess was almost correct. Could it be that our assassination of Baker has been exposed? Although Zhao Hongayu found the possibility of a leak unlikely, he couldn't guarantee that everyone involved wouldn't. Black Bear shook his head. My men won't leak secrets. I guarantee that with my life. Zhao Hongayu was silent for a moment. He felt he should send someone out to investigate. This matter definitely wasn't that simple. If possible, I'd like you to send someone to the tribes to the south to ask about the recent situation in Virginia. Perhaps we can make some inferences based on the dynamics there. Black Bear wholeheartedly agreed with Zhao Hongayu's suggestion. You're right. We should pay attention to the situation over there. The Partons wouldn't come here for no reason, attack our people, and then cover up their information. A long time later, they returned to the Mohican tribe. The bodies of the fallen Mohican warriors were brought back to the tribe. The death of their loved ones brought sorrow and pain to many families. A thick atmosphere of sadness hung over the Mohican tribe. The Mohicans built a pyre, placed the bodies of the Mohican warriors on it, and then lit torches to burn the bodies. They believed that the spirits of these Mohawk warriors would linger over the Mohawk tribe, blessing them and protecting their loved ones. Singing those mournful Indian songs, the faces of the people grew sadder. Zhao Hongyu felt a pang of sadness. However, he couldn't focus on that right now. Black Bear followed Zhao Hongyu's advice and dispatched several groups of warriors to the southern Indian tribes to gather information from Virginia. This wouldn't be quickly resolved. Zhao Hongyu bid farewell to the Mohawk tribe, feeling he should be prepared for the unexpected. "Chief, what do you think the problem might be?" Wang Shan, who had been accompanying Zhao Hongyu, couldn't help but ask after they returned to Manhattan Island. "I don't know what it is. All we can do now is prepare so we won't be caught off guard if something does happen." To be honest, Zhao Hongyu genuinely had no idea what the underlying issue was. Yet, a lingering sense of crisis welled up within him. Even if it was just for the sake of precaution, Zhao Hongyu felt he should be cautious and prepared. On Manhattan Island, Lemur and his Somali Legion trained daily. He and Song Hu took turns with their men at sea learning to operate the sailboat. Those ashore were also required to be disciplined. The army conducted combat training daily. Today was Song Hu's day for training aboard the Mayflower. So, it was Lemur and his men who were conducting military training on Manhattan Island. Zhao Hongyu looked away, watching Lemur, shouting Somali chants as he led his men on a long run not far away. He turned to Wang Shan and said, "If possible, dismantle the 8-pounder guns from the Mayflower. They'll be used for our army. I have a feeling we might be in serious trouble." The Mayflower had a total of 18 guns, all of modest caliber. 10 8-pounders and 8 10-pounders. It was practically useless. However, given his own sense of crisis, Zhao Hongyu decided to remove a few of the Mayflower's guns as backup. In the event of a serious emergency, these guns would be very useful. "Chief, there's no problem removing these cannons. But how do we move them after they're removed?" These cannons were perfectly adequate on the ship, but without wheels, they couldn't be moved. Although the caliber of the cannons was small, they were also very heavy. Zhao Hongyu pondered for a moment and instructed Wang Shan, "Pick a few carpenters from the Bapi community to build a frame and wheels to hold the cannons. I know we don't have iron rollers, so the wooden wheels won't last for more than a few days." "Okay, Chief, I'll take note. But I wonder how many cannons you plan to remove." There were 18 cannons on the ship, and it was unclear how many Zhao Hongyu wanted. 4, I think, would be enough. Zhao Hongyu currently had just over 200 combat-capable men under his command. Primarily Ramel and his Somali soldiers, his 9 genetically guarded guards, and Song Hu's 13 veterans. The Anachi warriors had to guard the prisoners, so they couldn't be counted for the time being. Zhao Hongyu had decided to keep the remaining genetically modified humans as farmers, so he didn't count them among the combatants. With that in mind, 4 cannons for over 200 people should be more than enough. Furthermore, the combat effectiveness of these 200-plus individuals was far superior to that of the previous genetically modified humans. Their fighting spirit and other qualities were far greater. Cannons alone won't be enough. We need to prepare some other weapons. We have gunpowder. It would be great if we could use it. Wang Shan's mind raced, and he immediately came up with an idea. "Captain, we can make some earth bombs. We have so much black powder, but with our own technology, we can only make bombs." That's a good idea. Zhao Hongyu's eyes flashed. "Okay, I'll leave this to you. I hope to see results soon, so you must work on this matter." Wang Shan nodded in agreement. Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan chatted for a while before parting ways. After Wang Shan left, Zhao Hongyu walked alone to the beach and stood there quietly. He remained silent, facing the azure waters and the waves crashing against the beach. "I hope my worries are unnecessary." Chapter 95 New Weapons? Boom. 200 meters ahead, clouds of dust rose as sand scattering under the powerful force of the explosion. Lammer and Wang Shan didn't show much surprise at the magnitude of the explosion. Although they were genetically modified, they were still living in the virtual 21st century. But the British prisoners and the Anunnaki warriors, who were building houses in the distance, were stunned. Oh my God! What's going on? Is this witchcraft? These thoughts crossed the minds of many of the British prisoners. After their initial surprise, the Anunnaki warriors quickly became happy. They had now joined the Song Empire and become its people. Therefore, the stronger the Song became, the greater the benefits for them. After the smoke cleared, Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan emerged from their bunker and headed towards the explosion site. The explosion created a crater 5 meters in diameter and 20 centimeters deep. After a rough visual assessment, Zhao Hongyu assessed the force of the explosion. Not bad. I'm quite satisfied with the power of this explosive pack. Zhao Hongyu gave Wang Shan an encouraging look. Song Hu, standing nearby, said, "We can bury this type of explosive pack and detonate it when the enemy passes by. The downside is that we have to leave one of our own men nearby, otherwise it won't detonate on its own, which is a significant drawback." Yes, this explosive had flaws. It wasn't perfect. With the technology Zhao Hongyu and his team had at that time, it was impossible to manufacture a remote-controlled explosive pack of that type. As Song Hu finished speaking, Lamure interrupted, "Don't you have plenty of Arquidus fuses? If we engage the enemy and the gap between us is no more than 100 meters, then we can overcome the situation. The only problem is that the fuse consumption is significant, so we need to be mindful of that." Lamure's words gave everyone an idea for a solution. Consuming fuses wasn't a big deal, they could be bought cheaply from the trading platform anyway. The fuse isn't a problem, and 200 meters isn't either, Zhao Hongyu said after a moment's thought. Wang Shan smiled and said to the crowd, "Now that the fuse is no longer a problem, I think this explosive can be put to use. However, the prerequisite is that we can lure the enemy to the right point." Lure the enemy deeper? That's not difficult. Lamu and Song Hu both laughed. Clap, clap, clap. Wang Shan clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Wang Shan waved. A genet came running from a distance and handed him a bottle filled with gunpowder. Wang Shan shook the bottle and said to the crowd, "It's a pity that the erguotao we sell is bulk. It would be much better if we had bottles. But it doesn't matter. There's a lot of rum on the Mayflower, and I've found a good use for these bottles." Wang Shan filled the thick, empty rum bottle with black powder and a large amount of lead. He stuffed a long gunpowder fuse into the bottle mouth and sealed it with linen mixed with a resin. "This is the grenade I'm researching." Wang Shan held it high in front of everyone, waving it and saying, "Due to my limited skills and limited materials, I can only do this much." Watching the bottle explode in Wang Shan's hand, Zhao Hongyu chuckled. "Not bad. Throw this thing in close combat. It'll definitely give the enemy a hard time." Zhao Hongyu praised the weapon. Lammer raised a hand and stroked his smooth chin, frowning slightly as he raised a question. "I have no doubt about the power of this thing. Just looking at the lead in the bottle gives me chills, not to mention the fragments from the explosion." Lammer confirmed it first. Then he continued, "But if used in close combat, this thing might accidentally injure us." Lammer's words immediately made everyone realize what was happening. That's right, if this thing exploded, it would definitely cause differential radiation damage. We have to find a way to deal with it. It would be a shame not to use such a powerful weapon, Zhao Hongyu said to everyone with some distress. Even the slightest thought about the detonation power and lethality of this bottle grenade suggests it's devastating. Within 10 meters, there's absolutely no chance of survival. If it explodes in midair, the radius of impact will be even greater. However, its drawbacks are also obvious. As Lamour mentioned, the damage done by a bottle grenade varies depending on the location. In that case, it's bound to injure one's own people. Killing 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of your own is a recipe for disaster, so, if this problem isn't solved, then this weapon is useless. This problem is easy to solve, but the method is a bit vulgar, Song Hu said. "Oh, if you have any ideas, tell us and we'll discuss it together." Everyone looked at Song Hu. "Hey, why not just find the Suicide Squad?" Song Hu chuckled maliciously. "Don't tell the Indians how powerful this weapon is. Just tell them you might die using it yourself. We can create a human bomb. That tactic is just a bit more damaging." Song Hu's ability to think this way had nothing to do with his philosophy. Song Hu was a typical Huaxia ethnocentrism, a racist ideologue. Unlike Wang Shan, who is an angry young man, Song Hu considered the lives of all races irrelevant, except for the lives of the Huaxia. Even the Mohicans, with whom he had a friendly relationship, were considered second-class citizens in Song Hu's eyes. If Zhao Hongyu, as leader, could truly establish a nation, Song Hu would undoubtedly propose a hierarchical citizenship system. Of course, whether or not to adopt this proposal was up to Zhao Hongyu. Human Flesh Bomb, Lamure, Wang Shan, and Zhao Hongyu were all shocked by Song Hu's proposal. What kind of terror was this in 1620? They even suggested human flesh bombing. It was a good idea, but where would they find people willing to die? No one would be willing to risk their lives, right? So the three thought. Song Hu, your proposal is good, but who would do such a thing knowing they would die? Lamure said. Song Hu glanced at Lamure. Since he was part of his group, he didn't despise him too much. After all, that wouldn't be conducive to harmony within the group. So, Song Hu could only hide his disdain for Lao He deep in his heart. Think about Iraq, then Afghanistan. Why were those women able to do it? Song Hu reminded everyone of this. They were trying to exploit those widows. I told you before, there are ways, but they were a bit underhanded. Song Hu spread his hands and shrugged, saying helplessly to everyone. But you have to admit, this is the best way to solve the problem right now. Indeed, there really was no better way. If someone, determined to die, charged forward, lighting 3 or 4 bottles and blasting them at the enemy as they neared, the damage they could inflict would be immense. If someone nimble and swift could have thrown out 6 or 7 in a row. Zhao Hongyu shook his head. This idea is good, but my conscience won't let me down. I know you might look down on me for saying this, thinking I'm not ruthless enough. But I still have to tell you my true feelings. I can't do such a thing, honestly. Song Hu was both disappointed and relieved that Zhao Hongyu didn't agree to his proposal. He was disappointed that the leader wasn't ruthless enough, that his heart wasn't hard enough. But he was also relieved, because it showed that the leader was a good man, not someone with no humanity left in him. Lammer felt much the same way, thankful he wasn't following a cold-blooded leader. Wang Shan felt the same way. Let's try another method. Since we can't use it during a charge, we can use it during an ambush. Try to use it in a canyon, on high ground, or in cover. That way we can reduce accidental casualties. Right, everyone nodded. They had no other solution. Alright, let's test the power of this weapon so we can get a first-hand feel for it, Zhao Hongyu said, smiling to the 3 men as they approached the bunker. All 4 entered, and Wang Shan had his men take the pre-made human-shaped targets and set them up in front of the bunker. Once everything was ready, Wang Shan gestured. He then took out a match and lit the fuse. Hiss. The fuse began to burn. Wang Shan waited until it was halfway burned before throwing the bottle grenade. Then, he and Zhao Hongyu and the others crouched behind the bunker. Bang! About 7 or 8 seconds later, a loud bang erupted from the front of the bunker, kicking up dust and sand, some of which even landed on their heads. Pa! 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 Several men stood up and emerged from the bunker. They approached the human-shaped targets and began to observe the destructive force of the explosion. The human-shaped targets were made of solid wood, their wooden bodies deeply embedded with lead and glass shards. If this were a real person, they'd surely have died miserably under such power. After observing it for a moment, Zhao Hongyu was quite satisfied with the destructive power. With the explosive packs and these grenades, the combat effectiveness of Zhao Hongyu's soldiers would surely be greatly improved. By the way, have the cannons on the Mayflower been dismantled? Zhao Hongyu suddenly recalled what he had told Wang Shan. Yes, they've been dismantled, 4 8-pounders. I also had the British prisoners build a wooden cart to mount the cannons on so they can be moved. Zhao Hongyu asked this question, and Wang Shan quickly answered. While we have time today, let's try out the cannons as well. Zhao Hongyu figured that since today was a test weapon anyway, he might as well give it a try. After all, he'd have a better idea of what was going on. Wang Shan nodded and called over a geneticist to give him some instructions. The geneticist then turned and left. The 4 of them gathered around the humanoid target for a conversation, and soon the geneticist returned with the cannon. Chief, the cannons have been delivered. We will fire a few shots to test them later. Zhao Hongyu turned around and saw 8 oxen pulling 4 cannons parked not far away. No way, they actually used oxen to pull the cannons. Seeing that Wang Shan actually used oxen to pull the cannons, Zhao Hongyu was really shocked. Why do you use oxen to pull the cannons? Zhao Hongyu asked with a smirk. Wang Shan replied helplessly, although the 8-pound cannon is not heavy, it is very difficult to pull it with human power. The main reason is that the wheels do not have iron axles, and there is a lot of resistance when turning, so we use oxen, which are very strong. Well, this explanation is also reasonable. But the problem is, the cannon makes a loud noise when it fires, and it might scare the cows. Wang Shan chuckled and said, just pull the cannon to the battlefield, and the cows can be taken away. After the battle, we can bring the cows back. That way, there won't be any trouble. Zhao Hongai was at a loss for words. He looked at Wang Shan and said, we have to ensure we win every battle, otherwise we'll just have to run away with the cows. In response to Zhao Hongai's words, Wang Shan replied calmly, Chief, don't you think we can win every battle with our fighting power? You know, our equipment is already very advanced. Zhao Hongai pondered for a moment, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. Okay, let's test the cannon first. As for this question, we'll know if your approach works when we have the chance. It's no use talking about it now, we have to test it on the battlefield. The men moved 10 meters behind the cannon, and several geneticists began cleaning the barrel, loading the gunpowder, and preparing the fuse. Chief, here are 2 types of cannons. Which one would you like to try? Wang Shan asked, approaching with a cannon in hand. Zhao Hongai looked closely and saw that Wang Shan held 2 small iron balls with a small iron chain between them, a type known as a chain cannon. This type was used to attack the mast of an enemy sailboat. The other, a solid cannon, was specifically designed to attack the hull. There are only these 2 types of cannons on the Mayflower. I can't find the others, Wang Shan said to Zhao Hongai with some frustration. Zhao Hongai had no choice but to say, since that's the case, let's try these 2. I'll see if I can buy them from the time trader later. While Zhao Hongai was testing the weapons on Manhattan Island, the warriors Black Bear had sent out a few days ago returned to the Mohawk tribe. However, the news they brought back was not encouraging. After listening to the warrior's story, Black Bear immediately had the news relayed to the tribe's elders and the old chief, Samra, for their decision. He immediately set off for Manhattan Island to meet Zhao Hongai, ready to tell him about the British situation in Virginia so that he would have a clearer understanding. Black Bear knew that war had already arrived. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96. Come on, I'm not afraid. You said the British in Virginia are mobilizing their army? And they're even conscripting all the warriors from their vassal tribes? Black Bear's news made Zhao Hongai's eyelids twitch wildly. What on earth is the British doing? They couldn't possibly be pulling off such a fuss for no reason. Zhao Hongai felt the British couldn't be crazy, they must have a reason for such a big move. Zhao Hongai pondered for a moment, but he couldn't really figure out the reason. Do you know what's going on? Zhao Hongai asked. Black Bear nodded and said, the soldiers I sent out say the British are planning to wage war against us Mohawks. Zhao Hongai's expression darkened at this. Waging war against the Mohawks? What good would that do them? Is it for their land? It certainly isn't revenge for Baker and the others, and they don't even know about it. Zhao Hongai's mood soured after hearing this news from Black Bear. He had originally planned to develop slowly, and now that he'd saved some money, he was thinking of starting to invest in the next few days. But this sudden incident might change things. Damn it, why can't my rise be smooth sailing? Thereafter that Yellowstone, Black Bear revealed the British's true motive. The Mohawk warriors had obtained this information from members of other tribes, and it seemed the British weren't keeping it secret. Many of the warriors from the vassal Indian tribes recruited by the British now knew their enemy was the Mohawk. Black Bear looked at Zhao Hongai with a puzzled yet solemn expression. I really don't understand. What's the use of that Yellowstone? Why would the British start a war over it? I thought only you guys were interested in it, but I didn't expect the British to be even more crazy than you. Hearing Black Bear's words, Zhao Hongai thought to himself, can I even say I'd start a war for gold? I can't tell you that, you know nothing. Of course, Zhao Hongai wouldn't say these words to Black Bear. He could only ponder them in his own mind. I guess the British's goal is gold, not your Mohawk land. And our trade with the neighboring tribes probably displeased the British. After all, the British used to exchange furs and other supplies, but now we've completely purged the tribes of their resources, leaving them with nothing, right, to persuade the Mohawks to participate in the war. Zhao Hongai couldn't say the British were after gold. The Mohawks, after all, considered the gold mines deep in the forest to be Zhao Hongaiu's. The Mohawks had no interest in Yellowstone. If Zhao Hongaiu hadn't favored it and had the Mohawk women collected in exchange for food, the forest gold mines would likely have remained largely untouched. Technically, the guards at the gold mines were Zhao Hongaiu's hired hands. The Mohawk elders also believed the gold mines were Zhao Hongaiu's, and that the tribesmen were simply working for him. Zhao Hongaiu paid the Mohicans, which made sense, didn't it? But there was a problem. The British launched the war against the Mohicans because of the gold mines. However, Zhao Hongaiu's small group couldn't easily defeat the British, so he had to involve the Mohicans. Furthermore, the British were only coming for the gold mines, which would make the Mohicans think they were at odds. The Mohican elders and chiefs didn't want war, they wanted a peaceful life. Therefore, they wouldn't fight the British and kill the Mohicans just for Zhao Hongaiu's gold mines. The Mohicans didn't have much to gain from it. Zhao Hongaiu, on the other hand, had no desire to hand over the profits of the gold mines to the British. After all, his biggest source of income was gold. Although trade with neighboring tribes had provided Zhao Hongaiu with a stable income from their consumption of daily necessities like rice, pickled mustard greens, and matches, it was still too little. A stable income only ensured Zhao Hongaiu had daily earnings, which was his bottom line. However, Zhao Hongaiu also needed a surge in profits to purchase genetically modified individuals and invest in new products in the short term. Therefore, he couldn't possibly give up the gold stakes. Furthermore, even if he did, would the greedy British let them go? Clearly, that was impossible. The British, armed with the gold, would have an insatiable appetite. Their eyes would undoubtedly turn to the merchandise Zhao Hongaiu had in hand. Would Zhao Hongaiu then hand over the merchandise to them? Even an idiot wouldn't do that, let alone Zhao Hongaiu. Therefore, conflict was inevitable. Since it was inevitable, Zhao Hongaiu simply abandoned all illusions. But before facing the British, he had to secure the Mohicans on board. Abandoning Zhao Hongaiu and reaching a deal with the British was out of the question. Therefore, Zhao Hongaiu explained to Black Bear that what the British valued wasn't gold, but the Mohican land. Black Bear, do you think they're only after the gold? Zhao Hongaiu couldn't help but ask back. Black Bear was silent for a moment, then shook his head uncertainly. I also think it's unlikely the British would make such a big move just for the gold. So, what do you think it's about? Is it really our Mohican land? Zhao Hongaiu had mentioned this before, and Black Bear remembered it now. It's the land. If it's not the land, what do you think it's about? Zhao Hongaiu nodded seriously and said to Black Bear, gold and the like are just an excuse. It's to give you a false impression, so you can let down your guard, right? As Zhao Hongaiu spoke to Black Bear, his mind raced. He had to come up with a perfect excuse to convince Black Bear that the British were truly out to target the Mohicans. You should understand the greed of the whites. After handing over the gold mine, they'll demand more. Once you've satisfied them all, they'll continue to exploit the Mohicans. Black Bear nodded slowly. How could he not know the nature of the whites? He dealt with them numerous times, and precisely because of that, he deeply disliked them. And because of the incident involving his son and daughter, Black Bear had also developed a hatred for the whites. You're right. These greedy whites are never satisfied. And the soldiers I sent out made it clear, the British are out to get us Mohicans. Black Bear's face darkened as he thought of the feedback from the soldiers. Black Bear, you must pay attention to the Mohican elders' intentions. I'm worried they might not advocate for fighting the British. They might even think that handing over the gold mine will prevent war. Zhao Hongaiu pouted and reminded Black Bear of this. I have no problems here, even though I don't have many warriors. But I will fight the British to the bitter end. I won't surrender and become their slave. As Zhao Hongaiu spoke, Black Bear's expression darkened. Zhao Hongaiu pretended not to notice Black Bear's expression and continued. You should know what happened to the tribes in Virginia conquered by the whites. How could Black Bear not know? He knew it all too well. Before Zhao Hongaiu arrived in the Mohegan tribe, Mohegan warriors would travel annually to the British-built city in Virginia, exchanging furs and other items for British goods. Black Bear did the same, so he was well aware of the situation there. Indian tribesmen defeated by the whites worked daily in the silver mines near Yaxley, Virginia. The conditions there were so harsh that no one survived more than 3 years. Black Bear had once witnessed the workings of the silver mines and the subhuman appearance of the slaves. It was from that moment that Black Bear's impression of the whites became deeply negative, almost disgusting. If we don't fight, will we Mohawks end up like that? Black Bear felt a chill in his heart, and he shuddered involuntarily. No. I absolutely cannot let this happen to the Mohawks, and my daughter cannot become a slave. Seeing Black Bear standing there with a gloomy expression, Zhao Hongyu knew he must be thinking something. Black Bear, it's no use for you to speculate on your own now. The most important thing is to see the decision of the elders of the tribe. Many things are beyond your and my control. What I can promise you is that my people and I will fight the whites. As for you Mohawks, here, Zhao Hongyu paused, shook his head, and looked very helpless. For you Mohawks, the decision rests with the elders. Black Bear knew this, and he was truly resentful. Emma and your wife are on Manhattan Island. I can take care of their safety. So you don't have to worry. I think it will take some time for the British to attack us. Zhao Hongyu estimated that the British still had a lot of preparations to make before going to war, so it was unlikely that the war would break out in a short period of time. Therefore, he and the Moxigan tribe had some time to prepare for the war. Humph, the British are not easy to deal with, but I'm not afraid. The new weapon I recently developed can come in handy. Thinking of the new weapon developed by Wang Shan, a trace of ferocity flashed in Zhao Hongyu's eyes. Chapter 97 The Mohicans' Response. Inside the Mohawk camp, the elders gathered, discussing the news Black Bear had brought. The old chief, Samra, remained silent, his son, Atiro, sitting quietly beside him. After bidding farewell to Zhao Hongyu and departing Manhattan Island, Black Bear returned to the Mohawk tribe. He needed to know the opinions of the elders and Samra. As Zhao Hongyu had said, many things were beyond their control. All Zhao Hongyu could do was lead his warriors in battle against the whites, fighting to avoid becoming their slaves. So, what about Black Bear? Black Bear, like Zhao Hongyu, wanted to fight the whites. He had a warlike nature, a relentless spirit, and a deep hatred for the whites. However, within the Mohawk tribe, Black Bear could muster only a mere 100 warriors. 100 or so was far from enough to fight the whites. Therefore, if they wanted to declare a full-scale war against the whites, they would need the consent of the elders and the old chief. Only then could they gather enough warriors to fight the whites. At the same time, they could use the entire Mohican tribe's name to persuade vassal tribes and those on friendly terms to send warriors. Why would the whites want to go to war with us Mohicans? Is this rumor true? Perhaps the whites are gathering warriors to wage war against other tribes. There's no need to panic, right? What good would it do them to go to war with us? I don't understand. The whites are gathering warriors, so I think we should respond. We should send envoys to Yaxley to negotiate with the whites. War won't benefit them, and I think they know that. Give the whites some benefits. If these greedy people get enough, they won't attack us. The elders expressed their opinions in a flurry, but most didn't suggest going to war with the whites. Instead, they suggested negotiations or offering them benefits in the hope of peaceful coexistence. Black Bear looked at the elders and sighed inwardly. Samara stared at the elders in silence, no one knowing what was going on in the old chief's mind. His son, Atiro, looked from the elders to his father. His mind was in turmoil, but he couldn't come up with any good suggestions, which made Atiro somewhat discouraged. Samara sensed his son's reaction and, after a pause, quietly asked, "Do you have any ideas?" Atiro shook his head at his father's question and replied, "I don't know what to do, but I'm thinking to myself, we Mohicans have lived here for generations. Whether the whites truly want to seize our land or not, we must acknowledge this. Moreover, the whites are greedy. Even if we negotiate with them, I don't think they'll give up." It must be said that despite his youth, Atiro had a relatively accurate perspective. At the very least, he had a good grasp of the whites' mentality. Samra nodded and said to his beloved son, "Atiro, the whites will definitely not give up in northern Shuangxi this time. Even if we send envoys to negotiate with them with the intention of peace, I don't think we'll gain anything." The old chief, Samra, had a clearer view of the situation. Now that the British soldiers had been assembled, they would not waste their manpower. Furthermore, the Mohegan tribe had recently begun assimilating neighboring tribes through trade. Given enough time, these tribes would be completely absorbed into the Mohegan people. The old chief, Samra, had already seen this. However, this would greatly benefit the Mohegan people, which was why Samra did not block the cooperation with Zhao Hongyu. After all, the benefits to the Mohegan tribe were immense. If the surrounding tribes could all assimilate into the Mohegan people, Samra would welcome it. This would make the Mohegan people extremely powerful, perhaps even exceeding a population of 100,000 or 200,000. Once the Mohegan tribe became powerful, what enemies would they fear? Unfortunately, it seems the whites have also realized this, and are eager to annihilate the Mohawk tribe. The whites have done this many times, ruthlessly smothering many promising tribes at the first sign of development. Samara had lived to such an age and seen so much. Zhao Hongyu couldn't believe that the old chief Samara had been wrong, only to see the outcome unfold just as he had hoped. Why did it turn out this way? Atito looked at his father in confusion. He couldn't understand why the Mohawk hadn't interacted much with the whites, nor had they had any conflict. But this time, the whites were planning to attack the Mohawk, which truly baffled him. His son was still too young. Although he had some cleverness, he still fell far short of his expectations. Seeing Atito's puzzled expression, Samara felt a tinge of disappointment. Atito, don't you think that since we've opened up trade, neighboring tribes, and even those farther afield, have all started trading with us? The direct consequence is that the white people won't receive the furs and other supplies they need, Samara whispered to his son, trying to be as straightforward and clear as possible so he could learn something. You know the white people are incredibly greedy. They came to our land from across the ocean for furs and other goods. Our actions have harmed their interests, so it makes sense that they're now targeting us Mohicans. Listening to his father's gradual explanation, young Atito gradually understood the underlying situation. More importantly, the white people don't want to see the Mohicans rise. A powerful Mohican tribe is not in their interests. Only if all of us Indians are united and unorganized can they continue to dominate this land. Historically, not all Indian tribes were blind to the situation. In fact, there were some wise men who understood that if the Indian tribes united, they would be no match for the whites. It's just that most Indians didn't understand or comprehend this truth. Those tribes that saw the fundamental problem clearly were, for various reasons, defeated and destroyed by other tribes on the eve of their rise, or simply destroyed by the whites. As a result, the Indians fell into a vicious circle. Despite their constant struggle, they were always unable to defeat the whites because their weapons, culture, and ideals were vastly outdated. It's no surprise that Samara, the leader of the Mohicans, saw this problem clearly. What he didn't know was that the British launched the war against the Mohicans simply for gold. Of course, there were other factors involved, such as weakening the power of other Indian tribes or taking advantage of the opportunity to expand British territory. In short, the benefits were enormous. Furthermore, the Mohicans' trade did affect the volume of trade between the British and Indians. The British suffered significant economic losses, which had long been resentful among many merchants. Therefore, when the governor of Virginia decided to launch a war against the Mohicans, Virginia merchants enthusiastically supported the idea. After defeating the Mohicans, they could acquire the techniques for making erguotao, two-pot tofu, and matches, as well as the craftsmanship of exquisite wooden bowls and plates, along with all the other popular items in the Mohican tribe. Unaware that these goods were supplied by Zhao Hongyu, the origin of these products was attributed to the Mohicans. How could these highly sensitive merchants fail to see the enormous potential benefits? But they couldn't go to the Mohicans with an open attack, could they? Deception certainly wouldn't work. Since the Mohicans were involved in trade, they must understand some business principles. Back to the point, Atito listened to his father's explanation and began to digest the information. Clap, clap, clap. Seeing his son fall silent, Samara turned his attention to the elders, who were still discussing, their capitulationist views irritating Samara. So, he raised his hand and clapped, silencing everyone. I just overheard your conversation, and I noticed everyone's talking about negotiating with the whites to achieve the necessary peace, right? The elders fell silent in response to Samara's question. Come on, talk. You were all quite animated just now, weren't you? Samara was irritated by the crowd's engrossed attention. When I wasn't asking you, you were all excited, but now you were playing dumb. These elders were hereditary, and their courage and shrewdness were no match for those of ordinary Indian warriors. So, upon receiving the news from Black Bear, their immediate reaction was to negotiate peace with the whites. Of course, this wasn't because they knew the whites were powerful. If they'd known they were going to war with a smaller tribe, they would have definitely erupted. Samara despised the elders' behavior. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, they were elders. Their combined influence in the tribe was greater than Samara's. This is the rule passed down in the tribe, and Samara has no way to change it. Chapter 98, full preparation for war. From what I just heard from you, it seems everyone favors negotiating with the whites, right? The elders remained silent in response to Samura's question, which made Samura unhappy. After a while, an elder finally spoke up, saying, "We have no conflict with the whites, and our lives as Mohawks are improving. War is unnecessary. I think the whites may have some misunderstandings about us. If we explain things clearly, we can avoid war." Once this elder began speaking, the others began to chime in. "Chief, Kachia is right. We don't need to clash with the whites. We must avoid war. This also means preventing Mohawk women from losing their husbands and their children from losing their fathers. Our lives are improving, and no one wants war," said a portly elder sitting next to the one who had spoken. Following this, several other elders expressed their opinions. Their message was clear: peace is the way forward, not war. Initially, this was a sound idea. After all, most people desire peace. Who would enjoy war? But Samura saw many problems clearly, while the elders didn't. He also understood the elders' true intentions. While they professed a desire for peace, their true desire was simply to live in peace and enjoy their present good life. To put it bluntly, they were afraid of war, especially a war with the whites. After the elders had spoken, Samura finally spoke. "Everyone, have you finished speaking? If no one has a better proposal, let me offer my own." His gaze slowly swept over the group, and those elders who had advocated negotiation with the whites felt a sudden unease. Ignoring the squeamish elders, the old chief, Samura, cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, since everyone's silent, let me share my thoughts. First of all, everyone's intentions are good. It's true that no one wants war, but you're not fully understanding the issue. This time, we Mohawks have no escape route." Samura began by pointing out that the Mohawks simply can't escape this situation. His meaning was clear. How could it be possible? No way, the chief actually wants to go to war with the whites. Hiss, the chief's meaning was truly. No one was stupid, who could understand what Samura meant? Ignoring the whispering elders, Samura continued, "First and foremost, I want to say that since our Mohawk tribe began trading with the Song tribe, it has had a significant impact on the surrounding tribes. Of course, our tribe has benefited the most, as everyone knows." The elders looked at Samura with confusion, wondering what the connection was between this war and their Mohawks trade. Of course, some of the wiser elders, upon hearing Samura's words, began to ponder them carefully. As everyone knows, white people also engage in trade. Originally, we Indians didn't have many goods, so white people could often trade their goods with us for furs and other things we didn't value, right? Samura patiently guided the crowd, gradually drawing them into his story. Originally, we could only trade with white people, so we could coexist peacefully with them. After all, at that time, when white people fought us, it would have a significant impact on their income. If the war spread, they would even be unable to trade for a long time. As Samura spoke, the crowd slowly nodded. But things are different now. Ever since the Song tribe settled on Manhattan Island and formed an alliance with us, offering goods, many Indian tribes now have an additional option, trading with us. The Mohicans, Samura hit the nail on the head. And we Mohicans trade fairly, never deceiving others. This is much better than the whites. At the very least, the goods we trade with other tribes are all useful. Whether it's rice, pickled mustard greens, iron pots, or wooden bowls and plates, they're all more useful than the things the whites used to trade us for furs. Indeed, in that era, whites in the Americas were essentially deceiving Indians by using useless goods. So, what Samura said was absolutely correct. So, the whites' business is failing, and those tribes prefer to do business with us instead of the whites. But this isn't a good thing for the whites. Samura shared his views, and many people agreed. Think about it, everyone. What are the whites' motives for coming from across the sea to our land? I think you all know better than I do. They're a greedy and shameless bunch. I'm sure you won't object to my statement. Black Bear then spoke up. Indeed, the whites came here for profit. Now that our Mohawk tribe has taken away their profits, they want to wage war and defeat us to reclaim them. Samura nodded at Black Bear, then said, "You're wrong, Black Bear. The profits don't belong to anyone. They don't belong to the whites, nor to us Mohawks. It's only because we're fair that those tribes recognize us." Black Bear rubbed the back of his head. That's just one reason. The second reason is that our Mohawk tribe has grown powerful through trade, which has made the whites somewhat uneasy. So they want to take advantage of our lack of strength and completely defeat or even exterminate us to reassure themselves. Elder Samra then revealed another shocking revelation. The elders' faces suddenly turned sour. Because Samra's description made the elders almost certain that this was the truth. While they hadn't considered these 2 points, Samra had. A powerful Mohawk tribe posed a significant threat to the whites. Therefore, they didn't want to see the Mohawk become powerful, so they defeated the Mohawk before they could become powerful. This was consistent with their assumptions. I don't know if you've noticed, but the population of the Mohawk has increased quite a bit recently, Samra asked. The elders looked at each other, and then Black Bear finally answered the question. The chief is right. Recently, many small tribes have joined the Mohawk, becoming part of the Mohawk. This trend is becoming increasingly apparent, with more and more tribes expressing this desire. Every time a trade team returns, they convey their wishes to those tribes. Wow! Such a thing. Abandoning one's own tribe to join the Mohawk, the elders didn't care about these things at all, so it was no surprise they didn't know. Why would those people join the Mohawk? Someone asked, truly baffled. After motioning the Black Bear to sit, Samra explained, the reason is very simple. We Mohawks are powerful, and we can offer them a better life. If he were a Mohawk, he wouldn't have to trade for many goods. That's a benefit, right? As he explained this, Samra thought of Zhao Hongayu, who had once reminded him of this. He hadn't imagined it would actually happen, and so quickly. When Zhao Hongayu first reminded him, Samra hadn't quite believed it. Who knew it would come true now? However, the fact that someone wants to join the Mohawk tribe is a good thing for the Mohawks. After all, an increase in the tribe's population is a sign of its strength. Population is a defining characteristic of a tribe's strength in the Americas. Think about it, if all the surrounding tribes joined the Mohawks in the future, how huge would the Mohawks become? Samra's tone grew serious. With a population of 100,000, 200,000, or even 300,000, how many warriors would we have? Hiss. The elders gasped, horrified by the prospect Samra described for their tribe. Yes, the Mohicans, with a population of over 10,000, already seemed impressive to them. They couldn't imagine, dared not even think, how terrifying a situation would be if the Mohicans had a population of 200,000 or 300,000. If the Mohicans had a population of 300,000, they could easily muster 50,000 or 60,000 warriors. But how many white people in Virginia do they have? Samra brought the matter to a head. Excluding the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, the white people have fewer than 10,000 warriors, unless everyone, young and old, can fight, so they fear our strength and rise, and they're determined to destroy us before we, the Mohicans, rise. Samra sat there with a pained expression. For a moment, everyone fell silent, the atmosphere in the tent eerily still. Suddenly, someone muttered quietly, then don't trade. Let the Song tribe trade with the white people. That way, they won't have to start a war. Who said that? Who said that? After hearing this quiet murmur, Samra shouted sternly. The elders all turned their gazes to one man. Staring at the elder, Samra felt like killing him. Are you willing to give up your current life? Samra said nothing, simply asking casually. Of course I don't want to give up this life, O omnipresent spirit, the elder replied. Samra gritted his teeth and said, since you're not willing to give up your current life, stop spouting such nonsense. You know, you can only live this way thanks to your alliance with the Song tribe and the goods they provide. Ugh. The elder sat there speechless, the other elders looking at him with scornful, idiotic eyes. His life before was a world apart. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from thriftiness to luxury, but it's hard to go from luxury to thriftiness. The elders, accustomed to eating fragrant rice with pickled mustard greens and shredded pork, would surely not be pleased if their old lifestyle continued. Who wants to eat meat until they vomit every day? Prepare for war with all your might. Abandon those so-called fantasies. The whites will never let us go. There are countless examples of once powerful tribes rising only to be defeated by the whites. They won't tolerate Indians becoming powerful because they're afraid. Samra finally made a decision. Of course, as the chief, the decision came to the elders, but it still needed a vote. This was no small matter, it was a matter of great importance for the war. Ultimately, Samra's proposal was passed, much to the relief of Black Bear. His worst fears hadn't come to pass, and that made him feel much better. The decision of the chief and elders was quickly passed down, and the Mohican war machine began to churn. Because the whites had united many vassal tribes and other friendly tribes, the Mohicans, not to be outdone, notified the other friendly tribes and began preparing for war. When Zhao Hongai was informed of the Black Bear's Mohawk tribe's decision, he was overjoyed. With the Mohawks' presence, Zhao Hongai's chances of defeating the British were significantly improved. After Black Bear's Mohawk warriors, who had informed Zhao Hongai, left, Zhao Hongai returned to his residence and summoned Wang Shan to wait outside without disturbing anyone. Wang Shan knew his leader was planning to use the time-space traitor. He, Song Hu, and Zhang Tai were all aware of what had happened in Virginia. Therefore, Wang Shan wasn't surprised at all by Zhao Hongai's decision, as he knew the leader was making some preparations for war. He just wondered if he was going to increase his manpower or start manufacturing flintlock rifles. It had been 3 days since Zhao Hongai's last investment failed, and his funds had reached a staggering 18 million. He was now earning over 1 million a day, and with the 4 million he had saved from earlier, he had amassed the remaining 18 million. Chen Zhanbang needed 10 million, plus a 3 million investment of his own, to begin building a flintlock rifle manufacturing facility. While this would have been fine if he had sufficient funds, facing the threat from the British in Virginia, he wondered if he should invest the money. Perhaps using it to train more personnel would be the best option. Zhao Hongai began to weigh his options quickly and carefully. Chapter 99 Breech-loading flintlock rifles and cannons. Zhao Hongai pondered this over and finally decided that crafting a flintlock rifle would be a more reliable option. Black Bear had reported that the Mohicans were fully prepared for war. Even if he managed to gather a few hundred men, they wouldn't be of much use in the war effort. The Mohicans could mobilize over 3,000 warriors, and with the help of Indian warriors from other tribes, that number could be multiplied several times. More men wouldn't be too many, but less wouldn't be too few. Furthermore, Zhao Hongai decided to leave himself a fallback for any unexpected situation. While he still had money, he should craft the weapons first. If he were truly defeated by the British, Zhao Hongai could leave and seek his fortune elsewhere. He could then quickly make a comeback, as he wouldn't need to acquire weapons for the time being. And flintlock rifles were always more effective than matchlocks. Having made up his mind, Zhao Hongai opened the time-space trader without further ado. Looking at Chen Zhanbang and his connections profile, Zhao Hongai used his mind to connect with his space-time trader and sent a message. Zhao Hongai was already complaining about the simulated reality feature. He didn't understand why the space-time trader had to be so complicated, even including real-life corrupt officials. However, if there weren't such corrupt officials, Zhao Hongai's investment probably wouldn't have resulted in the current situation. Everything has its pros and cons, it all depends on how you look at it. Ding ding ding. I've been waiting for you for a long time. How is it going? Are your funds ready now? Chen Zhanbang quickly replied. Zhao Hongai remembered Chen Zhanbang telling him that his child was going to study abroad, and he needed a lot of money. In fact, Zhao Hongai wondered if Chen Zhanbang was using his child's trip abroad to transfer assets. But that didn't matter to him much. As long as Chen Zhanbang did his job, that was all he cared about. As for spending money, that was all that mattered. Zhao Hongai didn't waste any time, simply sending a message to Chen Zhanbang, telling him he had the funds ready and asking how he could transfer them. Chen Zhanbang sent Zhang Hao over, and Zhao Hongai transferred 10 million yuan from his account to him. After Zhao Hongai transferred the 10 million yuan and Chen Zhanbang confirmed receipt of Zhao Hongai's money, Zhao Hongai noticed a change in the data under Chen Zhanbang's profile picture. The relationship between the two of them had reached a staggering 150. Holy shit, is this like being on the same page? Zhao Hongai couldn't help but sigh in amazement at the change. Then, in that remote and backward village, a small, rickety factory building rose from the ground. Zhao Hongai had previously invested another 3 million yuan in this investment. With this, Zhao Hongai had 5 million yuan left in cash. He wasn't sure if 3 million was enough, but he figured it should be enough to just manufacture flintlock rifles. With this apprehensive feeling, Zhao Hongai quietly watched the village in the 3D holographic animation before him transform bit by bit. Chen Zhanbang instructed his relative to manage the small workshop. He would be responsible for manufacturing, while Zhao Hongai would be in charge of sales, with all profits naturally going to Chen Zhanbang. Zhao Hongai didn't care, all he needed was the flintlock rifles. For Zhao Hongai, who could he sell them to? He could just buy them and sell them himself. Construction wouldn't take as long as it actually did. After Zhao Hongyu paid for the expedited construction, the factory building was completed in just a minute. Zhao Hongyu's 3 million yuan investment also went towards purchasing machinery and molds. Thus, a small workshop dedicated to manufacturing flintlock rifles was established. With Chen Zhanbang as his umbrella, Zhao Hongyu's investment went smoothly, demonstrating the benefits of having someone in a high position to help him get things done. The flintlock rifle production plant was completed. Level 1. Products: breech-loading flintlock rifles, paper powder, and lead. Monthly production quantity: 300. Price: 2,000 RMB. The following text appears. A property column displays, clearly showing Zhao Hongyu the products produced by this workshop. The quantity is a bit small, but it's acceptable. Zhao Hongyu then places an order, setting a monthly production quota of 600,000 RMB. Although it's called a workshop, Zhao Hongyu sees it as little more than a small workshop. It has 7 workers, mostly doing odd jobs. Chen Zhanbang explained that, considering flintlock rifles are still firearms, they can't be so blatant. To conceal their presence, they've even put up a sign that says they manufacture old-fashioned collectible muskets. They won't be sold domestically, but internationally. Zhao Hongyu no longer cares about these matters. As long as flintlock rifles can be manufactured, he's relieved 300 rifles a month isn't much, but it's more than enough for Zhao Hongyu. After paying the full deposit of 600,000 RMB, Zhao Hongyu still has over 4.8 million RMB in savings. Zhao Hongyu pondered how to use his 4.8 million yuan deposit. He could produce about 80 Somalis and 10 Chinese. The extra manpower wouldn't be of much use, so what would happen if he continued investing? Zhao Hongyu gritted his teeth and decided to invest another 3 million yuan in new weapons. He sent another message to Chen Zhanbang, asking if he wanted to invest more. Chen Zhanbang quickly responded. It seemed his attitude had truly changed, perhaps due to their shared interests. Chen Zhanbang asked what products Zhao Hongyu wanted to invest in. Zhao Hongyu considered that his small workshop was already established and that they specialized in collecting and appreciating vintage weapons, so he wondered if he could produce old-fashioned artillery. Yes, producing old-fashioned artillery should be possible, as his business included providing props to major film and television crews. After all, if they were filming a Qing Dynasty film, artillery would definitely be necessary, right? Furthermore, even if this type of cannon were discovered, no one would care. No one would think it would be used in rebellion. Furthermore, in the virtual world of the 21st century, manufacturing old-fashioned cannons was a simple matter. All they needed were iron and molds, and the resulting cannons would be superior to those of the 17th century. By then, they wouldn't have to dismantle the cannons from the Mayflower. It was with this in mind that Zhao Hongyu made his decision. He immediately messaged Chen Zhanbang, asking if he could invest in manufacturing old-fashioned cannons. Chen Zhanbang replied a short while later, agreeing. There wasn't much of a problem with old-fashioned cannons. Many cities still had preserved forts, displaying them for tourists to admire. Furthermore, Chen Zhanbang only needed to provide a certificate stating that he was providing props to a film crew. He even used his connections to find a makeshift crew to film a whip drama. Of course, this was a lie, primarily to use the name. Zhao Hongyu paid 500,000 yuan for this. Of this, 300,000 yuan was a bribe for Chen Zhanbang, and another 200,000 yuan was for the name recognition and formation costs of the makeshift team. As long as he could manufacture cannons, Zhao Hongyu didn't mind the expense. Once everything was settled, Zhao Hongyu invested 3 million yuan and gave it to the workshop's manager. The fictional character accepted the money and hired 20 mold makers to manufacture the cannons. He then purchased a boiler to smelt the iron. Fortunately, small boilers don't cost much, and making cannons doesn't require steel. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu's 3 million yuan was more than enough. The production of 5 24-pound cannons a month wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible either. It took about 6 days to complete each cannon. But these were 24-pound cannons, and they also offered blasting and other iron cannons, which was quite good. All in all, Zhao Hongyu found it acceptable. The cannons were also quite cheap, costing only 120,000 yuan each, which Zhao Hongyu found quite acceptable. After all the investments, Zhao Hongyu had 1.3 million yuan left in his bank account. To motivate his virtual humans, he pre-ordered 10 cannons, representing 2 months' worth of production. After transferring the 1.2 million yuan in cash, Zhao Hongyu now had only 100,000 yuan left in his bank account. He exited the virtual animation and closed the space-time trader. Whoa! Zhao Hongyu let out a long breath, walked to the door, opened it, and walked out. "Captain, how's it going?" Wang Shan, who was waiting outside, asked in a low voice as Zhao Hongyu left the room. Zhao Hongyu smiled and said to Wang Shan, "Everything worked. In a month, we can all upgrade to breech-loading flintlock rifles and have 5 24-pound cannons." Wang Shan's face lit up with excitement. Now is not the time to be happy. We still have a big crisis to overcome, that is the British from Virginia. This war is inevitable for both us and the Mohicans. Only by defeating the British can we gain a foothold. Zhao Hongyu narrowed his eyes, and a murderous intent flashed in his tone. Wang Shan nodded. "Yes, the British launched a war at this time, which is a critical period for our development. If we can withstand it, everything will be fine. If we can't, then we can only start over again." Zhao Hongyu raised his leg and wanted to walk out of the camp. As he walked, he said, "I will not give up the benefits I have now, not to mention that we have the Mohicans to fight together. I don't believe that we can't even beat the 1,620 bumpkins. Besides, our warriors are not the same as before." Wang Shan followed closely. He knew what the leader was talking about. Chapter 100 Chelsea's Story. Zhao Hongyu's current subordinates are no longer the kind of genetic people with independent personalities. His recent experience left a deep psychological scar on Zhao Hongyu. Therefore, he has replaced all his combat personnel with the inert genetic people from Somalia. These people are fearless and unaware of fear. They faithfully follow orders on the battlefield and are the best fighters. Although inert and not very intelligent, they would have been the most elite soldiers on the battlefield of 1,620. After all, you don't need to operate any sophisticated weapons or equipment, you simply use cold weapons to kill your enemies. Mass-bred genetic people have their shortcomings, but they also have their strengths. In short, in this situation, they are the best choice for combat. Ramal is the leader of these Somalis. According to Zhao Hongyu and his team's observations, Ramal is quite courageous. Having grown up in a war-torn country, he is no stranger to war. Most importantly, he has a favorable impression of the Chinese, but a deep hatred of white people. Therefore, the combat effectiveness of the gene creatures under his command could be guaranteed during combat. Furthermore, Songhu and 13 battle-hardened gene creatures had been integrated into the Somali Legion, acting as political commissars. For Zhao Hongyu, what was a political commissar? It was to eliminate anyone who escaped. That was their role. Communication with the Somalis was still somewhat challenging. Although the gene creatures understood some English, excessive conversation was not an option. Therefore, the Chinese political commissars within the Somali Legion were focused on executing a single command. They were also responsible for monitoring Lammer, though Lammer himself could not be made aware of this. Zhao Hongyu, once bitten by a snake, was afraid of the ropes for 10 years, he didn't want any more trouble. Wang Shan and the 9 survivors of the previous battle continued to serve as Zhao Hongyu's bodyguards. Considering the impending war, Zhao Hongyu transferred Zhang Tai back and temporarily closed the Mohawk camp. Zhang Tai, along with his 50 genetics, along with the dozens assigned to stay at the camp during the war, formed a defense force for Manhattan Island. They were also responsible for guarding Indian slaves and over 300 British prisoners. Zhao Hongyu's only instruction to Zhang Tai was that during the war, any slaves, prisoners, or genetics who caused trouble could be executed on the spot without reporting. Everything was for the sake of stability. 50 Anunnaki warriors accompanied Zhao Hongyu to participate in the war against the British in Virginia. As for the families the Anunnaki warriors had brought to Manhattan Island, Zhao Hongyu incorporated them into the Manhattan Island Defense Force to serve during the war. To improve their combat effectiveness, Zhao Hongyu also provided the Anunnaki warriors' families with muskets, iron weapons, and even their children. His wife and Emma, who had already been sent to Manhattan Island by Black Bear, were also left behind. However, little Emma insisted on accompanying the army. As she explained, she was now Zhao Hongyu's personal bodyguard, and therefore she had to fulfill her duties. If Zhao Hongyu disagreed, she would have to consider herself unqualified and commit suicide as an apology. Faced with Emma's death threat, Zhao Hongyu had no choice but to agree to the little guy's request to join the army. A large number of weapons were shipped to Camp Mohican. Zhao Hongai was not one to make a loss. These weapons were sold on credit to the Mohicans, and as long as they could win the war, the Mohicans would pay. And the Mohicans were surprisingly grateful to Zhao Hongai for giving them arquebuses on credit. The war machine began to swirl, and everything was gearing up for war, whether it was Zhao Hongai or the Mohicans. A strict count showed that 277 people, including Zhao Hongai himself, had joined the British. Among them was Chelsea, a former Mayflower handyman who had been converted from a prisoner to join their side. "Chelsea, are you sure you really want to join us?" They had already left Manhattan Island and were stationed outside Camp Mohican. In the area outside the Mohican camp, warriors from nearby tribes continued to come and join the Mohican side. This made the Mohican side seem so lively every day. Sitting in the camp built by his side, Song Hu asked Chelsea who came with the team. Chelsea was originally a sailor and handyman on the Mayflower. It was only after being captured by Zhao Hongai and his men that he escaped because he was useful. During the time he spent with Song Hu and his men, Chelsea also taught everyone how to operate the sailboat seriously for the sake of money. Gradually, the genetic people also accepted this prisoner. Chelsea himself was also treated kindly by the genetic people and felt a care and friendship he had never felt before. This made him slowly join this group and become a member of the group. This time, Chelsea took the initiative to ask to join the army. Hearing Song Hu's question, Chelsea smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. I want to truly devote myself to your country and become a citizen of the Great Song. That's why I made this decision. I know you're a little confused, but I'll prove myself later." Song Hu was still a little confused, but Chelsea's words shone with sincerity. It was clear that Chelsea truly wanted to become a Song citizen. "If you can prove yourself, that would be great. We won't reject anyone from another country who truly wants to become a Song citizen." Song Hu looked up at the azure sky. Chelsea, after looking back at Song Hu, said, "This is the happiest time I've ever had. You truly treat me as a human being, not just a beast of burden. In this respect, you're much better than those European gentlemen. So I think joining you is a good choice. Most importantly, you offer me a good salary." Song Hu retracted his gaze and turned to look at Chelsea. "I heard you're getting along well with a girl. I think that's why you want to become a Song citizen, right? Actually, if you use that as an excuse to convince me, I'll still believe you." Chelsea's face flushed bright red, as if Song Hu had exposed her true feelings. "Ahem. Stop coughing, we all know about that," Song Hu quipped. Zhao Hongai had long known that a female gene person had taken a liking to Chelsea and had begun a formal relationship with him. This trend had been spreading since Li Keifeng, and many female gene people had become interested. Zhao Hongai had no intention of stopping them. After all, these gene people possessed independent personalities and intelligent minds. How could he stop them? He couldn't just kill them for such a trivial matter. Zhao Hongai didn't consider himself cruel enough, nor was he that ruthless. His previous killings were simply for deserters and those who feigned death on the battlefield. This was behavior he could not tolerate, and it was extremely egregious. Therefore, he had to use drastic measures to teach all gene people that certain things were forbidden. But for those who favored Europe, what could he do? Fortunately, these gene people were few and far between, just a few. At the same time, Zhao Hongai also wanted to see what kind of changes would occur in these gene people who had found Europeans. He wanted to occasionally bring Europeans into his fold, and he really wanted to see the results. Therefore, Zhao Hongai acquiesced to this plan. Wang Shan seized the opportunity to promote it, suggesting that male geneticists seek out female captives as wives. Compared to male captives, female captives would be more easily integrated into the group after forming families with geneticists and having children. Furthermore, at that time, the concept of nationhood was still emerging in Europe, not yet the way it would be in later times. Therefore, Wang Shan believed this plan was feasible. Thus, the independent-minded geneticists within Zhao Hongai's group, both men and women, set their sights on the British captives. Of course, not everyone shares the same aesthetic standards. Song Hu knew of several male geneticists dating Mohawk girls. He also stumbled upon Chelsea's story, reported it to Zhao Hongai, and began observing her. After a period of observation, Song Hu discovered that Chinese women indeed possessed some skills in training men. Chelsea, who used to never brush his teeth, now rinses with clean water and uses the coarse salt he'd traded with Mohawk. He also used to wear clothes that were always unwashed, leaving them covered in a greasy layer of dirt. But after finding a Chinese girlfriend, he's become clean. Song-hoo even sees him bathing daily in a stream on Manhattan Island. Europeans rarely bathe back then. This changes all thanks to Chelsea's girlfriend. Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan, knowing all this, wanted to see just how much Chelsea could change, so they let him go. Song-hoo knew this, too, which is why he came to Chelsea today to ask, "Will His Majesty object?" After coughing, Chelsea's blush faded, turning pale. He didn't know what he was thinking, but he suddenly asked. He looked at Chelsea's pale face and slightly trembling body. Song-hoo found it somewhat amusing. He said, "We believe in free love here, Your Majesty, and we have no objection to your relationship. If you and that girl can start a family, we will bless you. You really are a free country here." Chelsea couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she heard that there was no objection to her relationship with a girl. "She's pregnant with my child. I can't deny her a future," Chelsea said. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.